Hello, everybody. Welcome to the inventory. I'm your host, No More Pessimism Spam, also known as Rinka Best Girl. With me today, I have Nmasp clone number 4, Spnanon. Why didn't you say hello?
Joe hates Xenoblade 2.
I hate a lot of things about it. The overall game, I'm pretty neutral on.
Anyway, I know people used to confuse my name with Nmasp, so I guess that sort of counts.
Oh, okay. This is Nmasp Classic, maker of, Marinette, Mulan, and all the other beloved characters like the front pages, Akko and Futaba. Also, if you want to do the joke while you have to say, man, Joe, I really heard you loved Xenoblade Chronicles 2. What, can you tell us why it's the best game ever in your eyes?
Listen, I understand a lot of people love that game, so I'm going to rant about it at the end, so they can just zone out if they don't want to hear it.
Do you think, Mandarin speakers from Texas say ni howdy?
With us today, we have two more guests, two more Nmasp clones. Why don't you introduce yourselves?
Hello, I am Mantis. I am clone number 2010. There's a lot of clones.
And lastly, on this 5-person podcast...
Hi, I'm CorkyTheCactus. I'm what happens if Nmasp gets really prickly. I'm also the guy who's making Emmy.
Yeah, she's up for sponsorship right now, isn't she?
Yes, I just put her up a couple days ago. It's really exciting.
So if you become a SPNatI mod, they give you a key to the basement where they have a tank full of Nmasps, kind of like Ray.
Mm-hmm.
They're just all swimming naked in there.
The end of SPNatI. Fuck. Never mind.
Rebuild
like
the Abbey of Utilians.
It's like the Citadel of Bricks, but with Nmasps.
Alrighty. And with introductions out of the way, how about we go over our upcoming project? And Nmasp, why don't you start us off?
All right, well, I'm looking forward to the upcoming Masquerade contest. We have a little bit of discussion about that coming up soon. But right now I'm finishing up a contest prize from the fan art contest for the Lonely Phone Box. That should be done pretty soon. And then after that, I'm moving on to Cat Noir and Marinette. I've been working on them for a while. It's just kind of been slow going. But hopefully by the end of the year, I can get them both back on test.
Alrighty. Mantis, how about you?
I am still trudging through, working on Croy and Latte interactions between the two of them. Things are going quite slow, unfortunately, but that'll be done eventually. At which point, Croy will be pretty close to being up for sponsorship. I've also taken on the project of helping Raptor repose Sayaka for him.
I've seen that. You changed up her proportions, gave her a little more leg.
Yep. And just,
She looks a lot better so far. I'm excited to see how that project goes.
I'm excited too. I didn't really make all that many big changes, but I don't know, some really small changes, and she already looks really good.
That's really how it works with posing, is that a few little changes can make it just look so much more alive.
Spnanon has probably updated his character's posing more than anybody else has combined.
It's because it keeps being bad, and I have to make it good.
Alrighty.
It's just a matter of not being symmetrical. I think open mouths are kind of underutilized, whereas that really gives.
We don't have a lot of good ones.
That gives I know, but there's not a lot of good mouths in general. But really an open mouth gives a much better impression of them talking, which is what they're doing during a dialogue line. So most of the time that works better.
Spnanon likes open mouths. Confirmed.
Yes. So I can put things in them.
Like words.
It sounds like you could use a clone to help you pose things.
So, Mantis, after you're finished up with Croy, what are your plans next?
Masquerade contest.
Ah.
And, Since I'll probably be having those 3 things going on at the same time, I am super not looking even all that farther into the future.
That makes sense. All right. Corky, what about you?
You have to bear with me. I have peanut butter in my mouth right now.
That's fine.
Nice.
So, basically right now I'm just trying to get Emmy all squared away for sponsorship. There's a couple issues that have already been brought up, especially with her epilogue, because I just released the epilogue like as I put her up for sponsorship, just kind of as like a last little incentive to get people to go play her and check her out. There apparently are some issues with it being a little bit too difficult to actually get the conditions so that you can actually unlock it. So I just released an update like a few minutes ago, actually. Hopefully, like it will fix it. Basically, to unlock it, you have to have her like bet you like, oh, I'm gonna bet whoever loses the next hand has to race me after the game. The problem was she would almost never actually bet the player, so it was almost impossible to unlock the epilogue.
Here's the thing with all this stuff, man. Like, you're sitting down at your desk and you're trying to like make this shit up, right? And trying to get into a character. You're calm and you're not horny, and you're thinking. But someone who's looking for a epilogue, they just want to come like now. They don't want to deal with this shit.
Right.
Just click.
They've only got one hand and 2 brain cells to work with.
Strip faster.
Yeah, so
Well,
you got to keep this shit simple.
Right. It's funny, when I wrote the hint to how to unlock it,
One
I thought it
hand
was
and 2 brain cells might be the best possible podcast episode I can
Right.
think of. Or
How-
podcast title.
How do I unlock this epilogue with Natsuki? How do I unlock this epilogue? It's just like thinking huge emoji.
The game told me how to do it. I still don't understand.
Life is hard
Right.
sometimes, man.
I was worried that making the hint so straightforward would kind of ruin the mystery of it. I don't know what I was thinking. I don't know why anyone would want that to be a mystery. Obviously, people want it to be super obvious. So
That was kind of my argument against. I don't know if it was like just epilogues being hidden in general or something, or like the conditions being hidden back when they still were, and they were always like, "Oh, but it ruins the mystery." It's like, I just want to come. I don't want a mystery.
right.
Remember
I
what
think
game
some
we're
people
making here.
wanted to have like an epilogue to kind of reward people for playing with that character a lot. But when it comes down to it, like, you don't want to spend all this time doing it if no one's going to see it. So
Well, there's enough people bitching just about being able to win. Like, that's the
Right.
simplest epilogue requirement, and people still can't make it happen.
What is probability? How do I match cards?
so
Winning
Look,
stuff,
these
man.
are shut-ins that I guess never paid up the money for the real poker night at the inventory, so they're not quite on the game with like poker hands.
The real
It's
poker
not
night
hard
the
to
inventory is
learn.
like $5.
Like, I learned how to play just by playing the game twice.
Well, normally I would just make the epilogue just unlock when you beat the game. But the problem is I had written the beginning of it with the idea in mind that she challenged you to a race. So I guess I would have to write other lines, like having her do that all the time if I went with that, and I just didn't have the time to do that yet. So right now we're going to see how this works out.
There's I feel like I like epilogues, but I feel like they definitely inspire like completionism in a lot of people, where I don't know, it's like they can't jack off to anything else.
I
It's
can't
like-
wait for collectibles to come out and people to be like, how does this shit unlock? And be like,
Yeah. I mean, why can't you just, even if you lose, why can't you just jack off to the part where they're talking about how you're jacking off?
you have to earn it.
Like, how is that not good enough?
All right, Corky. So after Emmy's done, I believe you mentioned working on a character from My Hero Academia last time.
Yeah, so I'm actually going to try to push that idea into the Masquerade. I'm sure the mod team already knows what that is, but I'm going to keep it a secret until that happens.
It's going to be, I think, looking forward to that. It's going to be some really, really good teams. There's not anything on here that's like, oh, yeah, this is going to be a little rough. Like, they're all pretty strong.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
as the person inheriting Ochiko, should I be excited, afraid, or both?
Excited.
You should be very excited.
Okay. I'm not gonna have to.
In fact, it might be one of the best characters for her to target.
Agreed.
Oh no! Please
Yeah,
tell
Joe.
me.
Yeah, Joe, weren't you scared whenever Hanako got both Rin and Emmy coming onto the table?
It's just like
Well-
cracks Knuckles in Nmasp. Cracks Knuckles in Bagel.
The thing is, Ochiko is a character that's very popular just because of how big my hero is. So, I'm a little bit nervous inheriting that flame.
Well, speaking of her, can we talk about how awesome her new model is?
Oh yeah, I praised it a ton in the last episode.
Even if her knee pads still kind of look like dicks.
Hey, it's just game appropriate.
Anyway, Corky, do you have anything else after that?
Well, I'm not going to plan anything before the Masquerade because I'm obviously going to try to get Emmy done before then. I think after the Masquerade's over, I'm going to take a break for a while, whatever I end up doing, and we'll see what happens after that.
Alrighty. Spnanon, what about you?
So, same answer as always. Just regular dialogue updates to my girls whenever I get the chance, and I'm getting a lot of fewer chances these days. But that's just the way real life stuff goes. I am trying to hammer out a final actual posable model for Fubuki from One Punch Man. Just so I'm done constantly asking people how the model looks, and I could just pose it. So the character would be at least partially done.
I noticed you posted that on the subreddit.
Yeah, I also posted it on the last 4chan thread, but it died. So
I
I'm
love
just
the
trying
4chan threads.
What?
I love the 4chan threads. Thank you for doing those.
Would you like to opine on them as to why?
I just I think it's the only place in the world where I legitimately don't know if someone's trolling or not, or if someone's just a complete fucking moron, and it's great, and it just restores that innocence of the internet to me because I don't know, and I don't have to.
You get all sorts on 4chan. Yeah. There's certain characters that you start noticing as the threads go on if you keep up with them. Like the guy who constantly bitches about everything the mods do. And
Or it's
He just makes stuff up too.
he's literally just started to make shit up that's not even true, just to be mad about.
part of me kind of wonder,
It's not even half true.
it's I think I just sort of want to know who that person is just so I can give him a beer and be like, what drove you to this level of trolling?
I think it's the guy who wants lollies, and he's just mad that the mods won't let him have it. So he just makes up other
Just
shit.
makes
that
other
the
shit up.
mods
It's just
decided, apparently.
Well,
I
nothing's
love
stopping
the,
him from doing it in his own game.
I like the idea of the ACO threads over time evolving into the playground discussion of how you can unlock Mythra.
that's my
Just
favorite. It's just
making shit up.
the mods would let me have I don't know, Canna or something in the game, but the mods banned it, or it's just I would make a character, but the mods banned me from creation.
My dad works for Joseph Cantel.
My dad is Joseph Cantel. I can't tell you that though because it's in the name.
Yeah, you're Ira Cantel.
You're right.
That sounds like
Yeah.
a punchline.
There's a guy bitching right now about how the mods are anal about only using canon material. So if your character doesn't literally mention their pubic hair, you can't make them hairy.
You fucking see.
Nobody tell him. Nobody tell him.
People
Nobody tell
literally.
him about Hanako.
My characters are entirely built upon just making shit up. That wasn't in the series.
I think the best version of this is when it's you're done making the character and then a new canon comes out that supersedes whatever you've developed. It's just oh, whoops. Well, guess I'm going back and fixing that, and then
I guess this is the true canon now.
I guess I did it first, therefore I'm more accurate.
Well, doesn't Maya have more lines in SPNatI than she does in her source material now?
I'm pretty sure that's accurate.
Look, I think that's people say that to sound like it's impressive, but I think that's true for almost all of them.
Except visual novel characters. We've had this discussion before.
I know. How many characters are literally talking all the time in every scene? To break 1,000 lines in a 26 episode series, I feel like that takes a lot of screen time.
Well, you have some shows that go on for hundreds.
Yeah, there are some that it's probably not true for, anything that's long running, like Buffy or something. But if your source is fairly limited, then yeah, you probably eclipsed it a while ago.
I added some lines to Buffy recently.
Why?
I don't know. I was just like,
You felt like Buffy
you're
and
part of
Corrupt.
that generation.
Hey.
I don't know.
If you didn't say it, I was gonna.
I just was like, people were like, oh, well, it doesn't make sense that she doesn't target any of these tags. I'm like, what? You're right. When you're right, random commenters. Here you go.
Why don't you why don't you add any lines to Bazinga Man?
Who?
Bazinga Man.
Xander's still in the game?
Yeah.
What? Oh,
that's
wait,
the appropriate response.
I should know that. I'm the one who did the resource. Whoops.
He's hanging around dead last as usual, but he's there. God damn it!
Hey, he's fourth.
We're never gonna call again.
At the bottom.
300 IQ plays get him banned.
Buffy dragged him up, if you can call that up.
Yeah, all the way up to fourth from last. Sorry, fifth from last.
That's what happens when you stand to masturbate. The both of them.
The best. I don't know.
Deserve nothing.
I think the best 200 IQ play is just get us kicked off of GitLab, so Xander can't be called. That was Xander's
doing.
Xander.
He's just fucking out there ultra instinct dodging all the guillotines from the mods.
Every time
he just goes bazinga. Bazinga.
All right.
Can't stop me.
All right, I feel like we were semi on track.
For those keeping track, Rosalina dead, Shantae dead, Xander will live forever.
Yep.
My upcoming projects all the same. Haven't taken on anything new. Haven't made much progress. I'm waiting on poses because I've outsourced.
Hey, I was still talking about mine.
Oh, you were? What else do you have besides Fubuki and updating?
They just got sidetracked because of 4chan. I just wanted to say that, yeah, I posted her model on the subreddit, so just looking for some last bits of feedback, and I'll try to make some other adjustments. I know Joe said try to add a furry texture to her fur jacket, so it looks a little less like some kind of athletic wear.
Yeah, I saw what you've did with that, but
I'm working on it.
It looks good last time I saw it.
The hard part is that if I use hair pieces like that, which are the best thing, then they turn with her head. And I could turn it into an image import, and I'm going to give it a shot. But I also need a whole bunch of extra slots, because if you make it too symmetrical, it doesn't look natural. I don't know if it's like a common, just a thing in art. If you have like a pattern like that on clothing, and it's like, or something that should look a little random and mussed up like fur, it can't be symmetrical or it looks weird.
Yeah.
So you can see my first attempt to kind of give it a furrier texture there.
Your first attempt.
Oh, that's adorable. Let's all give him some pause.
So did you have to go in and put every single little spike in there by hand?
Yes.
Oh my god.
God.
That's what you do when the character is beautiful.
I do not envy you.
That's only her first. That's her first layer too, isn't it?
Yeah, she only has that for one layer. She's gonna make it float away with her psychic powers. The hard part really was her hair. Take a look at that.
Yeah,
I spent all that time.
No, I could tell.
Having to make those like rectangular, like flat kind of cuts for bangs and stuff. I could still make that better, probably.
If I spent all that time on that jacket, I would have made it the last thing she took off.
Well, she can't really move her arms with it because that would take even more effort to like have it like distort around her body.
Oh,
So it's really
God.
not worth it.
Yep. Nope.
Yeah. I
Plus,
remember
it
a
makes her look
million
way...
years.
What?
Oh, gone.
No. What
A
were you saying?
million years ago, before we had image imports, before we had belt mirroring, even, I was going to make a SAO abridged Kirito, and I remember that I made his jacket, and his arms have a little line down the jacket sleeve, and so every pose for him was horrible to work with because he also he had the back of his coat too, and that was made of hair pieces, so I couldn't even make him rotate his head.
So there's an image of her strip sequence, basically. I liked Mavis's underwear with stockings look, so I just stole that. That's classy.
Powerful.
She's got some custom boobage going on. Stole that from Nami. See, I just steal shit that I know looks good.
I was about to say
That's the most American thing I've ever heard.
If you try to do it all yourself, it'll just be shit. You
wait, man.
Steal good stuff, man.
This is why the Brits don't get stuff done. It's why the Brits don't get things done, but we do.
Yeah, American industrialism.
Hell yeah.
We gotta have like a
USA.
repository for.
I think it was really. I think it was really
like
good
that.
to use that custom shading on her breasts though, because it kind of makes them look a little perkier than they otherwise would be, which makes sense because she would totally just hold them up with psychic powers.
Well,
God, that's stupid.
we talked
I love
about
it.
we
Just a
talked
little
about how
bit.
bad they look in Kisake when they're big anyway.
They look worse when they're small. Small tits in Kisake look so bad. Yeah, I said it.
I think the
Yeah,
small
I
ones
said
look
it.
better than the big ones.
All the size is like in the sides, like it's some kind of weird chest growth, like a tumor. They don't like come under at all. Like they don't hang. It's so bad.
That's what?
That's like why I don't make Maya's breasts any smaller, because it just looks, anything below size 8 just looks like shit. It just looks like completely flat.
Just do the
It's
bagel.
like she's not flat, she's just modest.
Take the bagel approach and just completely build them from scratch.
Bagel is a
Probably
crazy
better off,
person, though.
honestly.
I would kind of have to. Honestly, I've been trying to use like custom shading on Maya to like give her
Not even
smaller,
custom
fuller
shading,
looking
just
breasts.
custom everything.
What?
Not even custom shading, everything.
Yeah, custom legs, custom arms, like custom head. I mean, make the head.
Well,
Yeah.
see, when I see Bagel do that shit, at that point it's like, dude, just learn to draw.
You're not wrong.
Somebody told him that.
This is just a square peg in a round hole. Like,
Somebody
just
told him
fucking
that today, and he said that he can't draw.
No, he hasn't learned how. You've just learned to make shit. At one point, this is like calculus, where you go like infinitely small. Like eventually, you're just using like so many tiny little rectangle belts that it's the same as just doing line art.
Anyway.
So yeah, that's Fubuki. I'm getting a lot of praise and excitement. That's a good thing. A lot of upvotes, over 100 upvotes, and it hasn't even been like 24 hours. So she's definitely popular. I guess because she just showed up in the anime. So I'm glad people like her, even if they like her sister more. It's bullshit. Once again, Tatsumaki steals her thunder. It's just as soon as I add her in, it'll just be like, where's Tatsumaki?
Well, actually, what'll end up happening is Tatsumaki some random person from out of nowhere is going to add her right before you add
Yes.
Fubuki.
Now what's going to happen is you finish Fubuki, and then some time passes, and you put out a pretty decently sized update for Fubuki, and you're like, okay, done with Fubuki lines for now. And then they release Tatsumaki.
That just happens to you because you're stupid and you lack foresight.
Wow.
And you thought that nobody would make another Katawa Shoujo character.
Instead,
nobody
within a month.
Nobody had done it before!
If I released her, I'd be like, okay, yeah, someone's probably going to make Tatsumaki at some point. because people love Tatsumaki.
Nobody had done it for years.
Don't get me wrong, I like Tatsumaki, but like,
You
come
open
on, those tits.
The trick is you just pick a source that nobody knows about, and then you're good.
Well, that's the reason I even made Emmy, because I was just kind of waiting for someone to do it, and nobody did, and I'm like, well, fuck it.
And thank goodness you did. Thank goodness.
Emmy's really good.
All right.
I agree. Good job, Corky. How do you feel?
Great job.
I appreciate you're making me blush. Stop it.
Shall we move to upcoming or the test and table stuff?
Let's.
Yes.
How can we switch the order? We usually do that first.
Because of the way I do the document, I like have it open on a notepad, and I always forget whether or not I forget whether upcoming projects goes before or after.
You gotta work on your pitch.
This is the first time you've ever made that mistake.
What he's gotta say is like, I'm doing it to see which one's the clone. It's like the perfect answer.
It's literally just I'm a dumbass and I forget things super quickly. So, the only one new character on testing. We did get a rework, but the only brand new character is Mythra from Xenoblade Chronicles 2.
Your favorite.
My favorite. I did the art for this character.
You did?
So,
Yeah, that's my model.
That is some detailed ass armor for
That
a
is,
beginning.
yeah.
Yeah.
Hell, I didn't make the pose. That was, well, I'll let you guys say it, and then since I did help with this project, I'll give some insight onto it. For now, Nmasp, why don't you start?
I think Mythra's model is really good, but like honestly, I think it's just really early in her development because she kind of lacks substance. Like, I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to be getting out of playing with her. Like, I don't think she's badly written or anything like that. There's not like tons of grammar errors or whatever. It's just I don't know what kind of niche she's supposed to represent. Like, and I don't know what type of person should be looking to play her. Like with the credit, like with a character like Beatrix, like even if you don't want to play against Beatrix, you know who and when you want that type of character in the game. So I guess like for Mythra's creator, if you're listening to this, my biggest advice is like figure out who this person's supposed to be and who she's supposed to appeal to, and really strongly consider doubling down on that.
I think Joe would just consider that to be emblematic of Xenoblade 2's poor writing.
Wow.
I feel bad, because like, yeah, Arrow cared enough about this character to get them off the ground, and Yachter cared enough to like get her going. So like, yeah, I've got a lot of problems with Xenoblade 2, and I'm not afraid to share those problems. But at the same time, I feel a bit bad if I'm letting my seething hatred for a lot of Xenoblade 2 overshadow the work they've done on the game on Mythra.
So why did you make a model for a source that you hate so much?
I will answer that when everybody else is finished discussing Mythra.
Okay.
Mood.
Giving us some suspense. I like it.
So, Nmasp, did you have anything else you wanted to say?
No, I really don't have a lot else to say.
All right. Mantis, what about you?
I will echo a lot of what Nmasp said there, in that I don't really.
Nmasp, please stop talking. It's Mantis's turn.
Oh yeah, no problem. Yeah, I'm gonna echo a lot of what Nmasp said, and I agree. I don't really see where she's going with her dialogue entirely. I think I read somewhere that she's trying to go in a more tsundere angle. Would that be correct, Joe?
That is her character trait.
Okay. Then I think my advice to the writers would be lean more into the tsundere angle, like a lot more into it, and like have her go hard soon and hard dere rather than just this sort of middling in between. And also another thing is her posing in her early stages is very like a lot of
Stiff,
very, very stiff posing.
symmetrical.
Very
It's kind of like old
symmetrical.
character syndrome,
Yes.
where the legs don't move. and
Legs
she
don't
doesn't
move.
rotate.
Arms don't move. She doesn't rotate. Her head basically stays the same for 90% of her poses. Just a little more movement in her would be really good for her early posing as well. But yeah, I think that's basically my thoughts on her. I acknowledge that she's in pretty early development, and I do like what sort of dialogue you have currently. I think you just need to develop a little bit more.
It's tough. It's tough to get a read on her because like Arrow's not very present on the Discord at the moment, so
Yeah.
there's no one to really speak for her.
Yeah, and it's sort of Yater who sort of picked her up, and I believe he said he only added like 20 or 30 lines before pushing her. Or something like that. So I'd love to see either of the two of them just sort of come together and sort of work through what sort of character they want her to be.
Absolutely.
All right. Anything else?
No, I think that's covered everything I want to say about her.
All righty. Corky, what about you?
All right, well, now I feel like I have to go into a little bit more detail, because if I say the same thing, then everyone's definitely going to believe that we're all the same person.
I mean, they're not wrong.
I already do.
It's okay.
That's the
It's
point of
2019.
this.
We're allowed to have these things.
That's the point of this podcast. That's why I invited you all here, to reveal the truth.
Well, the good news is I do have a couple more things to add on to what Mantis and Nmasp said. The model, I'm going to start with the model. I think the model is a really, really good start. I like the attention to detail with the hair and everything. It's a really busy looking model, but when I looked up the actual character, I mean, she's just a really busy character. So if it wasn't busy, it wouldn't really be accurate to the source. So I think if there was some like shading on like the chest area or something, that would help, because when I first saw it, it took me a while to kind of figure out what was going on there. Because this is not a character I've literally ever seen in my life. I look forward to the day when I'm on a podcast and there are characters to talk about whose sources I've heard about. But
Today's
What
not
have
that
you
day.
Xenoblade characters, as a rule of thumb, have very busy designs.
Corky, what have you heard about Vandrin?
I'm trying to keep the podcast shorter than 3 hours, so I'm not going to go list everything. But back
What
with
have you
Mythra. What have I not heard of? Oh, Jesus. So most of the characters in SPNatI I hadn't heard of until I played SPNatI. Except for like the really common franchises. I guess I'm just not weeb enough for this game.
I never heard about Revi before I played SPNatI. I watched Black Lagoon Just a Writer.
I hadn't even heard of Little Witch Academia until I played the game, and was like, I like this character. I'm going to check this out because it's on Netflix.
We're talking about, if we're talking about pro gamer moves, try writing a character you've never even played their media before.
Say.
Dude, if you're talking about pro gamer moves, try writing 2 characters from a show that you're not even that big of a fan of.
Why would you put yourself through that?
I like the characters.
That's a good answer. That's a good answer.
I hate.
I was
the
about to ask
show.
about
I like the
Marinette.
characters.
Like, you don't really like Miraculous all that much with Marinette and Cat Noir, but then I was like, oh, that's Mantis talking. We have the benefit of seeing the little icons light up. The audience does not.
Wow, that's gonna be a trip for them.
Yeah, it's gonna be hell.
Wow.
I'll just talk like an old man and everyone.
Joe, was this really a good idea?
Yeah.
What I actually like
Best
you
idea.
actually just get.
Can you distort and give like Nmasp like a Darth Vader voice?
Oh yeah, could
Probably
you? That would actually be great. Give me the Bane mask. Give me a Bane mask filter.
I'll probably leave the first few minutes unaltered just so they can
Nobody cared who I was before I put on the mask.
When Nmasp goes to axe a character from the offline, it's just like, just finish me off. Your punishment must be more severe.
For you.
Just shoot a man before culling him from the game.
We called them for you.
Xander will dodge it.
So,
Do you
Spnanon,
feel in control?
I'm
Xander?
not done yet.
what are your thoughts on Mythra?
Corky's not done yet.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
So the poses, I have examples, but I don't know if you're going to be able to put them in the video. Regardless, I'm going to put it in her little development channel on Discord, just so whoever's doing the poses can kind of get some feedback on it. Some of them I really like, and some of them I really do not like. Particularly, like, I think once she's taken everything off, her model doesn't really have a whole lot of detail. And I think most of you kind of know my opinions on Kisuke when it comes to large chests. I think they look really bad without any extra detail. And with Mythra, there's the extra thing. I feel like every single pose when she's taken everything off, it's as if she's holding up her boobs because she always has her arms crossed. And what that ends up doing is it makes her look like she has like one giant uniboob with two nipples on it. And let me show you what I mean in a second. Hold on.
It's like the Sonic eye, the mono eye,
Exactly.
but with boobs.
Could you do me a favor and spoil it so that I can tap in and out safely?
Oh shoot. Yeah, hold on.
Now I know that Fourth Seat Studios guys, they showed nipples on their SPNatI video, so we can.
They're not as popular as us, though.
I was surprised. I saw one of them, and I was surprised that like they didn't have to censor that without YouTube throwing a fit. They censored the crotch, but not the chat. I just thought that was weird.
I mean, nobody really watched it anyway. Their videos
Anyway,
have like 12 views.
That's true.
We are probably the only group who watched it, let's be honest here.
This second pose that I posted here, I like a lot better. But either way, I think she would benefit a lot from more detail there. But let me move on just to kind of keep things moving. Dialogue, I kind of agree that when I played with her, there was a lot of things that she said that I was just a little bit confused about what was meant. Sometimes the lines just literally didn't really make any sense. It might be because I'm just stupid and I don't know the character at all. So maybe like other people who actually know this character would be like, oh, she means Liz. But I didn't know what she was talking about half the time. That being said, like the lines are good. Like I don't think the writing is bad. I just think she needs like more development, and I think some of them, like for example, she'll start a thought and end with like a couple ellipses, and I'm like, I don't know what you're implying with this. So like, I think it would like benefit if more of them were made like just a little bit more clear what she's actually trying to talk about. Last point, there is one line that is a nitpick, so feel free to ignore me. Developers, I think you guys said that Arrow isn't the only writer for her, so I don't know who exactly is writing for her anymore, but it's a stupid nitpick that I had, so feel free to ignore it. But there's one line that she has that a lot of characters say, and it kind of bothers me because I think it's a silly line. It's when you, as the player, have taken off everything, and you basically got your big old Johnson out, and she says, it's pointed right at me. And to me, I hate this line because unless you are facing the person, it's never gonna. I mean, I guess I can only speak for myself. Some people got some weird wieners, but she's got potential. I'm looking forward to seeing like what she turns into because obviously, like others have said, it's really early in the development, so it's hard to be very critical because I know my character was god awful when she only had like 600 lines. So, like no hard feelings or anything. Like I think she's going to be a really good character when she's actually finished.
All right. Spnanon, what about you?
I agree with the previous comments. How Mythra, she's got a really busy outfit, sort of, and that's an impressive model to start with. But as far as writing and posing goes, she definitely kind of falls into sort of new character, new creator syndrome. where, it's just a little, everything's kind of a little on the bland side. Not very expressive posing. A lot of it's just kind of stiff. She does the thing where a lot of her poses don't have an open mouth, which kind of makes it look weird when she has like a long line because there's nothing conveying that she's talking. Like her expression makes it look like she should be quiet. So open mouths are always a good thing. The dialogue, yeah. I've played with her a bit, and yeah, same thing with the dialogue. Just a lot of like, just Jane Doe syndrome kind of generic comments. Oh yeah, Corky says that there's balancing issues with the posing. I see that a little bit. It's not too bad yet, but yeah, just a lot of like very, very passive comments where she's just kind of accepting things, or just that, whatever. Come on, give me a little bit more to work with here. Like,
Yeah,
it's
like
okay.
if-
This is your first effort, but now it's time to go back and revise those lines so that actually says something unique.
Yeah, like if she's going tsundere here, you gotta lean either into the soon or the dere with those kind of lines.
Yeah, don't just have her like cross her arms and look away, but say something that's really normal. Have her be like, "Yeah, that's all I wanted you to take off." So yeah, definitely. Like you only have. Remember, again, people are not reading every single line of dialogue. They are not studying your character intensely on a group of, on like a table of 4. So, again, they've got one hand and 2 brain cells, and the other hand's on their dick. They are not spending a whole lot of time doing a character analysis. You got to sell it quickly as to like chop as to, what their deal is.
You brought up
Don't
an
make them figure
interesting
it out.
point. I'd be
You need
curious
to
to
establish that shit on the first 2 things they say.
I'd be
What is
curious
this
to see a
character's
character that doesn't want people to strip. Like, please stop.
Yeah,
Stop
it
stripping!
eventually just becomes like really awkward. Like, oh please, God, no, stop! Please. Like, on
Why
the
is
verge of
everyone
tears.
taking their clothes off? I don't understand.
Like you really got to sell like what she's all about. Because look, I know you really like her, but think about it from like the average player. I know Xenoblade. People like Xenoblade. I've heard of it, but remember, there are a
I
lot of
shill it all the time.
there are a lot of girls on this roster with pretty faces and who are in armor. And a lot of those girls come from something called Fire Emblem, and that's a much easier sell.
I really
So-
don't think we have enough Fire Emblem characters.
Oh, of course not.
How could we?
How could you? How could we?
It's not possible. By the time like we finish making Fire Emblem characters, a new Fire Emblem game will be out. It's like,
People are already talking about Three Houses characters.
God damn it.
Floor is already thinking about making Shamir or Morag from Xenoblade 2 also.
Also, is it just me, or does Mythra have quite the long, thin neck?
I was thinking that too, honestly.
She's got a neck on her.
Like,
Alright.
Like I could just wrap my whole hand around it and choke her like a chicken.
uh-oh. Okay.
That's
She's
how
got
I
a
usually
long neck
picture
in
my
her
time
source,
with women.
Look at it.
Now we've wrapped around back to Mythra. Let me give you guys a bit of a history lesson.
Yeah. So like that's just my bottom line for the characters. All right, it's a good first draft. A lot of first drafts are bland because you're kind of just getting a feel for what posing looks like, and putting poses to lines and writing some generic lines, just anything. Now you got to go back through and be like, it was kind of like what I said with Misaka, where you just gotta go back and say, come on, you gotta quickly tell me what this character's all about, or I'm just gonna forget about her. So you gotta catch my interest right on the first 2 lines, man, and be like, what is this girl here for? What's this all about? Or she's just gonna get lost in the crowd.
That's what I had to do with Croy.
The first
Oh,
line
yeah,
has
go
to be a real catcher. It's got to be like, dicks! Now you got her attention.
Alright. So let me give you guys a little bit of a history lesson on how I ended up on this.
Now I recall when I called to Joe's face all the Xenoblade character designs visual vomit.
Yeah, when I came to you with an alt for Maya wearing Elma's outfit. It was for Halloween. That was nearly a year ago. Crazy.
And I
Anyway.
was just like, why?
Well, they are similar characters, and that they're both stoic space women.
How many people know that they're similar characters?
me, and Pat, and that's it. Because nobody else played. Oh, and Horse Killer, but and Pharaohs and Blue Coin, but they haven't finished it. Anyway,
So yeah, I don't know. I just see a lot of bells and whistles and lines, and I'm just like,
yeah.
if you look at like Maya and Jura, you can see I do not like a lot of visual elements. Keep it simple.
Kiss.
So
You should kiss.
Xenoblade. Okay, so on the Discord, I've been very vocal about my distaste for a lot of aspects of Xenoblade 2, but somebody joined the dev server, Arrow, saying that they were almost ready to have Mythra put on testing. They said they just needed to do a little bit more lines, and they shut off their model. And the general consensus was that the model could use some work. And Arrow said that he didn't really have the time to put in more work, updating the model and doing all the posing and stuff. But even though I am not a fan of Mythra in her source material, and even though I'm not super big on Xenoblade 2, like, I felt like it'd be just wrong if all of that work he had put in amounted to nothing. So I reached out to him in DMs and I said, hey.
You just slid into his DMs.
Pretty much, yeah. I said, hey, what if I did that for you? If you've already got everything ready to go, like, it shouldn't all go to waste. So I spent the next few days working on the Mythra model. He did all the posing. I just imported the new model onto it. So I'm honestly not sure which or who's in charge of the posing anymore, because he kind of handed her over to Yater, however it's pronounced, to finish up. But I also gave Arrow all of the art assets needed for her posing. So, but also, Yater doesn't design or doesn't do a lot of Kisekai work to my knowledge. He's more of a writer. And I'm not exactly sure I want to go back and do more work on Mythra, because again, she's not a character that I care about that much. But basically, yeah. What's interesting is when I originally received her model, or when I originally received her the stuff that he wanted me to do, her first stage, where she takes off the earrings and the headpiece, that was split across 2 stages.
It was smart to put in one stage. Yeah.
So, yeah, that was probably smart. I wish I had known.
That's another good way to get attention on your character quickly. Just first round gets out her tits.
Hello.
I kind of do wish that I had
Welcome.
known.
Hello, nurse.
It was easy to pose it, but it also did take time. Now they're like not even used. So, whatever. Yeah, her outfit is over-designed. That's a staple of the Xenoblade franchise as a whole.
Yeah.
And it's like way to be rude to amateur artists or fan artists, because that shit.
She's also like she and all the other main characters in that game were designed by hentai artists.
You're kidding.
Yeah, not dead ass.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Whoa, that's funny.
I always love it when you see stories of like hentai being drawn by like professional artists who do like non-hentai work.
I think the best ones are when it's like the artist themselves is just like, oh, I drew this cute waifu from some mobile game. Here's the porn version. It's like the same dude, so you know it's accurate.
Like any professional artist, I think, has probably drawn porn for money at one point in their life, because people will pay for that shit, no problem. It's a good way to learn anatomy.
The guy who writes Black Lagoon also has an entire series of Black Lagoon hentai as well.
Nice.
Yeah, I've seen a couple like official pictures of like Revy and BDSM gear.
Anyway.
Hey man, why not?
As one of the...
Why
fun.
not? What you doing? Exactly.
I mean, people play this shit. Hundreds of thousands of people play this every month. Why do you think? Because it's got tits.
Yep.
That sells, baby.
As one of the...
No shame in that.
Sex sells, Morty!
As a fan of the Xenoblade franchise as a whole, I was familiar with Mythra in her source, so I
think the guy who, like, one of the character designers from Mega Man Legends, like, he drew some Tron Bon hentai.
Oh.
Just gonna let that linger.
No, nobody's a fan?
Just gonna let that one linger.
Not a big Mega Man kind of person.
Tron Bon is cute, though.
Yeah, she is.
Especially when she plants her ass on one of her serve bots.
Maybe one day. Anyway, so Mythra is not a very deep character in her source. She's a tsundere. She's got that going for her. She's also she also has a split personality called Pyra, and she's also a sword.
I completely forgot about
I'm
the
sorry,
sword
back
thing.
the fuck up.
She is the Aegis, which is one of 3 legendary swords. One of the other swords is the main.
I'd give her my sword.
Of the game, and the third
Put it right in that boob window.
The third sword is Schultz Monado from the first game.
Oh, so this is the Monado's power.
Yeah, this is the other Monado.
I'd give her my sword. That way she can be really feeling it.
She is the sword, and she also holds the sword.
Where?
Huh?
Between the tits?
Yeah, look. Mythra is definitely a tsundere character. She straight up, she sleepwalks into the main character's room and falls asleep next to him. And then...
Asuka shit?
Yes!
She's, daring him to kiss her?
No. So she walks into his room, wakes up in his bed, and then she calls him a pervert and throws things at him. It is very anime. Hate it. She's a very tsundere character. A lot more aggressive and kind of bitchy in her source, which is not something that you might realize playing with her. She slept for a couple thousand years or something.
So does Rex react to this by being all super awkward and nervous, like a harem guy,
I've never played the game, but 100%.
A girl in my bed.
No, that would imply Rex has any personality to react.
Oh, does he just kind of stare at her?
He just kind of lets things get thrown, and then he said, "Oh, but you came into my room," and then she leaves. I hate him.
Wow,
okay.
I hate that almost. I hate that almost more than if he was the whole. Oh no, what's it mean it?
Corky, take a shot every time I interject with something that's not related to the conversation.
Yeah,
I will
fucking die if I do that.
Blitzed.
I will resolve myself to keep my anger towards Rex Xenoblade 2 until the end of the episode. But basically, I think
if you wanted a character that's a little bit off from the norm of shonen or whatever, just have her climb into her bed and Rex be like, all right.
Yeah.
Guess we're doing this now.
So I will steel myself and place my anger at the end of the episode. My point is, Mythra can be mean, or should be meaner. That's my thoughts on Mythra. She needs to be more like coffee, less like milk.
Oh, thank you for bringing that up, because I completely forgot about it. I was testing her with...
Are you saying
Emmy.
that she should be black?
No, it's just a phrase among the fan base, because spoilers for Xenoblade 2. I'm getting angry again. There's a part in Xenoblade 2 where, so Mythra is the alternate personality of a girl named Pyra. But Pyra is her alternate personality she made because, I don't remember, it's been forever since I played Torna. They're alternate personalities. Pyra is the nice half, and you meet her at the start of the game. And then you unlock Mythra, who's more powerful than me. Okay, Corky, I will let you get to that, or your final point in a sec. I just need to ramble about this because it makes me unfat. unfathomably angry.
Oh, but Joe will cut this shit out and put it at the end. Don't worry.
Oh, I'll cut out parts of it. I'll cut out.
My rants are going at the fucking end of the 4-hour podcast, not his.
This is related directly to Mythra as a person. Anyway, the fan base talks about Pyra and Mythra.
Hey, you want to talk about some Sonic soundtracks? Because there's a line about coffee.
Holy mother of God, guys!
Basically, the fan base refers to Pyra as milk and Mythra as coffee, because at a point the two they can like fuse together and combine their powers. And in order to avoid spoilers, they call that coffee with milk. It's really dumb.
I thought Pyra was offline.
And it's really dumb because you know how this power comes to be? There's a villain whose power is that he has full control over all supplementary particles. He can move faster than light. He can manipulate like protons and ions and shit at will.
All right,
and
so Sola returned to testing. Who wants to talk about that?
And he loses to the main character.
Do you want to talk about Sola?
Please.
I have one interjection to make real quick.
Go on.
What's up, Corky?
Joe brought up that she should be meaner. Or was it Spnanon? I can't remember.
That was me.
Okay, thank you, Joe.
Are you confusing our voices now?
Yes. Anyway, so I agree. And I figured that out because I was testing her with Emmy, and Emmy called her an asshole. And I was like, well, that's weird. Why would she do that? And I was like, oh, well, she must have the mean tag. And she does. And I scratched my head because I don't remember her ever coming across as mean when I played with her. So yeah, she should definitely be a lot meaner if she's going to have that tag.
My bottom line with that is that, you know, again, there's a lot of girls with armor and pretty faces. So you gotta do a little bit more than this. There's a lot of JRPG fantasy armor girls in this game.
Yep.
So what does she bring to the table?
I'll save my ramblings for the end of the episode.
Oh no, keep going.
So what do you think of Sola, Nmasp?
I've always liked Sola.
Did you just ask that to yourself?
Yeah.
Yes.
I've always liked Sola, and I think her new lines. No, I think Sola's new lines really.
She's a big girl.
For you, I think Sola's new lines really help her round her out. I think
What
the new model is.
If she takes off her hat, will she die?
I do wish she'd kept the hat. I think that was interesting. Even though
I guess
it was
Superfluous took that feedback to heart because now it's the first fucking thing she takes off.
I liked that she kept the hat, but anyway, so I think she's a good upgrade. I never thought there was like a ton wrong with her in the first place, but it's a good upgrade. I think the epilogue is a lot cleaner in terms of the mechanics of it. And the only kind of criticism I have is that the way Superfluous User tends to write his lines is he tends to do like a big bucket across like a bunch of stages rather than like, okay, there's 3 or 4 that can play at this stage, there's 3 or 4 that can play at this stage. It's like, here's like 15 lines that can play at any stage or something like that, right? So sometimes she can repeat things, and that's a little bit like, just, report them for being repetitive, but that's kind of what I got. I think it's a good change of pace for Sola.
All right, Mantis, what about you?
I really like her. I really love the model update. Her posing is incredibly on point, minus like a few things, but like those were a few things that I believe were already caught in her channel. So like an arm clipping off or something like that, but he's already on that, so it's all good. I really like the epilogue as well. Like, she's fun, honestly. The only feedback I have, and this is probably feedback that can't really be changed at this point, is I understand from her dialogue that she's supposed to be like an ENF sort of character, but her clothing strip order doesn't really make too much sense to me, I guess, because she takes off her entire uniform.
That's embarrassed nude female, Corky.
Yeah,
Thank
no
you.
problem. Sorry about that.
It means the embarrassed characters.
Yeah, basically the embarrassed character.
I think she's supposed to be like a secret pervert.
Yeah, I definitely got that sense as well, just with the whole shoving the thing in the vag kind of at the end kind of thing. So,
are you saying you haven't shoved up like a diamond up your ass?
well, I mean, I have, but like,
That's the only way I can get off.
pretty much. But like, it's sort of one of those things that it basically just explaining the whole taking off the entire uniform at once thing would make more sense, which I believe was also brought up in her channel, actually. So I guess that might be a moot point. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of Sola.
All right, I guess I'm next up. I think Sola's got. If I could describe her in one word, it would just be cute. Like, I think she's a really good cute character.
Yeah.
I don't have the luxury of knowing like which lines are new and which ones are old because I hadn't played with her a whole lot before she was kind of re-added to testing. But there were definitely some lines that stood out to me like, wow, that's a really good line. So I'm assuming those are the new ones. I don't really know for sure. But I definitely like where she's going. Not every single character has to be crazy and standing out all the time. So like I think she's really good at kind of filling up the table, like and just being kind of like almost like the straight man for some of the crazier, like wackier characters we have. I thought her forfeit was interesting and creative. So yeah, I mean, just kind of bottom line, I like her. I'm looking forward to seeing what more can be done. I think she would benefit from not necessarily a gimmick, but maybe just a couple things that like she does just a little bit differently. I kind of agree that it'd be kind of fun if she left her hat on longer. Maybe it's too late to change that now, but it would even be interesting if that was like the last thing she took off or something, just kind of to kind of poke fun at that whole gimmick that she had.
That's actually another thing. Sorry to cut in again. Her forfeit does come a slight bit out of nowhere. I think a little bit more lead up to it would be good, but maybe she just lost too quickly in mine, and I just didn't see the dialogue that set that up. So, anyways, that's just my tiny interjection.
Are you talking about the glowy thing?
Yes.
The Sayega.
Yeah. Well, maybe the artist should make it a little bit. I noticed it straight away that there was like a blue glowy thing there.
Oh no. What I mean is like, I know that that's there. I mean, like, set up for her doing something like that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it wouldn't be a bad idea. I definitely noticed as playing her that I didn't really learn a whole lot about her character, and as somebody who knows who nobody in this game is, it's always nice when somebody takes the time to kind of write the character out, so I kind of get the gist of who they are, even not knowing their material. With Sola, I didn't really get that quite, but
she's like Zizzo's rival. Zizzo being the other Legend of Dark Witch girl in the game.
I know that she's in the same thing, and not just because it tells me in the game, but she actually does look a little bit like. I think I don't know if it was the same artist, but whoever did the art did a good job of actually making it look like Zizzo. So I knew it was in that same that same source, but I don't even know if she mentioned Zizzo in the game that I played, and maybe if she doesn't necessarily have to talk about her all the time, but I guess if it was just a little bit more apparent of what she does in her source and like what it means to her, it would be nice.
I don't think Zizzo and she are like really that closely related.
I think Sola is a boss, and
Yeah, I think she's just like one opponent for Zizzo to face.
I've played the first game and I had no idea what their relationship was by the end of it.
I don't think they really have one.
It was also very difficult, and I was super bad at it, so I never finished it.
All right, Spnanon, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I agree with the feedback so far. Model's definitely an improvement. I posted on the feedback summary like the sickest burn on her basically was why doesn't she take that badger off her head? So
I like the hat though.
Took that to heart apparently.
The hat's really good.
Now I can see what her actual hair looks like compared to the hat. I think this is like a Brendan situation from Pokemon, where like parts of the hat that a lot of people thought were hair. That's kind of
Jotaro hat.
Yeah.
Jotaro taking his hat off is the most out of character thing in SPNatI.
He could like try to take it off, but it's just his hair. It's like Bayonetta. It's just weaved its way into a hat.
Like that moment in Matilda when it's glued to his head.
Mm-hmm.
Jotaro's hat comes off of him like once ever, and it's because he gets punched off of his face in the desert.
Wow.
It does happen when you get punched in the face.
That's
Does.
bad
In
because
the desert.
you want a hat in the desert, even if you can't stop time.
He can't stop time yet.
No.
No, not yet.
Wait, he
No.
can stop time?
Yeah,
At the
Jotaro
end.
can stop time for like 7 seconds.
Now, if you stop
Huh.
time, how can you breathe or see? Because the light's not moving into your eye.
Oh my god, stop.
It's
You're
implied.
overthinking it.
It's implied that it's not stopping time. It's just slowing down everything else.
He's not overthinking it.
Where it
Because-
is almost stopped.
In My Hero Academia, there's a character who can't see when he uses his power. It's not stopping time, but it's going through things.
Anyway, do you have more time, or do you have anything else to say about Sola?
I think this was focused on an art update, and her art is definitely improved. I don't think her dialogue's any different. Is it?
No idea.
There's a few more lines.
Mm-hmm. I always thought, like, compared to Zizo, yeah, she kind of fades away a little bit. She kind of has the Jane Doe thing going on too, where she makes some passive comments, but at least it makes sense for her to be passive. So yeah, I'd like to see a little bit more about who she is. Either that or just be sexier. One or the other, or both if you're really good.
I agree. The new art update is pretty good. She's a lot cuter now. You can see where the hair stops and hat begins. Shout out to that one dude who sent in that feedback. He was popping off when she got that new model.
Yeah, he was really, really excited.
Yeah. So, looks like that. I expect that he'll probably do better in the next resort with that new model.
Did all the characters with new models end up doing better?
Pretty
Feels like they did.
emphatically, yeah.
Because we had a lot of them.
Not all of them.
Really?
I mean, Latte only went up by like 4.
Yeah, she was robbed.
Somebody's
Her?
got to be robbed. I mean,
someone's got to be robbed.
Most of the roster is pretty good now, so you got to go below
Yeah.
somebody.
Well, exactly. I'm content with being in the middle.
Hey man, you don't have to be. You don't have to be second fiddle to Akko.
I don't think I'm ever beating Akko.
You can
better
try to sabotage
try.
her and drag her down.
That's the plan.
I did see in the contest there is someone who might want to work on another Little Witch character. So
Please tell me it's Amanda.
we'll see. We'll see where
So
that goes.
this will make 4 Little Witch Academia characters to 1 Kill la Kill.
That's
It's
right.
It's not going to be Amanda though. It's going to be Susie.
you can hear how their
Mantis,
selves.
what's with the
soul.
orgasm noises?
No, it's
It's
a
not,
big
it's-
It's pain.
It's no Mantis. Would you like me to explain it
Yeah,
for you?
You did not sign
I
up for
know
this
exactly
when you
what
made
it is.
one.
It's the I'm done with this character update. Wait a minute. I've heard rumors that people are working on characters from my same source. It's that. It's my Hanako.
What ho? They've been released. No, because more than likely what's going to happen is I'm going to end up on the team that will be making the new Little Witch.
Oh, you're not.
Oh, thank fucking God.
You're
All
not.
right.
Don't worry. I got you.
It's because I have taken almost a month and a fucking half to finish the Croy Latte goddamn interactions. Admittedly, I am a slow fuck. But, oh.
I'm surprised that Susie
Yeah.
isn't in the game already, to be honest.
He's a lot like Tharja, who did just get in the game though.
That's
Yeah.
why I don't like like franchise mates, another thing is just leftover trauma from Maya and Jura.
I feel
Never
it.
again.
I feel it. I don't know. I feel like if I have to if somebody else is doing half of it, then I think it's fine. Because like when I was targeting Akko with Croy, it wasn't that bad. But because I'm doing it like it's so much more work.
Okay, yeah. It's hard to pretend to be two people and write both of their responses.
Exactly.
But I guess that's what any writer who like writes a book has to do all the time. I mean, they got to write 10 people talking to each other.
Yeah.
We get spoiled only having to write one character at a time for most of our interactions.
Yeah, and they don't even necessarily have tits at the end.
Unless you're George Martin.
In which case, always.
I just learned the other day.
She walked breastily across the room.
Oh.
I learned the other day that in Karth and Game of Thrones in the books, they like in this little city they have a style where they always have one boob out, and they wanted to do it in the show, but they decided that it was just going to be too distracting for the audience, so they didn't go with it.
Does it have to be like a
Cowards.
certain boob, or can you pick either one?
I don't know. I haven't read it.
Is it like all the left boob on the west side of town?
Maybe it's
You're gonna get your fucking ass kicked if you go up with the right boob.
Oh shit, she got left boob
yeah,
out. She's
maybe you're making a
badass.
statement based on which boob you got out.
This is the right boob side of the tracks.
We don't like you left boobers over here.
It's the classic left Twix, right Twix debate.
But if you get both tits out, then it's public indecency.
Yeah.
Yeah, and actually, yeah, now we need to take you in.
Speaking of indecent, how about Tharja?
Tharja. I really like Tharja. She was a little bit like, I'll be honest, like usually the first time I encounter a character is when I'm opening them up in the character editor, not when I'm playing them live. So I was like, oh boy, this is a character that looks interesting. I should target her a whole bunch. And then I'm like, oh god, how does this character work? But then I played her a few times and I had Floor explain how she works. And I actually really like her. I think that she's a character archetype that's, this is in defense of Fire Emblem. I think because it's such a wide franchise, there are so many different characters that you can include, and
I've noticed
she is like to go like with like Larshell and Tharja. It's like they're very different than a lot of the other Fire Emblem characters, and like Katria is probably the best version of herself, and Florina is also really good. Like the Fire Emblem characters are generally really strong. Like Rinka is too, but it's like it would be nice to mine these from other sources. But Tharja herself is very, very good. Like I really like her, and I think that she adds a character archetype we haven't seen yet, and it's just nice to have that. I like her a lot. The art's good, the writing is good. She targets people a bunch now, which was kind of a weakness at first. So it's good. I like the character archetype she represents.
Yeah, I gotta echo Nmasp's thoughts. She's really good, honestly. She's got a great model. Like I really like the unique sort of personality. It's sort of yandere, but like not like stabby yandere, which is good, I
just
guess.
hexy.
She does say stabby, literally.
Well, she might get stabby. I don't know. I haven't played her epilogue yet, so she might get stabby in there. And like she's just, I don't know. She's just a really good character, and I also gotta echo Namasp's sort of things there, where I'm just amazed. Floor, like this is his first character, and he is doing some really crazy, weird stuff with the CE that I don't even do when I make a character. So
It's the new generation, man. They're just used to it.
Could you like give an example?
Well, okay. I mean, just give me like 3 seconds. Like he posted a screen cap in the channel when I was talking to him about some stuff. Let me see if I can bring that on over.
I'm very grateful to Floor. Not sure if he's listening to this. If he is, hey Floor.
Hi, Floor.
Glad you made Tharja. Thank you. You're going to be carrying the rest of Team Fire Emblem next round. Next resort.
Is Tharja that popular?
She wants the player's dick, and people want that.
Oh.
There are popularity polls for the Fire Emblem games. Tharja is, I believe she was either the first or second highest rated character in the poll for her game. She was so popular that they brought her, they reincarnated her. That was their explanation for having her show up in another universe. That she was so in love with the player, not the main character, the player, that her soul reincarnates.
For Tharja so loved the player that on the third day she rose again.
And then for the
Fire Emblem 316.
For the Fire Emblem, there's a gotcha game.
That is an oddly specific case that Mantis just shared with us.
Yeah, that's what I said, Corky. I was like, he showed this screen cap, and I was like, what the fuck? Why are there like 5 conditions to this? What in the fuck are you doing?
If there is one character that is finished and half of a character that has
it's so intricate. It's really amazing for someone's first character, like the level of detail that went into this. Like it's fantastic.
Like absolute kudos, honestly.
I do
Everyone's
not have the
just
patience
always
to
walking
make
on
something that
floor.
specific.
Okay, so let's see here. Yeah, there was for the Fire Emblem Gacha game, there was a thing where you could vote, and it was a contest between every character has appeared. There's more characters now. Some games have come out since then. There are 791 characters that you can vote for. And you know what happened? Tharja placed third. She placed.
Sure. Who was first?
Well, she placed third. Oh wait, let's see. So they have it ranked weirdly. She placed third for the females. Let's see here. Overall, she placed fourth. First was Lynn.
Fair.
Second was Lucina.
Yeah.
Okay.
Third was Ike.
So Smash characters.
And fourth was Tharja.
Oh
Yeah.
boy.
So I'm just gonna tell you something. Here's what happened. Like, here are the numbers. We have Lucina with 42,875 votes. And then below her is Ike with 33,871 votes. Then below Ike is Tharja with 29,540 votes. You know who's below her? Roy. Also from
boy.
Smash Brothers.
Oh, he's our boy.
With 28,982 votes. So, yeah, she's very popular among the Fire Emblem community.
Basically first if you're not counting Smash Bros.
Yeah.
And probably by a landslide too if you're not counting Smash Bros.
So she'll be a very strong asset for Team Fire Emblem next
Especially
week.
with an epilogue.
Yeah, which Metalatar and Pat are helping with.
Oh Jesus Christ! It's like
That's not even fair.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, right?
Team Fire Emblem is already super fucking strong.
And Metalatar made her model. Like, how much help can you get from the best?
God.
That's strong.
Yeah, Fire Emblem, like, lol, another Fire Emblem character. Like, Fire Emblem has some of the most consistently strong characters in the goddamn game. next to, I think, only Street Fighter. Oh, actually, and Doki Doki and Fandra. Okay, maybe there's a few other franchises, but no franchise has this many that are this quality.
When you say consistent, what do you mean?
From
Because
different people too.
Yeah, all from different people too. And
I
when
wouldn't consider Doki characters to be really consistent because it's such a short thing.
What I mean by that is, that's true. I guess Fire Emblem's the only one with 4 or more characters in the game, and all of them are pretty freaking good. Like, even Corin M, who's like the weakest one, is still pretty solid.
I think a lot of people miss Corin M.
Seems
Yeah.
that way.
Sorry, Corin F I meant is still pretty solid. Corin M.
I
is
like Corin F. I think Corin F is like fine. Like,
I
she's just
need
a
to
little old.
bully. I almost said Misty. Wow. I need to bully Nessie into updating her harder.
Yeah, you should.
Or just showing up more.
He's been more active.
Yeah, it's good to see. I missed him.
But yeah, Tharja's a good.
All right, Corky, what are your thoughts?
I would agree. I think Tharja is a hilarious character. I mean, I don't know if it's supposed to be funny, but I just can't help but just crack my ass off when I'm playing this game and another character is stripping and she's like, "No, I don't want the player to see them." I don't know. I just thought that was hilarious. I do think Floor should get more character because people are always walking all over him. I was supposed to have like a little drum sound effect, but it didn't load on my phone. It's clicking off. So, story of my life.
Shot.
I can understand why you wrote Emmy a lot better having been on the cast with you.
You have a very Emmy personality now that I think about it, don't you?
I guess it fits then.
Yeah.
So I just really like the creativity that Floor did with the writing here. I wouldn't really have liked this kind of character otherwise. I've never been the kind of person that's really been like into the character that's just obsessed with you, but it works with Tharja just because she's so damn over the top and funny with it. Kind of like Natsuki, but Natsuki does like a different route where she's just kind of like cute with it. Whereas Tharja just has no concern over what she looks like. She's just like, it's just so funny.
Tharja's like, give me the fucking dick. Like, fuck all
yeah.
these other, like, what are all these other hoes? Hose mad is basically just Tharja the whole time.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Well, and seeing how crazy Floor got with the case, with the character editor stuff, it makes a little bit more sense for how well the lines fit every scenario that I was in, even though I only played her for one game, like right before this podcast. I noticed very quickly that like she responds really well to different scenarios. And one that I really liked in particular that I wrote down because I thought it was so damn funny was when she took out a book and was going to do this spell. And I was like, okay, what's this spell going to be? And I can't remember exactly, but it was something like, I'm paraphrasing, but it was like, hocus pocus, take off your clothes. Like, I don't know. It was just really funny. So, yeah, great work. I'm really glad that she's in the game. Her sponsorship was well-deserved. And I wish that I had been a little bit less focused on development so that I could have actually sponsored her myself because I really like the character.
All right. Spnanon, what about you?
I'd like to point out that it's been 90 minutes and we're still on the characters.
It's
the
new characters.
fine.
That's what happens when you have 5 people.
fine.
Well, it's also what happens when we go on a 35-minute tangent about Fire Emblem, or
Well, that's just necessary.
Xenoblade. So,
What do you think this podcast
okay,
is?
I've been holding back on the
God.
Xenoblade.
okay, are we moving on to the?
Yeah,
Q&As?
don't bring it up. Don't bring it up.
No, we're gonna let Spnanon talk about Tharja.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you forgot about me, right?
No.
There's so many of my clones here. It's hard to keep you all straight.
Hey.
Yeah, so 2 episodes
Hey.
ago, I think I bitched about her like as a character choice, just Tharja in general, back when we were calling her Tharja.
Have you warmed up to her?
Not really.
Wow.
Well, my main complaint was that, because she's so obsessed with the player, whenever something's not happening there, or when it's not the player's turn, she's just like kind of bitch moaning and complaining, and like nothing's ever going her way, and she's just kind of miserable. But I can at least say that getting more creative with that, which it seems like Floor is getting more sophisticated with the idea, is definitely a good start. Really turning up the whole like hatred of everybody else and sort of making it like almost a parody of herself, or flipping through a book furiously to try to hex somebody. That's at least interesting. So I can forgive it a little bit more. Other than that, fantastic model, fantastic artwork. I'm excited to see what an epilogue can be, especially from two of the masters.
Well, Floor's super excited about it, so you know that. I'm excited to see it just for as excited as Floor was making it. I've seen so many posts just in the epilogue thing about it.
He's already pushed it, and it's been a day.
Like, he was just like, hey, I think I'm going to make an epilogue. Okay.
Oh my god, I love epilogues now. I need to push this.
This is just like, it's just like we need to keep him away from the Colombian black tar.
Well, remember, this is like, you've been writing this character for so long, it's a lot of foreplay, and then you finally get to fuck her. And
that
who
ties
wouldn't be
into a
excited?
question later.
So that's my thoughts. Haven't changed too much, but I think she's definitely playing into what she's going for in a more interesting way. So yeah, yet another Fire Emblem character, but it's all right. I like what she's doing now, and Floor is definitely a really attentive dev, and he has a good attention to detail, and she's very hyper aware, which is a good thing to have when when you're trying to focus on the player like that.
All right. I am similar into Spnanon in that my thoughts haven't changed much either. In that I completely disagree. I'm glad Tharja got made. And that's how she is in canon, and I think she's good. She is going. I am a betting man. I'm not going to pretend like I'm not. It's a very serious problem. I would put money that she outperforms the entirety of Team Fire Emblem.
Okay, I'll take you up on that bet.
$5.
$5. That sounds
all right. So she's gonna perform. She's gonna do better than the rest of Team Fire Emblem.
I'll even. You know what? I'll say if she gets more votes, not even if she does better. If she gets more votes than people in Fire Emblem, the other people in Fire Emblem, I will send you $5.
Oh yeah, that's what I meant. All right.
Ooh.
Bet.
That's a tough bet because Florina's really fucking
right,
good.
Right. That's why I'm being kind of erring on the side of like I could be completely wrong, and it's also $5. Like it's also $5.
Yeah.
Like whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
You're underestimating the new character thing too.
You're also underestimating the power of Tharja.
Very true.
Well, I look forward to you taking my $5.
And I feel like I have no excuse for not having written lines to her from Rinka, because the character that she reincarnates into is like, okay, so Rinka leads the Flame Tribe in her game, and there's a Wind Tribe within that same nation. She can interact, and even if you so desire, be the mother of the person that Tharja reincarnates into. So, there's a ton of goofy shit I can get away with that I haven't even started. And I have no excuse for not doing that goofy shit. I should do some goofy shit.
Do some goofy shit.
If there's anything that you take away from this podcast, it should be what Joe just said.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do some goofy shit. I'm excited to write lines to her. I should have done that forever ago. That's all I've got to say. And that leaves us with the Masquerade event coming up. Nmasp, you're a mod. How about you go over that? However much
so the teams we picked are
Ooh.
Yeah, so we have 29 entrants so far, so we're just kind of pairing people off. It's actually been really even. We have 1 novice for 2 kind of veteran creators, and we sort of paired people off based on what they were interested in and what the mods have observed people's strengths as. So for instance, like if you have like someone who's a little slower, we tended to pair you with someone who's either around that same pace or faster, just to kind of keep things going.
Oh, thank God.
But it's it's going to be like an 8-week contest, and each week there will be different objectives for people to hit. So, and we feel like that's probably a good chunk of the year to take up. And by the end of it, you should have a character that if not past testing, at least in testing, if you follow along.
So, about how many characters do you think are going to end up?
I'd say probably like that actually get finished. I'd say probably between 5 and 10. And to narrow it down beyond that is really just a question of, who kind of sticks with it and who sort of is like, you know what, I'm not really feeling it.
How many new creators have entered?
Well, like I said, it's about 1 new creator for every 2 established creators. So
About 7, isn't it?
yeah, that's about right. And then there's a few people who are entering as solo contestants, and you don't know what's a team and what's a solo contest. So.
Oh, really?
Yep.
So, like, that's interesting.
So who knows?
That's actually really cool.
Mantis, or Nmasp, do you have anything else you wanted to say about it?
Nope. Just keep an eye out for the weeks to come, and I'm sure we're going to see a lot of really cool ideas. What's also nice to see is that it's like you get to see kind of the things that people are interested in, what kind of drives them to make characters, and you can put them together in ways that are like, oh, here's a group of 3 people that really liked Star Wars, and yet we don't have a Star Wars character. Let's put them in a group and give them some direction on that.
So there's going to be a Star Wars character.
Well, we'll see. It's like we kind of tried to pair people. Like people have a really eclectic set of tastes, and we just try to pair people up in ways that were like, this makes sense. So, for instance, like if you listed Pokemon on your profile, we have a new creator with a Pokemon in his username, and we're like, well, he didn't list Pokemon, but it's a fairly good shot that that's something that he's experienced with.
You get a distinct sense I know exactly who that person is.
It wasn't me, actually. Wait, was it? It might have been.
So I will say that there are 4 moderators in the contest that have been paired off in various ways. So
it's you, Cog, Viz, and Pat.
Maybe.
Arndris.
Or it's not.
It's
a mystery!
I don't feel like it's Arndris because I feel like he's still working on a.
I guess you won't know until we get there.
Oh, he's so coy.
Anyway, Mantis, did you?
That's me.
Have anything else?
Well, I'm just super excited for it. I cannot wait to see who I end up getting paired with, and I can think of a few even people that if I end up with, I have a pretty good idea what sort of character we're going to end up making together.
I will say that, like, there are a few teams that I just looked at and I'm just like, oh, please, this could go wildly successful. And, I think every team so far has been very, very strong. Like, there's not a weak team here that I'm just like, not for me. Like, these are all good groups of people.
Alrighty. Corky, do you want to?
Yeah, sure. I already said earlier how excited I am about this. I think it's going to be a whole lot of fun for everybody involved. It's the whole idea of nobody knowing who's working on the character. It's just such a fun little twist to add on to it, especially that there are going to be some solo teams and you're not going to know that they're solo. Like, imagine if somebody just makes a really kick-ass character and at the end people are like, holy shit, that was one person. That's going to be really cool. One thing I want to ask Nmasp real quick, a question that I have, just to make sure I have kind of the right idea of how this is going to work. So, from my understanding, we're going to, once the teams are assembled, each group is going to basically pitch their ideas to each other. And then they're going to kind of have their own ideas ready to go, and then they're going to kind of announce those to the community. Is that how it's going to work?
So the way this works is you guys get in your group, and you can basically be like, hey, here are the ideas I had. But you don't have to stick with the 3 that you pitched. It's just kind of like, these are the best ideas you had. It could be like, I don't know, the 3 of us get together, and we're like, oh, wow, we pitched all these different ideas, but what we really want to do is we really want to make, Sans Undertale or something like that, right? Like, and then
He's already in Smash. Does he need to be in SPNatI?
Yes. He needs the Smash. Sans Undertale ever gets made for SPNatI, he needs the Smash Brothers tag.
Oh, Christ.
So
we're all living in the bad timeline, right?
We're living
this is the one that other people talk about and be like, oh, that'd be fucked up.
We're living in the only timeline worth living in.
That is wrong for so many reasons.
Smash.
Basically, then the team of whatever size team you have, because some teams are bigger than others, and you will pitch 3 character ideas in the contest channel and be like, hey, this is the mask, whatever, and these are our 3 ideas for the characters we want to do, and just kind of gauge feedback. But that's more of a formality. Like, if you guys are like I am 100% making, we as a group are 100% on board with making this character, you can just pitch the other 2 to see if it's a good idea, and then you can kind of rock out as you will. Then each week we'll have okay, these are the goals for where your character has to be, and by week 3 they should be on testing. So and then while they're on testing, you can kind of iterate as you need to.
All right. So Corky, have you entered the contest?
Well, if I gave you an answer, then that would be kind of counterintuitive to the whole.
You already did earlier.
No, I didn't.
When we were talking about upcoming projects.
Oh shit! Wait, I'm not in the contest.
You're right. I was lying. Like a liar, just to make you think that I was.
I think he's in the contest.
Any other things you want to say about it?
That about sums it up. It'll be kind of interesting to see. I think this kind of gives us an opportunity to just go crazy with stuff because
you're not accountable to anyone. So just
exactly
whatever your instincts are, just throw them out the window and come up with something that's fun and easy. I will be disappointed if we don't get some really weird concepts in the game as a result of this concept.
Right. It feels like the pressure's off because if you're making a character by yourself, it's kind of, especially for me, with the first character, I didn't have any idea how people were going to respond when I put Emmy on the testing tables. That's why I waited so long to put her on. I think she had 900 lines or so before I even told anyone that I was working on her, just because I just didn't really have any idea how people were going to react. So
everybody's happy except for Joe.
And I was pleasantly surprised because I didn't really know what I was doing, and especially because when I've gone back and revised some of the first lines that I did, I was like, "What the hell was I thinking with this?" But it was super encouraging, and I think it's going to be easier just because I've already kind of had a character under my belt, but also because I'm going to be working with people that have their own experiences, and because we're on a team and because it's just this short little fun contest we're doing, we can kind of do whatever we want, and if it sucks, it's whatever. It was just a fun little thing we tried, and it's not really gonna. I feel like the opportunity is just so open. The sky's really the limit.
All right. Now, what about you?
What kind of character do I struggle with?
Huh?
We're still talking about the Masquerade contest.
Yeah.
Oh, you went off topic. I have to go take a shot now.
Sorry. Somebody's texting me and I need to fend them off.
I'll be back.
It's fine.
And saying okay.
So just your thoughts on the Masquerade contest? Are you entering?
No.
I didn't think so.
I got so much shit to do that, like, I haven't even updated my regular characters. You expect me to suddenly start making another one? I'm just trying to polish off a model for Fubuki that I've been working on for like a year, off and on. So, yeah, but I'm really excited to see what comes out of this. Like, I think it's a great idea from the mods to, generate some more interest, get it to be like more of a community effort again. Drum up interest, get more users on the Discord, see more people on the subreddit, so it's not really as much of a ghost town and people just asking how do you get Natsuki's epilogue.
Yeah, I mean, this contest has been a long time in the making, and it serves a lot of different masters.
Yeah.
So
I think it's a great idea. And
I
hope
new people are the lifeblood of this game, man.
For real.
The old days had a lot of community-built characters. Now it's normally just one or two people doing it.
And also, can we appreciate how, because we basically don't have a space cap anymore, that allows us to actually be able to do this contest?
Yeah, pretty much. Yep.
Because I think if we were still...
No, it's still a bad thing.
We would not be able to do this contest, period.
I think, like, the conversation about, like, the space caps is an interesting one, but I'm here to talk about Rampart.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. What do you think of Rampart?
I don't know. I don't think it was his best work.
Fair.
What?
What?
Don't worry about it.
It's a clone thing.
It's a clone thing.
So for me, it was super difficult to just not enter the costume with the intent of lassoing somebody into making a Xenoblade X character with me. It took a lot of willpower. I think I'm a pretty big guy, a good person for not doing it like that.
Doing what?
Just roping somebody into a Xenoblade X character with me.
Well...
But I still want to.
There was a lot of requests for sci-fi and stuff like that, so we'll see what happens in this contest.
I'm pretty sure that the way I worded it was, yo, I'll just make art for whatever the fuck you want. So I'm okay with picking a more niche or obscure or weirdo choice. And I hope we get at least one weirdo, like, who kind of character, that nobody's ever fucking heard of. I want one.
That's
I want
everybody
one.
for me. That's like every character in the game for me.
I want one character that's just nobody knows.
Leafy.
That's what I want out of it. Never mind. I changed my mind.
Go back.
Oh, somebody knew Leafy.
Yeah. Okay. Questions and answers.
Making a good Leafy now, actually. But yeah, anyway, sorry.
It's been 2 hours.
Woohoo!
There were 3 characters on testing.
Yeah, Nmasp has to get married soon.
All right. Question 1. What kind of character would you struggle to write the most? Nmasp, how about you start us off?
I'm really bad at writing mean characters. Like, Natsuki and Marinette are probably as mean as I can go, and anything
Nmasp, you are a meme.
No, mean. I know I'm a meme. Like, my whole life is interesting, but so I think I have a really hard time writing mean characters.
Would you like to enter under my tutelage?
No. Did you enter the Masquerade contest?
No.
Well then, shut your whore mouth.
Damn.
God.
Would I be under your tutelage? Would I be on your team?
No, it's a union of equals.
Nmasp
Union of
But you hate unions.
It's a it's like a gay wedding. It's a civil union. So that's basically. I just really struggle writing characters that are kind of assholes for no reason. Like I could never write Revy. But that's okay.
I mean, you had Marinette call her a cunt.
Damn.
That's because it's Marinette and Revy. Like you have to have something like that, otherwise it's like too serious.
I don't know. Like, she doesn't really target her a whole lot otherwise. Well, it's mostly about her guns.
I need to revise Marinette a whole bunch, so she's not going to be like an entirely new character, but there's going to be a lot of changes when she gets back onto test.
To targeted dialogue?
Yeah.
Oh, gee, thanks.
Just for you.
Rip.
Just for you.
For you.
All right. Did you have more?
No, that's it.
All right.
Why don't you like mean characters? Or why can't you write them?
I don't know. I just have a hard time doing it.
Do you just not want to make people sad?
No, I just don't know how to I don't know how to do it in a way that is appealing to play because I don't know. I feel like I don't control. I feel like I have a really poor regulation when it comes to that sort of stuff. So it's just easier for me to be nice because if I'm mean, it's not a fun time for anyone. So it's just easier for me to be nice.
It's a fine line to walk across because if you go too far, then nobody's just gonna like the character. They're just gonna be unlikable.
Yeah. Yeah, Streaming Chan. Why the bully? So that's what I got, really. Respect for people that do, just not for me.
Alrighty. Mantis, what about you?
I have a very, very specific example, actually, of a character I would never be able to write. Rin. Oh my god, I would never be able to write Rin. I have no idea how Rotom wrote Rin and wrote her on point, but my god.
Did her better.
Maybe Rotom is the guy that wrote her out.
Maybe. I would be impressed because it's better than that by a large margin.
My god. I will fully admit I take a lot of writing characterization shortcuts with my characters. I will fully admit that. But with a character like Rin, you can't take any of those shortcuts.
Definitely not, no.
You need to be precise with every single line that she's saying. And that just would be hell for me.
Rin was actually probably my favorite character in the first act of Guitar Sojo. But then when her route was the second one I did. I got Emmy's first, of course. But when I did Emmy's route, I was so disappointed because she went from a witty and not thoughtful is not the word I'm looking for, but I guess imaginative person who just always had something interesting to say, in the prologue, and then you get to her route and all of a sudden she's just, I don't understand anything anyone ever says and no one understands me, and I was just so bummed by that, and it was just strange. And I think Rotom's done a really good job of kind of hitting the best of both.
I 100% agree. Rotom has done a fan-fucking-tastic job writing for her.
Yeah, Rin's really cute and charming. I wish she had arms, though.
So you can hug her?
So she could hug me.
She hugs you in Katawa Shoujo, you would know if you played it.
Yeah, she can hug you. She just pushes her body up against you.
It's really awkward. It's really funny. That's the one good thing about her route.
It's very cute, though.
All right.
But yeah.
Corky, what about you?
Oh boy. I think the hardest character for me to write would be this is sticking with Katao's Shoujo. I couldn't write Hanukkah to save my life. I just wouldn't be able to write somebody who is just shy, and I couldn't make that interesting. I have to write a character that's confident, I think, and that's I think I was going to write that in my Masquerade thing, but I didn't because I wanted to kind of open my mind a little bit and try to kind of leave my comfort zone. But pretty much every character I suggested was still confident, so we'll see how that goes. But for me, it's easier to write somebody who's confident because it's easier to have them say what they're actually thinking, and that makes it a lot easier to bring out their character traits. I don't know how people can write somebody who hides their feelings and make it believable. To me, that's just too many damn levels.
Really insightful. I think that's really insightful, actually.
So I I give a lot of credit to people who are able to make that happen and still have their character kind of subtly come across. Because, for example, in Hanako's route, even in Kintaro Shoujo, you still know who she is, even though the entire like prologue, she's like trying to hide that she likes you, and like she's trying to kind of, her whole character is that she can't really speak to people because she's just so terrified of what people think about her burns. And the fact that you still know who she is just, kind of a testament to the challenge that she is to write. And I'm not at that level as a writer yet to be able to make that happen.
Yeah, a reserved character, it's always a struggle to make their dialogue both unique and interesting when there is so much that they will not say.
Is that your answer?
Emmy's easy.
I'm just feeding off of Corky's.
Yeah, Emmy's easy because whenever I think of, well, how would Emmy think of this? I can kind of go with whatever I want to write because Emmy would just say shit that she thinks. So it's just super easy to kind of get her feelings across without like, well, how would I help her hide this feeling? Like I don't have to worry about that. She would just say it.
Yeah, I think that is what's really nice about playing with Emmy is she's just like she will tell you exactly what she's thinking.
Well, that's how I am too, and it's a lot easier to write a personality that's similar to yours. It's just your mind can only do so much when you're trying to pretend to be somebody else. And if you have certain character traits or if you have certain life experiences, it's going to be a lot easier to write what you know than to write something that you just don't know about.
That's just artifice.
So I'm going to shut up and let Spnanon say his thoughts.
Hey, I'm here every episode, so you have less time to share your thoughts than I do.
I pretty much said what I have to say.
Yeah, I'm kind of the opposite of Nmasp. I don't like writing nice characters. I haven't really done that, other than Maya, who is occasionally nice a little bit if she likes you, which isn't often.
So not a nice character.
Yeah, so nobody else is like ever nice ever. Like we did that like character alignment poll, and all 4 of my girls ended up in snarky. Pretty easily snarky as opposed to kind. But that's definitely my type. I like them being able to get confrontational basically and like ask questions because I think that really facilitates conversations by throwing their own opinions out there. And you start to learn a lot about them then if they're basically sharing their opinions because it comes from the context of their world. So I want them all to be there just looking to start shit. To varying degrees. Maya is serious, Jura is kind of smug, Revi and Ryuko are really aggressive, but they're all kind of confrontational in their own ways. And just being like really nice and kind of sweet is what I think leads to that passivity. That makes dialogue kind of feel generic. And I fell into that trap with Maya a bit, but then I just kind of started making her a lot more like work focused and less sarcastic, more like asking a lot of questions. Because the questions that people ask says a lot about them. Even their willingness to ask like genuine questions in the first place. So yeah, just any kind of just like nice or sweet or embarrassed character is just something I wouldn't really want to deal with, compared to a character that can really just put themselves out there and has an agenda basically and knows what they want from the other characters. I want some assertiveness, because otherwise it's like it's you can't really be the focus. You can't drive a conversation otherwise.
Agreed. Completely.
Oh, while I'm talking about writing, there's a few other things that kind of bother me. One is like when people, I'm guilty of this too, but when they make like ham-fisted references to like characters.
The villain dealt these hands.
Yeah, and it's such a simple change to make that sound a lot more unique or sound a lot more natural when you're in a table full of strangers. If you say, okay, let's say your wife is named Samantha, right? And you're surrounded with you're with a bunch of strangers. you wouldn't say, "Oh, Samantha told me this." You would just say, "My wife told me this."
Depends on the character, I think, but I see what you mean.
That's kind of it's such a simple change, but that's all it is. It's still a source material reference because anyone who has seen the source is going to know what they're talking about or who they're talking about. But it just gives a little more context to somebody who hasn't seen the source. So you go, "Oh, this is their relationship." Now I understand what opinion they might have of them or someone who has that relationship to them, as opposed to it's just a name and they could be anybody to them.
If you can enjoy a character and you've never heard of the source, then the writer's done something right.
Yeah. So also, I mean, just being able to establish quickly what the character is about goes a long way towards that. Because then you only have to sell them on their attractiveness, like how good the model is, and then you'll kind of hook them with the writing. Also, assuming that the player is the dealer for some reason, it's like, aren't we supposed to be like ourselves, just a random patron of the bar?
Characters do that?
A lot of characters do that. Mythra does that.
She does.
Oh.
That's why I thought about it. It's like I know the cards are like coming from you, but if you're just a customer at a bar or a casino, they don't hand the deck to some chuckle fuck to start dealing.
Well,
because then they will cheat.
That's like an older thing. Like
I'd have to agree.
Like what am I, an employee? Like
yeah,
I don't know how to shuffle cards quickly.
I'll get good.
So like
because then it gives it makes the player feel like they're responsible for. I just don't like the player being the dealer either.
That doesn't make any sense to me. And besides, the dealer was GLaDOS in the original Poker Night, right?
It was.
It would be interesting if we had a specific character that was the dealer.
Well, Elaine's poses point to the owner, the Winston, like the guy who owns the bar, who actually is in the Poker Night games. I think he's from Monkey Island.
All right, yeah. I think he shows up in Elaine.
But I think the dealer is GLaDOS. I'm not sure. I know she shows up.
I need to play the actual Poker Night game. I've never actually played it.
They're fun. I think you could probably skip the second one just because the lineup's not as strong. But that first one's really fun. Especially with the heavy.
Heavy is spy.
And he's just like, oh god, what? Fuck, I can't remember his lines. But it's just stuff like, fool me once, my shame on me. Fool me twice, I am sent to my death.
Speaking of TF2 voice actors, have y'all seen the guy who does the Scout's voice? He has like a YouTube channel, and he just basically streams with people, and he'll just say whatever people want him to in the Scout voice. It's super awesome.
Can we get him to shill SPNatI?
Scout's great.
Probably shouldn't.
Dude, we have Miss Pauling.
We have that question coming up. I guess that's going to be my answer.
What's the question?
What male characters we would like to have in the game? Scout would actually be a good character for that.
Scout would actually be pretty solid.
I think I've seen a model around.
Well,
dude.
You did see a model. It was in Miss Pauling's epilogue.
No. I've seen a different model. I've never ever.
Yeah, you NTR the Scout, and it's like, why the fuck did you have to include that, Dranky? Couldn't I just have a nice night with Miss Pauling and not make it fucking mean-spirited?
No.
Dranky got a drank.
Why do you have to fucking ruin everything?
Spnanon, say the word. Say your catchphrase.
Scout would be funny, though, because he'd just try to hit on girls, be like, she gets her tits out, and it's just like, hey, you want a bucket of chicken?
It looks like Thursday's actually made one.
Yes, I knew it.
A bucket of chicken?
No, Scout model. We've gotten pretty off topic.
I like the one on the left. I love that one on the left.
Guys,
where's this bucket of chicken?
You want some chicken? Oh wow. You versus the Scout. She doesn't tell. You don't notice.
Jesus.
So, my answer for the question is, I feel like I could write every character or any character decently well, but if I had a time machine, I'd go back in time and punch myself in the face for trying to write Hanako. Because shy characters do not come naturally to me.
I could probably write Hanako if we want to just do like a fucking like child exchange here.
Childish.
I mean, that's what I thought that you were.
I was, but then I kind of like reneged on the deal, so Hanako is just waiting at the bus stop, just kind of.
No, I'll get to her eventually.
Ooh, I found Mantis's Lucy model.
Lucy? Susie.
Or Susie, sorry.
I'll get to Hanako one day. She just doesn't. She's not as fun to write. She's not as easy to write either. But at this point, if I don't, like, I'm gonna be carrying down Team Ottawa. So.
Is this another like mercy kill for the resource?
No,
is she gonna get Kira'd?
No.
It still blows my mind that she's the first Katawa Shoujo character that was put in.
Wait, is Kira back now? Kira got revived, right?
For the contest.
Yes.
The ambulance is on his way back. Don't worry.
Kira, I want Kira around, and he needs exemption from being included in the resort because we need a serial killer around. He just changes the entire tone of the game.
He's the one who actually cleans up when we need to do a call. We just
he's a fucking he's a screenshot machine.
Killer Queen already touched your roster position.
I just assumed that Gay Spaghetti Chef was the serial killer.
No, he's just gay and loves spaghetti.
He's just fucking gay, man.
A chef.
I'm not gonna give Hanako the Kira treatment. I'm gonna update, but
Gay Spaghetti Chef turns Ziti into rigatoni.
I do find it really funny that I am the only person here who really has probably written a more shy character.
Oh, I mean, I wrote Ochako and Marinette and...
True.
Ochako's not shy.
They're kind of upbeat.
Yeah, I guess like reclusive shy is definitely not something I've done a lot of.
Don't do it. It's not fun. It's not fun, and I wrote 2 of them.
Fuck, Joe, just give me Hanako.
Brings the game down, man. Like when I play strip poker, I want to see girls like excited to get those tits out.
If you want Hanako, I will. I make no promises, but
I've picked up so many characters. I probably can't, but I might.
Why can't I hold all of these?
Like, it's reluctant because I love Hanako, and I want to be able to get good at that kind of character.
I believe in you, man. You can do it. You got this.
I'm sure I can. It's just not going to be a fun process.
I feel you.
So that's my answer. Is shy characters. Next question is, since our guests have only made female characters thus far, what male character, if any, would you like to see in the game to work on? Nmasp, man who has never made a male character.
No, I just don't know where. I mean, I made 9S, so
you didn't. No, you didn't.
He just appeared from the ether.
Yeah.
Dude, you should work on 9S.
I don't want to.
I hear he's up for adoption.
Oh,
I hear he's up for adoption.
Oh God, I don't want to work on 9S anymore.
Don't.
But,
why not?
It's just not fun, and it's like. So the thing is, like, 9S comes from a period where there wasn't a lot of like fancy infrastructure to make him do the things that he does. And if I wanted to work on him in earnest, I'd have to go back and fix a lot of that stuff to be like more modern. And I don't want to do that. It's also like 9S is kind of fine as he is. Like, adding more targeted dialogue is not terribly hard, but it's also like I've just kind of run out of things that I want to say with the character. And also, like, a lot of the criticisms 9S gets aren't for his like writing; it's for his artwork, and I just have no intention of revisiting that. So, I think like also I'm working on 2 other male characters right now, so it'll be like, well, 9S is still at 2,200 or 2,300 lines, so I feel like there's a lot of mileage left in him. And if someone wanted to adopt him, that would be fantastic. But I have 2 other kind of characters coming up that will I fully intend for them to get regular updates.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
Mantis, what about you?
No, I was going to say, Nmasp, I have a great idea for a male character that you should write on.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah, that guy in your profile pic. I think that would be great.
You know, I think Jack could be an interesting addition to SPNatI. That's for sure.
Yeah, no, that would be great. You should definitely work on him.
You know what's really funny about that is his voice actor, I remember, commented on how acting for Samurai Jack was the easiest job he ever had, because there would be some other character that would give him like a 5-minute long spiel, and all he would have to say was, "Okay, I will find it," and then he was done for the day.
Oh, what a legend. Anyways, male character, I mean, Link, I have no idea what I'd do with him, but he just is the one that sticks out to me the most. Probably Breath of the Wild Link, and I'd probably just make him kind of an idiot. But
I think that's a good character trait for Link to have.
Kind of an idiot.
Yeah, like kind of just an idiot. Especially the Breath of the Wild version. Oh yeah, especially the Breath of the Wild version, because just the amount of stuff.
I also kind of feel like with male characters, like there's something they get asked for a lot, but you have to keep in mind that a lot of the writers are not like I think we don't really have like a lot of gay dudes writing dudes, so like the straight dudes are not going to write a ton of that, and then a lot
The
of
amount
them are lesbians.
Our male lineup comes from, let's see here. We had Zeus working on Captain America. That
Still working.
Happening, yeah.
Coming 2025.
We got Cog who made Pit, and that's a one-off. He's not going to make another dude. He just likes Pit a lot.
He wants to fuck Pit.
We have Thursdays, who is a lesbian working on N from Pokemon, and she also did Ryuji from Persona 5. Let's see here. We had Dranky, who it's impossible to know. We'll just never know.
How many straight women are working on this game?
Napsu?
Napsu. That's it.
Is that it? Wow.
That's it.
The smallest minority.
And she still made women.
Yep.
Napsu plays to win. That's the problem.
Look, like I mean, it would kind of attract lesbian women over straight women because there's so many girls.
I guess like the thing is with like male characters, like it's never like, oh, someone made a male character, hurrah. It's always like someone made a male character, and then like there's like 4 or 5 more dudes that get made in like a short period of time. Because it was like, here's Jin, here's 9S, here's Kamina, here's, like it was like dude apocalypse for a while there, and it's not a bad thing.
Dude apocalypse.
But it's like it's always like a series of dudes.
I got 2 dudes coming.
Oh,
Wait.
I can't wait till 2 dudes come.
I mean,
all over the roster.
They will make their presence known.
Like Kamina?
Yeah, but at least for me, I guess the male choices I choose to write are just more bombastic.
That's kind of like, I think adding Adrian should be a nice bone to be thrown to our people who'd like to see more guys, and then the anonymous contest prize should also be very. I hope will hold a lot of appeal for people, but we'll see.
It's going to be interesting.
Is it a dude?
It is a dude.
It is.
Oh, I have no idea who possibly it could be.
Yeah.
It's a mystery.
No idea whatsoever.
At least we can't call it mod abuse since I did it first.
Exactly.
All right, Mantis, what about you?
I've already answered this question. Link.
Right. Sorry, I forgot.
Corky. I know, we sound the same. Corky.
Well, we talked about Scout already. That was my cop-out answer because I haven't really thought about this a whole lot. I was trying to think of every time I think of a male character, I'm like, they'd be interesting, and then I'm like, oh my god, that'd be a terrible idea. Like, first things that come to mind, I just keep thinking of a bunch of My Hero Academia characters, because that's the only, like, fucking anime that I watch anymore. Other than, like, Naruto. Who wants a fucking Naruto character in the game?
Me.
At least in male.
Make
Oh my
Darway. Make Darway. Make Darway.
Naruto's characters are garbage. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I love.
No, you're
show,
absolutely right. There's like 5 good characters in that show, but those 5 good characters
Wow,
are fucking great.
So bad.
Make Kakashi.
Oh yeah,
Guys,
Kakashi's great, but I don't want to see him strip, man. Like, I had too much respect for him.
I do.
He takes off the mask and he has another mask.
I was gonna say he would keep the mask on.
No, it's filler. But in the show, he takes off his mask and he's got another mask on underneath it.
I
Okay.
wonder why a male character.
I know
in
absolutely
SPNatI.
nothing about Naruto. Does he ever take that mask off?
No.
No,
He does once. Yes, he does.
no, that's
He does
Photoshop.
it. He does it in.
It's Photoshop.
No, he does it. I mean, we all know it's all about Boruto's dad in the end, and he does it in Boruto.
Oh, he does?
Yeah, he has like a
Why
mole on
does
his face.
Boruto
I'm gonna spoil this for you guys and post a picture on Discord because
Wow.
It's gonna be like it's gonna be a picture of like the okay hand. Like he's gonna like we're just getting iced here. But I think like as far as male characters go, I wouldn't mind working on Bakugo just because like the horror and like the fucking rage that would.
I was just
incite.
about to mention him. Like, people shit on him all the time because he is kind of an annoying
Hey
character.
Corky, hey Corky, I got an idea.
No. Please. Please, it's like Yoko, but worse.
But I mean, he would be interesting to write because he's just pissed
I
off.
know he would be, wouldn't he?
Yeah. So I mean, if I had to do a male character, I mean that'd probably be one of my first choices. I was just kind of like, I don't know, and like I'm not really itching to see him naked, to be honest. Like, there is a spectrum on where you fall on the the straight gay bi whole thing, and like I'm like a 2 on that scale. Like, there's not a lot of guys I'm attracted to, but Bakugo's definitely not one of them. If you ask my sister, you'd get a different answer. But I swear to God, every woman that I've met who is a fan of the show loves Bakugo, and I do not understand it for the life of me.
Wait, you don't understand that like people just bitch about it endlessly, or what?
No, like any female friend that I have who watches the show, including my sister, they all like Bakugo. Like, and they can't even explain why they like him. They just do.
Chad Bakugo versus Virgin Deku.
Apparently, I don't get it, but that's just the way it is.
You may not like it, you may not like it, but this is what peak quirk performance looks like.
So, like, with Bakugo, I think he
I also
has
haven't
a
seen
lot
the
of
show. Is he just
potential.
like a dick?
Yes.
He's an asshole. Yeah.
Basically,
Nmasp, I want to real quick. Just let me interject. Nmasp, if you hand Ochiko to me and then go and make Bakugo, I will take that. I will take the 6-hour drive just to come up. And
Would I do
you'd probably combo me endlessly into the air.
More than likely.
You need to wait a year or 2 and spend those entire 2 years training, because then not only will you be strong enough, you'll also be out of my combo range. If you can leave my combo threshold, you can't get air comboed to death.
Anyway, Corky, what were you saying?
So Bakugo is basically, he starts out as the bully for the main character, Midoriya. He's like, kind of like the standard. He starts out as the weak kid who's just getting bullied all the time. He wants to be a hero. Finally gets to that point. And Bakugo, like, his whole character is insecurity because he's told his whole life he has this awesome ability. He can just make explosions. And everyone tells him his whole life how amazing he is and how great of a hero he's going to be. So naturally, if you grow up with that kind of praise all over you, you're going to be the cockiest son of a bitch that's ever lived. And that's what he is for a long time. And he can't deal with this one kid who's weak and never had an ability, like trying to help him out when he got hurt. Because to him, that's basically, he saw that as Midoriya saying, "You're weak, like, can I help you?" When he had good intentions, but that's just not how Bakugo thinks. So he just hates this kid for trying to help him because he thinks that he's just making fun of him. And it's actually pretty interesting. Where the criticism comes and where I kind of start to agree with it is that he kind of starts showing some growth when he learns more about Midoriya. Like he finally learns like how he got his power later on. And he starts gaining some respect for him. And it's really cool because you finally start seeing some growth. But if you're reading the comic at all, it seems like...
Comic?
I'm sorry, manga.
No. No, you're right, though.
It's a comic. Come on.
It's
Anyway.
a comic.
It's just a Japanese comic. But
It's a reverse
comic. Like it's more comic-y than a lot of manga are. So
it really is. That's probably
How so?
why I like it so much. It's inspired by Western superhero comics.
Ah.
It's
that's
Japan's Teen Titans.
yeah,
But
that's
it's,
a
but
good
it's
way of
not
putting
written by like 20 different people.
Right. It's honestly amazing that one guy is making the whole damn thing. But I digress. All Might his whole character is basically a parody on American superheroes. That's basically who he is. He's just the stereotypical American. He literally yells American cities when he punches people. It's hilarious.
United States of Smash is the coolest name for anything.
Only the big ones like New York.
A phone call is here.
LA.
Detroit Smash.
Or does he get down to like Intercourse, Pennsylvania?
No, yeah, no.
Oh.
Detroit Smash.
He has Detroit Smash. He has
Lansing,
California,
Michigan,
Texas
Carolina,
Smash.
Texas,
Sacramento, like
I think the Sacramento.
Jersey.
Des Moines.
The Sacramento Smash is just like a fifth of Jack and a case of
Is
Miller.
there
That's
anything
just
more-
a drink.
Is there anything more inspiring than Kansas City?
Kansas.
a
the
lot of
state.
things.
Probably a lot of things.
Kansas
All
City,
right.
located
No,
in
no offense to our
Missouri.
buddies in Oklahoma.
Kansas City is actually not. I've been to Kansas City. It's not like a place I would go to purposefully, but it was actually better than I expected it.
To kind of move this back on track, All Might would be super
Oh
fun.
my
right?
god!
Kansas
No,
City is one of those
please,
cities
no.
that everybody knows because of sports.
All Might would be
but then
fun because he has. he
Outside of
says
that,
really,
I never hear about it.
He'd be fun to write, but who wants to see plus Ultra Deck? I don't.
Let me
No,
like
I do.
No. Here's
anybody
here's
who
the
loses
big
All
brain.
Might is literally worse
Guys.
than them.
Guys, here's the big brain plays. You start him untransformed, and then he transforms for his forfeit.
He starts with Small Might, and then he grows
Yeah.
to Tall Might.
That's right. 200 IQ plays.
Do you have any other answers to the question?
I think I've rambled enough.
All right, Spnanon, what about you?
What was the topic?
Dudes making
That's
dudes for
right.
Smash.
Oh, right.
All Might for Smash when.
Oh, of course, I'd make Bakugo.
There we go.
Oh,
I answered this on like the third podcast, or maybe like the fifth or something.
it was
What?
Gordon Freeman,
It was Gordon
Okay.
Freeman.
so you wouldn't have to write anything.
I'm glad you remember because
do.
that would be a quicker mail project than a lot of other ones.
I don't have a great memory, but I do remember that.
So my answer really hasn't changed. You know,
Good
like
answer.
I like male characters in other. It's not like I just only like women, but this is a porn game, so that's what I want to see. You know, you got to play to your audience here. I'm struggling. I mean, if I wasn't gonna make Fubuki, I guess Saitama would be kind of funny.
Yeah.
It'd be weird though because he's playing a game and he's shit at games and always loses because he has no strategy because he never had to because he just punches things.
Yeah.
So you'd only ever see the side of him that's like super frustrated and yelling like at losing, and never like the dull like. Well, I guess he could react like incredibly stoically to like Amy shooting bullets everywhere.
Okay.
Yeah, just anything that happens. You know, Jotaro stops time. He's just like, why would you? Or he comes up with like a really mundane reason for why you might want to use that. It's like, oh, so you can get across the street faster, right?
I can steal pears from the grocery store.
Yeah. So I guess that'd be kind of funny. I know Yuri has like a model of Saitama, but of course she never did anything with it. So I guess that'd be pretty cool. Question is, how long does he last?
One punch!
It's just like one. It's
Jesus
just
Christ,
one.
you really are tone deaf.
I told you, dude.
But yeah, and you also have to wonder how big of a crater does his semen make?
It just ricochets like an Amy bullet.
Because Saitama can control his power a bit, but it's sort of like the old question of like, can Superman fuck Lois Lane without his semen like blowing out like a shotgun through her back? Because he can't control that. It's not a muscle.
Classic problems.
Kryptonite training weights.
It's like Spider-Man giving everyone cancer.
And even if it didn't do that, his sperm would be like insanely strong compared to a human sperm, so it would just like obliterate her entire uterus, looking for eggs. It would like dig through her.
It would dig for eggs.
I don't know how canon that is, but anyway,
It is
don't know.
100%
even if you do like in vitro fertilization, then you have like a Kryptonian baby, and as soon as it kicks, it's just gonna burst out of her.
What's funny is
Like
this
the
sounds
thing from
ridiculous,
Aliens.
but for comic book writing, this is standard shit.
No, Spider-Man actually gives people cancer.
Yeah, he definitely does. He does. That's a real thing.
That's real, yeah.
Like when he gave that upside down kiss to Mary Jane, she got like mouth cancer.
No, he has
Yeah,
Had to have her
radioactive
jaw
semen.
removed.
Spider-Man has radioactive semen. That's a thing that happens in comic books.
All right, well then wear a bag.
Yeah.
Man, this lead condom is really uncomfortable.
Not a condom, a bag. Go with just a plastic Kroger bag.
To answer the question, I've got two.
You'd make Spider-Man?
Just to have sex in with it, like in the suit.
I've considered making an Iron Man model, just because I felt like he might be a fun character because he's a flirt and super confident.
A Tony Stark or an Iron Man?
I feel like James Bond would be a
start
good
in the
choice.
suit. Start in the suit and then
Oh,
yeah,
God.
maybe Iron Man or Tony
It's
Stark.
so hard.
And it'd just be fun to write an ass, just somebody there to make an ass of himself and flirt with people, and be smug and shit. Anyway, but I ended up not doing that. Not really for any particular reason. I have two male characters coming up. Gundam Tanaka, Supreme Overlord of Ice. It took me forever to realize that I did not want to write a Chunibyo character. I needed to. This is something that I really should have done from the start.
Man, that's gonna be fun to write Megumin against.
Yeah, I absolutely. I am excited for that. I'm excited to write Gundam because he's his thing is that he Danganronpa. There's no magic in this world. So Gundam Tanaka really hypes himself up as if there were, and so having him interact with people that are actually magic will be fun. And the other male character I have, Dante from fucking Devil May Cry. And that's gonna be great as well. Halo's got a model. Dante's probably delayed a bit because we're gonna do Ochiko first. Dante will happen, don't worry. The devil trigger will be pulled. Next question is, it's funny, we've been going for about nearly 3 hours now. We're only on question 3.
Woohoo!
Even with all the ranting you're gonna cut out.
I'm going to move most of it to the end. A lot of people say they don't want to create a character that have no art/writing skills. What about the reverse? Do you think success in SPNatI creation would translate to success in other creative areas, or is it too simple? Nmasp, why don't you start us off?
Yeah, I think honestly the biggest kind of skill you can get from this is just learning how to build character responses. Like the reason why I got into SPNatI in the first place was I like really wanted to write dialogue because I was like, man, I'm terrible at having like interpersonal conversations with people, like in the context of D&D and stuff like that. So I think it's a really, really translatable skill. but I think like the other thing that you can get out of this is it's a lot of project management, and a lot of it's like knowing how to commit your resources in ways that are impactful, and just ultimately, you know, I think like it's not so much a skill, but something I really like about the community is it's generally very accepting, and unless like you really go out of your way to piss people off, like, you know, people just kind of appreciate the work that you do as long as you're trying. So I think, you know, for a creative environment, like getting that confidence can be a really good boost for people.
Alrighty.
Agreed. For me, I mean the skills a lot of the base skills you learn through developing for SPNatI are super easily transferable. Like I think for me the biggest skill I've taken away from making things is just patience, and just knowing that I am not going to be powering through this entire thing today. This is going to be like a month-long, 2-month-long thing I'm going to pick away at every so often, and just knowing and getting that patience to work on it.
Alright. Got more to say, or?
Not really.
Alright, Corky, what about you?
You know what people like? If you talk to a famous or successful artist and you ask them, "What I want to be a writer like you. What do I do?" Every time they will tell you, "Go sit down and write every day." If you want to be a good artist and you ask an artist how to be an artist and how to paint, they will tell you, "Go paint. Just do it, and you'll get experience. You'll get better at it." So, if you want to be a writer, it really doesn't matter what you're writing, even if you're writing for some dumb strip poker game. Like, just sitting down and actually doing it is going to make you better at it. So, of course, like if you're writing or making art for this game, it's going to translate outside of it. Anything that you do translates to things that you never would have expected. So yeah, that's put simply, that's my answer to that question.
Alrighty, Spnanon, what about you?
Yeah, Mantis and Corky, I definitely I agree with sort of the idea of you have to space out the work here. It's not just like you can't do it in a weekend. It's a continuous like revision. So being able to commit yourself to a project like that and constantly iterating on it, that's definitely like a trait of good artists. Constantly keep working at it and improving. So yeah, I think, you know, the overall volume of work here definitely goes to the writing overall. So you probably get more direct practice there. Because if you want to like draw or something, you know, Kisake is a pretty limited medium, and you certainly learn how to work with it, and you can learn certain aspects of like, you know, how to make a good pose in this very limited context of them only facing forward. But you can learn some basic art stuff. You definitely have to like practice. If you wanted to learn how to draw, you'd have to learn how to practice more specifically, and Kisake alone is not going to do that. But just you know, I've learned how to like some basic Photoshop skills from this game. You know, learning Kisake in general is just a good way to sort of like being able to take smaller artistic pieces and putting them together, trying to match like a reference in this very limited medium can generate a lot of creativity. So there's image editing. I've learned how to like, you know, work on a project like this, like Nmasp was saying. You know, I had to figure out GitLab and then Get Good and all this other stuff. So yeah, I mean, I don't think it would directly translate. Like you would have to practice new stuff, but it would certainly help you. And yeah, like if you love doing this, then you should definitely like try your hand at like other art stuff, because you know this game won't be around forever. But yeah,
At that point, I move on to new porn game to develop for.
we're all going to end up somewhere. Like there's going to be a market for this stuff.
A
And
second
just being able
poker game.
just being able to make a
Natty two.
being able to make an appealing character, you know, and getting that feedback of like people actually like my work, you know, that's something that's great for any creator. And you know, and with such a like a low bar because of like the sort of the crutch you get with the art. You know, it's a good like first step for like doing creative stuff. So you know, it's not that It's sad when people say, that they don't want to make a character because they don't have any art and writing schools. Like, this is a great place to learn some of that at a really basic level.
I agree. I've mentioned in a previous episode that my work in the community, like as a mod and as the editor of the podcast, helped me pick up some skills. But the game itself also, I've got a better grasp on understanding character design and making, and just even in my free time, I kind of like doodle stuff for fun. And I've gotten a better grasp on that. It's all anime weeb shit, so I'm sure that most people would just think it's just anime weeb shit and not give another glance at it, but it means something to me. And I feel like I've been able to get better at keeping characters consistent since I first got here. There are some old lines on Rinka that I feel like I need to hunt down eventually. I have Beta doing that for me. But with my newer characters like Kamina, he's a lot more consistent in his tone, so I feel like I've gotten better at doing that since starting. So, yes, I'd say that working on this game has helped just in general character creation and whatnot. Alright. Next question is epilogues. Player base now consider this mandatory. Nmasp.
I'd say the player base probably considers it mandatory, but I certainly don't. Like, I don't know. I think the setup is really important, but I'm not Metalitar. I think it's really hard for me personally to kind of make stuff that lives up to the expectation. So I'd rather people's imagination kind of fill in those gaps. So to me, it's like, well, you can do it if I think people like to see it. It doesn't mean that it's going to become a standard or people should really, be guaranteed it every single time. Like, just don't make an epilogue that just is there to screw with the player, and I think you'll get the results you want.
Alrighty. Mantis, what about you?
I agree with pretty much all the points that Nmasp said. I don't think it's should be an absolute thing that needs to be in an epilogue, but I get where people are coming from if they do think that, because an epilogue is basically supposed to give you something you haven't already seen in the game. We've already seen the character naked. We've already seen the masturbate.
Have you seen it in the woods though?
Oh, it's true.
You didn't see it in the woods from further away than in the game.
Oh,
so it's even less intimate.
Exactly. So the answer is obvious. You kind of probably want to go for sex, but I definitely feel like there are other scenarios that an epilogue can explore other than just you plow the person at that point.
Isn't it? Okay, in Yang's epilogue, right, you actually masturbate for her? So at least you're masturbating together. But then you come on her tits, but she's still zoomed out across the room. So holy shit.
It's because the player is Superman.
You've got some fucking brass balls. Or some nice Kegels to arc it across the room, and some good accuracy too. Damn.
Yeah. If there wasn't that massive problem that you just said, I think that would actually be a solid epilogue of a mutual masturbation. I think that's pretty good. But as you said, there's those massive problems. I definitely think sex isn't a necessity, but it's definitely the easiest thing you can do to sell an epilogue.
Oh fuck! Somebody just said that Emmy's epilogue. They didn't like how she smoked some weed.
That was That was I think Emmy's just a smash hit character. Really liked the epilogue. That was the funniest part, where it's just okay, well, the stuff is done, and then it's just oh, wait, what?
Don't you know that weed stunts your growth?
I thought it was just
makes your legs fall off.
I don't, I don't smoke pot, but I thought that was just like the funniest fucking thing because it's just like, you never get like an after credits. It's just like, okay, you finished, you're done. That's the end of the epilogue. But it's just like, hey, like it was enjoyable anyway.
I'm like Mitt
really
Romney.
funny.
I smoked weed in college, but I did not inhale.
What?
That's like a thing.
I tried one weed in college, and then I found Jesus.
Literally every politician says, "Oh yeah, I tried it, but I didn't inhale it."
All right.
Also, if I may say, I apologize. There's a bit of a storm going on right now. It won't come across in the recording, but if my power cuts out, I guess my power cuts out.
That's fine.
But then you'll die in the fish tank.
No,
There's no nutrients being pulled up.
I don't want to die.
It'll be like when Ritsuko turns on like the death switch, and then they all just like disintegrate. Spoilers.
Everyone got tanged.
No, that was later.
It
Oh.
all
That was just the Ray clones being all
returns
cut up.
to nothing. It all keeps tumbling down.
I don't know. What did you even do? Did it like change it to acid? Like, did it like reverse polarity and then they just kind of rip apart?
I guess.
Send an electric current through it that just kind of burst their bodies.
It's been a while since I've seen Ava. Great show. Anyways.
Mantis, do you have more to say?
Nope.
Corky.
Luckily, one Ray clone escaped and then went into the future.
In a different series.
Yes, the improved model.
We actually had 2 get out. One, they both ended up here. Hey, Corky, how about you answer the question?
All right, so my thoughts. I think if kind of building off of what Nmasp said, the whole point of the epilogue is to offer something that you didn't see in the game, and if that's not going to be something, if it's not going to be sex, like it should be something interesting, at least. Like I don't necessarily expect it out of an epilogue, but if you're not going to go that route, I want it to be completely crazy and off the wall, and I want it to be provocative in some kind of way. I want it to be something I wouldn't expect. When I did Emmy's epilogue, I wanted to basically not just do. I didn't want to just make like hentai scenes with text on it, because if you want to go jerk off to that, you can go find that anywhere. I wanted to give it actual substance, and I've always kind of had a pet peeve for like how sex is represented in any kind of media. Like they never show you like the awkward parts of it, and Katamo Shoujo, interestingly enough, actually made an effort to kind of show how awkward it was, and even the guy who wrote Emmy's arc talked about it, and when there was like an interview that he did with somebody, and that was a point he set out to make when he wrote the scenes for Emmy. He wanted to show like the awkward parts of it. So I kind of wanted to do the same thing. I've noticed that, like, for example, none of the epilogues show you what happens afterwards. Like if anyone's ever actually been romantic with somebody, they know that when you're done, like you don't just cuddle up and have a nice like sleep together. There's like some awkward cleanup and stuff. Like there's just
you
like
go
a
to
lot
the bathroom, you wash your hands.
exactly. And it's funny, it's weird,
Cry
it's
on
awkward.
the floor,
Yeah,
just
the
usual things.
stuff, guys. Am I right?
Call your dad.
Yeah.
Tell him I'm sorry.
Are you proud of me now, Dad?
You just come down from the high. It's like, well, this is my rock bottom.
Oh, jeez.
Exactly.
You close the 12 tabs.
Corky, you know this is a fantasy, right? This is
So,
supposed
for
to
me-
make people forget about their lives.
So okay,
I want to come inside
Smoke
raw
some
dog
weed,
with no consequences.
you know.
point taken. But to me, a fantasy is more immersive if you base it in reality. If you just take a fantasy and it makes no sense, like at least to me, it's not as interesting. Like for example, that's why I think Game of Thrones is so successful. It's a fantasy series, but it actually pays attention to how shit would really work. Like obviously, there's no dragons or magic around, but that show, like that series, is all about like, okay, let's suppose this stuff happens. Like, what would actually happen if you had, some place with magic and dragons around? Like, what would the politics be like?
And then we talked about villains for 8 minutes.
We didn't even get to Spnanon with epilogues yet.
I just like have this like terrible habit of like we always tangent, then I was like, oh, we're done, right? Then it's like Spanon's just like making like sad beep boop noises in the corner, just like woo, woo.
Excuse me, I
sorry.
fucking yell when I don't get my turn.
Spnanon.
Almost
Corky,
done.
We
Can I
got
wrap
to
up
you,
real
right,
quick?
Corky?
Yeah, let me wrap up real quick. This huge tangent that I went on. Basically, what I'm trying to say is that,
you want to fuck Emmy in the ass.
Multiple
I mean,
times.
who would?
So, Katana
Finally, a
Shoujo-
noble cause!
Hey, man, let's get behind that.
So Katana-
Oh yeah, me
Can
too.
Emmy still leg lock you?
Yeah, probably.
All right, real quick. Katana Shoujo, when it really comes down to it, like, yes, it's technically a porn game, but it's actually good and compelling because they look into the other parts that come with it. They don't just jump to sex scenes for no reason. They put substance in it, and that's what I try to do with the epilogue. So, with that last scene, I figured it was going to be controversial. I just kind of, for me, I was just throwing shit at the wall to see what would stick. It's a reference to this stupid meme with Mickey where she says literally a line that I wrote in the epilogue. Go play it if you don't know what I'm talking about. I figured that some people weren't going to like it, and that's why before I published it, I reached out to some of the harshest critics. I reached out to some of the harshest critics in the community.
Nmasp, you sell weed for a living.
Right.
This is a business interest.
This is my hole. This epilogue was made for me.
I thought it was funny. If I get a lot of like people that are just that hate it, like again, some people like it, so I think it's gonna stay. But if everyone hated it, I'm not married to the idea. So if you have an opinion on it, if you're listening to this podcast, send me a message and tell me what you think. I want to hear your opinion.
You think a weeb has ever gotten laid and then he's like he's about to put his dick in and he's just like, this is my hole. This hole's made for me.
Probably.
Spnanon, I promise
And then he
you.
gets
I
butt out
promise you when it comes time, I will.
Okay.
Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Sex and epilogues. I mean, okay, does the player base? I can say that again, epilogues make a huge difference. And especially if you have a big long epilogue with multiple sex scenes, like my characters do, that definitely helps you. People love like Ryuko's epilogue and stuff, and that's one of the reasons why. Besides her just being Ryuko, is I think you should make it a little mini doujin. Is what you should do. That's what I'll always try to make happen. Just because that lets all the sex happen, which is what they want, but it still provides plenty of time for like, one-on-one kind of intimate conversation where you see a different side of them because it's a one-on-one and not a whole group of people. So, and it's in like a more private setting, basically. So, yeah, just tell a little story with it, and I think it'll really resonate with people. I mean, what's your angle if there's not going to be like any sexual activity in a porn game? Like, I know it's fun to write characters, but you should try to combine the two. Like, know your audience, know your medium here. Like, you don't have to. You can write some sex scenes without sacrificing character. So the other thing is that it's a pain in the ass with the sprite work.
Yeah, that's pretty much. Yeah.
I mean, just because the player base considers it's mandatory doesn't mean it has to happen. Yes, people will always bitch about epilogues, no matter how many characters get them. Same thing with like, there's people that like expect every character to have a butt pose now. That so many characters have butt poses is that they go into Kisuke and they expect to be able to find a button that will turn them around.
The reason why not all of them have butt poses is because the mods have banned it, clearly.
Yes, absolutely. They only let characters they like have butt poses. That's how it works.
Yeah, why have you guys banned that, by the way? It's really bullshit.
I'll post my...
They haven't banned it, you have to unlock it.
Oh.
Prove yourself.
You have to unlock it by paying the mod enough money.
If you can survive Nmasp juggling you for 20 seconds.
If I can't get to a 99 hit combo on you, you win. Like,
you also need to survive a 20-minute diatribe on
Xenoblade.
Why Xenoblade sucks.
No. Xenoblade 2 sucked. The other games are good.
It's actually a 40-minute tirade.
Sorry, 40-minute tirade.
We'll get to it. I'm holding it in.
I need to go.
Oh, Christ.
At some point.
If you unlock every epilogue, you unlock Moon's butt pose. Yeah, the ironic thing is that Moon, of all people, does not have a butt pose.
We should make
would you really want to see her asshole?
No.
It'd be like all like char grilled from fucking Charizard.
Oh no!
To keep my
Smoked
answer
asshole.
brief and move away from this, I think
Away
yes,
from Moon's
because
You
char-
boil the pizza. Now it's time for you to boil an asshole.
no, I refuse.
It comes
10,000
pre-baked.
10,000 degree knife.
Boiled
versus
sphincter,
asshole.
my favorites.
So I think that the best way to sum up this is that I believe recently Florina got a very angry Spanish rant about her ending being regarded as a joke. And somebody posted that I think they thought that it was meant for Lucina, because Lucina's epilogue does not have it. So, maybe. I feel like it's expected, yes. Next question is, what do you think of what you've seen from the new character editor 5.1.1? Nmasp?
It's good. I definitely don't make use of all the shiny tools because I'm very comfortable using the tools that I have, and I feel like I'm pretty successful as far as creating content goes. But I think it's awesome that there's like all these new bells and whistles for people to really kind of dig in and get a good start. I think the fact that it also compresses the file size down by a whole lot to make it easier to load is just aces.
All right. Mantis?
It's probably cool. It's probably really useful, and
You haven't opened it either, have you?
it probably fixes a lot of the things that I have said I'm not a fan of about the current one, but I've not gone to the newer one yet because I'm 99.9% sure everything will be fine, but I do not want to risk losing my Croy and Latte work.
Just back it up, dude. Do you not back up your shit?
I need like 7 backups before I feel safe.
Do you not
No.
just back up your shit constantly? I make backups of my backup.
Oh, I back up everything I make.
Why don't you back that ass up into me?
Then why,
Sounds good.
then why are you worried about losing your stuff?
I don't know.
Make backups of your backups of your backups.
Irrational fear. Nah, you're right. You are right. I'll go to it eventually. I have a lot of other stuff I'm doing. It probably takes like 2 seconds.
Back it up.
God damn it.
Oh god, he's gonna fucking mic spam now.
Please don't get this video claimed by copyright.
Claimed by Nickelodeon.
SpongeBob.
Claimed by
By a
SpongeBob.
I mean, I think that copyright law is like 30 seconds or 5%
Fair
or
use.
whatever is shorter, and I'm pretty sure that 2-second clip won't get us.
Would we lose anything by just abolishing all copyright?
Oh man.
Would we as people lose anything?
Corky.
I would lose some things that I really
All right,
don't have.
Corky. Let's talk about character editor.
Can we overthrow Disney?
So I haven't. I'm still on
2030, we're all
5.1.
going to be using Disney dollars.
He's not wrong.
I'm still on 5.1 because I use a Mac and it's takes a long time to update, so I've been putting it off. But 5.1 for at least has been awesome. I love all the new stuff that's in there. Again, my only complaints about the character editor is stuff that SPNatI Edit has no control over because I have to run it through Wine and do all this fancy shit just to make it work on a Mac. So the fact that so many people like have put so much time into making everyone's jobs easier, like to make characters, is awesome. I honestly never probably would have made an Emmy if the character editor didn't exist, because there's no way I would have the motivation to sit in a text editor and figure all that shit out, just doing nothing but looking through Notepad. So
Yeah. I remember in the old days, it was all done on like Etherpad.
Ugh.
That's where
Yeah, tell
Chiaki, Ringa, and Kira.
Akko. And Akko was done in Etherpad. And
Well, that's because that was a collaboration.
yeah,
Hanukkah was done on Google Docs.
yeah,
So
I
was
wouldn't do it.
Mahiru. So was Mahiru. But that's because we had to collaborate. We were writing lines at the same time.
That's the big feature I guess I would request is, which would probably be completely impractical to actually make happen.
Yeah.
But can you imagine if the character editor could support collaboration and like, I don't know, that'd be awesome.
That'd be sick.
Is that even possible?
It would make the Masquerade.
So does Google give you like ads about like you want to fuck a burn victim? Because you did her in Google Docs.
Where are we right now?
Character editor. And it doesn't, because I wrote all those lines on a laptop that broke because it melted inside, which is ironic now.
How very fitting. Was it only burned on one side?
Yeah, because I blocked the vents with my knees when I was editing a podcast episode.
Wow.
Because I sit like a little frog boy, and it blocked the vents and melted my motherboard.
You're gonna give yourself like scoliosis.
I sit like L from Death Note. I'm sitting like him right now.
Sit up straight, goddammit.
No.
All right, Mr. Anonymous
you're gonna want to in 5
SPNatI
years.
person. What do you think of the character editor?
What now?
What do you think of character editor 1.5.1?
It's 5.1.1.
Damn it.
I really don't keep up with like the change log all that much. I just get a new one whenever it comes out, and whatever the changes are, I'm too busy doing my old basic reliable stuff, kind of like Nmasp is. I'm an old fart. We're on 5.1 now. I started on 1.5, so I'm set in my ways. But I do really like the saying text options.
Saying text is really good.
Yeah, it helps clear up dialogue a lot more, just being able to make sure that they're responding to something that's on screen.
I'm like Mantis. I haven't booted it up yet. I probably should, given that I'm really feeling a desire to update Chiaki, Rinka, and so I really should. Right. Oh god, we have so many more questions.
We've got this.
I told you it's going to be like 5 hours because we have 5 people.
You understand that Craig's has a limit of 6 hours of recording, right?
Well, then, move along.
Well, I won't. I have to go in about 15 minutes, so.
Oh, rip. Tab Napsu in.
Which recent character, being either a tested character or main game character, has been your favorite? Roughly 6 months equals.
I think Larshell is my favorite character in the game, but Emmy's a very, very close second, and it's really hard to compare the two. I just think they're both awesome, but those are my two.
Most favorite characters over the last few little while. Emmy, Rin, Leggy. Leggy's really fun. Hell, 6 months still technically covers Akko. But like,
wow.
Yeah, technically. But like, just in general, most new characters have been fucking great. I can't really think of all that many weak newer characters. Like, just the quality recently has gone up so much.
All right, Corky, what about you?
Well, we also have Leafy.
No, we don't. That never happened.
It never happened.
There was no Leafy in Bossing Say.
We only have Leafy once Beta puts Leafy in the game.
Shout out to Beta. I know he listens to this. It was his birthday yesterday.
At least Leafy's creator had the common sense to just say, "Yeah, this was a bad idea. I'm leaving."
No.
Did they?
Yeah, that's how it went down.
Yeah.
Yep, that's how it happened. Yep.
There is no Leafy in Bossing Say.
Okay.
Yep.
Corky.
So I talked about Akko a little bit. Whatever two weirdos wrote that character did a pretty damn good job.
Thank you.
I like. I really loved targeting Caulifla because it let me just talk about cauliflower. I don't know. I just thought that was fucking funny. I guess I'm patting myself on the back.
Something you're passionate about.
It's whatever. I don't want to start another tangent, but
Thank you.
a lot of these new characters, I've just been so focused on like getting Emmy finished that I haven't had a whole lot of time to play with them. So my interactions have basically been targeting them. And so some of the fun, like the most fun to target, I loved targeting Urafuda because she's a character that Emmy would absolutely hate. So that was really fun. Rin, obviously, I love where she's gone because that's a character that I was going to put in an epilogue because I when I started Emmy, I was like, well, no one's going to ever make Rin because that would be impossible. And
yet.
Welcome
came and made me look like an
to
idiot.
my world.
So yeah, Boku and hold on, sorry, my
Sentimental Rotom.
yeah, Boku and Rotom did such a good job with Ren, like, together.
Do you think when they're done with Rin, and they're gonna be like, it's fine, we know Viz is working on Lily, but nobody's ever gonna make Shizune, and then somebody's gonna show up and make Shizune? Do you think this is just a thing that Katawa Shoujo devs have to do for SPNatI now?
Well, Shizune, I think Shizune would be a bad choice on her own. I think she either has to be...
The character is terrible.
She needs to either be with Misha, but even with her and Misha is just the more interesting character. Just put fucking Misha in the game and forget about Shizune, because Shizune is kind of she's a boring character on her own, let's be real. Misha is where all the interesting stuff comes.
She's
so
great.
I have to disagree. I'm sorry.
Fair enough. I feel you.
She... Like, well, first of all, like, she has some merits as a character, but how are you going to put a deaf person in SPNatI? Like, how are we going to
translator, Misha?
Okay, but I think that you're just... I mean, if somebody wants to do all that work, I mean, all the power to them. But I just don't think it's worth the extra effort. I think you would be better off just putting Misha on her own and letting her be her own character instead of just sitting there translating somebody.
You would get so many "Where's Shizune" comments if you just put Misha in the game.
Who cares?
It would
Let
be
people
constant.
People complain about dumb shit anyway.
You know what? That's fair. That's fair. And also, I sincerely doubt Lily is getting made in any sort of timely fashion.
I want Lily to be in the game just so that she can have terrible AI because no one thought to bring Braille cards, so she can't see any of them. I think that would be hilarious.
Viz is already working on her.
Viz is working on her, but he's also got to do Chihiro, and he's also working on Yuri first. I'm not sure how fast Viz is. Then again, if he's like super fast, you might have Lily in 6 months, so you never know.
Yuri is just Hanako, but less interesting.
She's not less interesting, she's just interesting in a different way.
Yeah.
Sayori is the worst Doki.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right, though. You're not even a little bit wrong.
It's just not good. Anyway, with that, I actually have to go. Thanks for having me on, guys, and
rip.
I will post my responses to the other questions.
We're losing Nmasp Prime.
Oh yeah, can you like record later and we can just stick it at the end?
No. All right, bye guys.
Do it.
Wow.
Just do it.
We'll just have.
Fuck you then.
We'll just have. Whoa.
Ah.
We'll just have Mantis read it. He's close enough to Nmasp.
It sounds good. I'll just read his answers, then my answers.
Okay.
Okay.
So where were we?
I think Spnanon needs to answer now. On favorite characters in the last 6 months.
Well, Ryuko, obviously. No, I don't know, maybe Sakura. Sakura's just I don't know, she's got a cute, pretty medium-sized body type, like I like. I'm not super into like fucking a corpse, but she's just she's really cute and she's really upbeat, and she brings a lot of fun energy to the game overall. So yeah, I'm super into her. I could see myself like putting her on a lot of tables just to sort of bring a more positive approach to it. I also really like how she kind of idolizes Revi because Revi was a showgirl for a while. I think that's funny because she's a radical Revi-chan. But yeah, she's just really appealing overall. I like the idea of an idol that's like she can get a little freaky.
Emmy and Ren are both extremely good. Tharja is pretty good. Let's see. May is also, I feel like, criminally underrated.
May is great.
She did pretty good in the resort, but I feel like, I don't know. I just really like that character. If there's the right thing. Let's see here. Which SPNatI written guide or tutorial video have you personally found the most helpful? 2010 Nmasp form.
Hello, I am Nmasp. I am about to read out Nmasp answer. I think I'm kind of stuck in the past, so the old epilogue charting guide was the one I've gotten the most use from. But at this point, the guides on how to make stuff tends to be for stuff I don't really get a lot of mileage from. My own personal answer is I've not really used that many of the guides. Actually, no. The how to install the offline version and connect it to Get Good guide is really fucking useful. From someone who is pretty stupid on on anything technology related.
Yeah, that's the one that I link people to the most.
It's the one that's, well, if you don't have that one, all the other ones are useless.
Based on drive. Yeah, you need to get all the files, man.
Yep.
You can understand how to download the offline version once, and then you have to get stuff and whatnot. But at that point, you're going to have to download it again if you want the new shiny toys that come out in a month or two. So, really, it's short-sighted and foolish not to download the Git.
Yeah.
All right. Did you have more to say, Mantis?
Nope. What do you think, Corky?
Well, as a new... Well, I say new lately because I've been working on this character for so long now, but I've used pretty much every guide that there is, and I wouldn't have been able to get Emmy to the point she is without them. So I can't express my appreciation enough for the people that have put the time to help other people out and get the stuff, out there so that people can benefit from what other people have learned. Recently, I'm trying to find a link for it and I'm failing, but there was somebody had made an epilogue tutorial that was outside of just the one that's in the character editor. That was super helpful when I was doing Emmy's epilogue. So when I find a link to that, I'm going to post it in here so that I can actually thank whoever made it.
All right, well, you search for that. Spnanon. What about you?
I said I kind of
Okay.
said like the GitLab / Get Good, offline sync. Definitely the most useful overall, especially to newcomers. There will always be a special place in my heart for like the old help HTML files that the character editor came with, because I didn't ask any questions when I was making May. It was completely in secret when I started on it. So that was my one guide to figure all this shit out. And there was something about it. I'll never quite have that feeling again. It's just I'm the only one who knows about this project. And this is my guide. This is how I'm going to make it happen. So, it was kind of just me and the program. Yeah, just a little nostalgia.
So, I'm in a bit of a weird place in that I started working on SPNatI before we got the character editor. I wasn't very good at it, but I was there. And so I haven't ever needed a tutorial because, well, aside from the Git offline stuff, which is literally the best. It's the best. If it weren't for that, I would just not have any goddamn. Coding is not a thing that comes naturally to me. So that's the tutorial that saved my life. I haven't ever needed to watch any of the other ones yet. But I get the feeling that I probably will in the future as features get more and more. Yeah, pretty much. I'll edit that in. Yeah. the how to install Git godsend, and I can't even remember how I got by. Not even without the character editor, just without the offline. How do you think this year's summer boom compares to the prior years?
I've seen Lord of the Rings. I just don't know a lot about it.
2010 Nmasp. What's your answer?
As Nmasp, I think this was extremely impressive, but it also felt like stuff took forever to wrap up. And me personally, as Mantis,
what do you think he means by that?
What I think he means by that is
every character is getting sponsored right now.
Every character.
We have like 5 characters up for sponsorship.
It's a fucking sponsorship bargain sale.
That normally happens before the resort, and now it's happening after.
Yeah.
I think
right
there's 5 characters up for sponsorship right now, 4 or 5, and it's just like, holy shit.
Misty, Cyrene, Amy,
Sola.
Oh wait, no, Misty got sponsored.
Misty
got
got
the podcast went on.
She's in now.
We'll talk about her next time. This is already long enough.
I'm assuming a lot of people were like me and trying to get stuff done before resort, but just weren't quite able to make it happen.
Sola's up for sponsorship. Amy's up for sponsorship.
Yep.
Chihiro's been up for sponsorship since the goddamn day I was born, it feels like.
Well, yeah, pretty much. So, this has been an incredibly impressive summer boom. And I think only now we're starting to see all those summer boom characters get finished off. And by the seams of it, next resort, once all these characters are sponsored, we're already going to be at the amount of characters.
Mavis is up for sponsorship too.
Yeah, we're already going to be at the amount of characters that we had as new characters last resort. So next resort, we're probably going to have something in the realm of like 10 new characters. Oh, fuck, Masquerade too.
There's no way the Masquerade characters are going to be finished by the resort.
Well, hopefully we'll all get a chance to breathe, because winter, usually characters slow down quite a lot. People are busy.
Is the resort around? No, the resort's around.
It's December.
Yeah, the resort is after the Masquerade ends, I believe.
If it's 4 months from now, then it'll be like right at the end of the year.
Yeah. So, yeah, more than likely the Masquerade will be ending. So there's going to be a few Masquerade characters up for sponsorship as in the next resort as well, I think. Jesus.
Yeah.
Wow. That's a lot of influx.
I feel like there was a very dry period this year for the summer boom. It's probably the driest period of time we've had in the development center. Like, there was a lot of talk about, like, we haven't gotten new creators in forever.
Yeah, I was getting kind of worried.
Yeah, there's a lot of worry behind the scenes. And this summer boom is the strongest it's ever been. So,
well, we've got
let's look at last summer.
5 new creators.
Let's say that summer.
That, we've got.
Let's say that summer is like June through August, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so last summer we got Rainbow Mika, Mahiru, Jura, Velma, Amalia, Faye, Joey, Jin, Launch, Kira, Monica, Black Canary, Beatrix, Jury, and Jolene.
Jesus.
So I don't know about if this is the best ever.
I didn't say the most. I said the strongest.
You really think so?
I feel like a lot of... I feel like we got a lot, like, more new creators. I feel like overall, that cast we've gotten now is stronger.
I also feel like, just from some of the characters you mentioned that come from last summer, some of those are weaker / more like just already have been abandoned characters.
Kira.
Yeah.
Amalia too. Amalia's great, but like Mouse hasn't updated her. Like,
I haven't seen Mouse around lately.
Yeah, he must have moved on.
Amalia's gonna take a while to actually fall off, though, just due to the superior art. But
she's actually starting to slip a bit in the rankings.
She is.
I still love her.
She's still great.
You can't beat that art.
Still my favorite cartoon.
But but this summer boom, we got like 5 to 10 newer creators making characters, and I am hard pressed to think of a character that is up for sponsorship or that is being sponsored in this summer boom that I would call a character.
Alrighty, Corky, what about you?
I'm gonna just. I mean, I can't really disagree with anything that's been said. There's been some awesome stuff coming. It's awesome to hear from someone who's a part of making, one of the brand new people coming in this summer and working on somebody. It's encouraging to hear that people like what you've been spending like time in your summer doing. So I really appreciate the kind words that everyone's given, and I can't help but mention, if you like Emmy, she's still on only one sponsor right now. So head over to the Reddit.
Yeah, I gave my thoughts on her.
I do plan to sponsor Emmy, but there's 4 characters that need my sponsorship now, so I
Perfect. You can play them all in one game.
Yep, I do plan to do that. I've just been busy. And God knows, 2 days from now, Rotom will push Rin for sponsorship as well. So
Yeah, it's just it's a stand that all Kato and Shoujo devs get, and it makes it so you think you're done, and then surprise, motherfucker!
Surprise! Lily's on testing.
Oh! There's some pretty good Lily.
What happens at the beginning of the day? Sunrise, motherfucker.
And when you see your waifu, hard eyes, motherfucker.
What do you order at Burger King? French
Fries,
fries, motherfucker.
We can't. We'll be here all night.
We will.
Okay, Spnanon, what are your thoughts on this?
What's your favorite Arnold Schwarzenegger movie?
Stop!
True Lies, motherfucker.
Spnanon, wait, first, Corky, do you have more to say?
No, that's all I had.
All right, Spnanon, what about you? What's your thoughts on the summer boom?
The summer boom? Well, like I kind of said, I think the volume was definitely more in previous years. But hey, the fact that this kind of solved the whole like new creator issue that we were worried about, that's great to see. Like Leggy was somebody new, Caulifla, Tharja was somebody new.
Leggy wasn't someone new. Oh, Uzu, sorry.
Partially.
Yeah. Partially.
And then there's other characters that are still on testing. So
Rin.
Rin and Emmy.
Was Emmy part of the summer boom?
And
she was before.
Rin was...
I put her on in May.
Rin was June. Yeah.
I've been working on her for
there's a lot of good new stuff there. Mythra.
Yeah.
Misty.
Yep.
Lucina. I forgot about Lucina. She hasn't gotten updated in a while. God, there's so many fucking Fire Emblem characters. like stop.
Okay, let me make my argument real quick.
Oh, fuck off.
They're completely different, and almost none of them know each other.
How come we don't have any Final Fantasy characters? That's true for them too.
Because people don't care about Final Fantasy anymore.
Think the sales of 15 would disagree? People still play that. People still play 14.
Make a goofy.
People are hyped for the Final Fantasy 7 remake, specifically because then you have Source Filmmaker pouring with Tifa.
Put Goofy in the Spnanon.
The people
What?
that
Which one?
I'm thinking of Kingdom Hearts. I'm sorry, I'm an idiot.
Oh, it's like Goofy. What the fuck?
The overlap between
Final Fantasy character named Goofy was that in like 12 or something?
I guess I have to strip. Gorge.
the overlap between.
Oh, you know what sound?
Final
You know what sound he would make when he comes.
Yuck! He is a father. He has.
Come on,
That's true. He
Maxie.
is canonically fucked.
So I feel like the overlap.
There's a lot of cute Final Fantasy girls. Get Terra.
Oh yeah, we have what's her name? Yuna being made by Mantis.
Yuna's cute.
No, not Mantis. Raptor.
Not me.
Raptor.
Yuna's
cute. I like her.
Like there are good girls.
Why not?
And I think I've seen Rosen working on Lightning.
Yep.
Lightning.
Someone is working on Lightning.
I don't have a whole lot of experience with the 3D games. I'm thinking like let's get some Sellas or some Terra in there, or like Rydia. That's my style.
Final Fantasy. It's my argument is basically the characters are almost completely different in terms of personality and design. Like when you look at Tharja, Rinka, and Marshall. Like,
Hey, remember when Tifa was in SPNatI?
Yeah. It's mostly just the main royal characters that are pretty like overlap in personality. So clearly the answer is that we just need all of the other 721 Fire Emblem characters that are not royals. Anyway, is there any possibility for more interactions like Sayori and Monika between members of the same franchise?
Hey man, go play
Nmasp-
Mei and Jura. Play them a lot. I didn't want it to happen every time because it's like completely out of character.
Nmasp, how about you answer?
Well, not completely, but Jura would have to be a little drunk, and then Mei would have to be a little drunk too.
As Nmasp, I don't think you'll see stuff with options like that for a while, if ever. We're generally happy to let Viz do things he wants with Monika because he's probably the most important person in SPNatI. Aw. Outside of that, Adrian and Marinette will have a lot of similar combined poses. Maya and Jura have that level of interactivity, and there's nothing stopping people from doing it besides inconvenience. There's a ton of setup required for this sort of thing, in the same way that new rarity and Vriska demand attention to detail. Not sure what he meant by that, but
Hey man, markers can work magic. That's pretty much all I use for Mei and Jura's double forfeit there. Just some markers and some what is it? High priority stuff. Like put like high priority on all the cases. And oh yeah, blank poses. So Jura can like functionally just like disappear for stages at a time.
yeah, like like my answer to this would be yes. In fact, if you go play with Akko and Latte, you can see Latte in a really cute pair of lingerie at one point. But like, as for me, for like I clearly have options for characters to interact within the same franchise, but anything between Croy and Latte / Akko gets a little much, I feel. So I don't think I could go in any of that direction. Same with Latte and Akko, so there's not really any.
Clearly, you just need to make Amanda and have the awkward nerd girl get charmed by the short-haired tomboy punch girl. Do it!
Someday the dream, man. Someday the dream.
Mantis, if you do it, I will drive to wherever you live and suck your dick in.
Oh. Well, now
Dude,
I need to do
that's
this.
fucking gay.
I'm down.
Let it be known. This recording proves that Nmasp wants Joe to suck his dick.
Yep, Nmasp does.
That's you.
That is me.
So, Spnanon, what are your thoughts? Do you have any?
Play Mei and Jura.
That's pretty much.
Figured as much.
Look, I don't want. Again, I kept it rare because I don't think it's something that you should expect out of every game. It's kind of just a reward for playing against them a lot. Like if you want characters to fucking touch each other, like I consider that mostly a realm for epilogues. I pretty much made that double masturbation so I wouldn't have to make an epilogue between the two of them and still give you some kind of sexual reward for putting them together. I mean, maybe I'll make an epilogue with them together at some point since it doesn't take up space anymore. But that's way down the line. But yeah, I don't think it'd be good for people to like constantly expect that, because it's just like then it just becomes even more of like building your own fan fiction and like encouraging more franchise mates, and I don't want to see that. I like crossover stuff, like Maya or Revi punching Maya, because that's interesting to me. Because then it's like an actual manifestation of a lot of the conversations that all the crossover stuff that people are having. So that's what I would like to see more of. And again, if it's going to be sexual in nature, like they masturbate in the game and then they just, they have sex in the epilogues. Like even the Maya and Jura thing, it's just Jura using her hands to help Maya out. Like it's not like they're not 69ing.
Quick throwback to Emmy's epilogue. So he just reports. It says there is an epilogue, but they spelled it without the UE at the end. And then a dramatic ...
E.
Where is it? Question
E.
mark ... Unavailable. I love that. I love that typing.
Play Emmy and Pit if you want interesting interactions.
Imagine getting NTR'd by a fucking angel fuckboy.
Everybody who works on this game since Wink is what I'm figuring out, because we're all self-inserting on a pet.
Constant.
That's
I don't know. I'm self-inserting as the player. I don't know what you're up to.
I want to try some more goofy crossover shit between franchises. However, I have made the case for letting us have opt-in things that you can click a button for. I've listed the pros and I've acknowledged the con, and it just doesn't seem like a thing that mods are interested in. And Spnanon himself, and like Spnanon, I think like someone else disagreed with me on it. Can't remember exactly. Maybe it was Zeus. Can't remember. But I'm an advocate for it. I will always advocate for it.
Hey man, my take is just
make a different character.
Just pick the way you want your character to go. Like, why have the player decide everything?
Immersion.
Just write the experience that you want them to have, and just edit yourself down.
Just you can limit it to just making a player pick a marker. You're just making RNG.
No, people are going to want more.
Yeah, that's my
Joe,
argument.
if you give a mouse a cookie,
yep,
you'll want anal up against the wall.
Like, I do get why it would be a really cool thing to have, but I think my fear is probably like Spnanon's, is that it's the give the mouse a cookie kind of thing. Somebody inevitably, a Napsu even, is going to take that to its nth fucking degree, and it's going to be so painful for anybody to actually target, and it's just going to throw everybody out of the water, basically.
It can be easy to target. It's just pick a marker with a button. Yeah. We can already target markers. Just make it so
Joe, with one drop comes the flood.
Yeah. Like,
then let it flood. Let this ugly, disgusting world be cleansed by the floods of Napsu's genius.
See, that's the thing. Like, okay, one choice.
Build this ark, Noah.
One choice, whatever that can.
My name's
happen.
Not Noah.
But what someone like Napsu or somebody would do is they would make a whole fucking visual novel out of it, of goddamn 17 drastically alternate paths, and it would just be so painful for anybody else to actually target correctly for.
Just limit it then. Make it like 2 max per character.
Then people are gonna bitch, why can't we have more?
Because we can't have nice things.
Because
that's
you
why.
Can't. Because you can't.
Listen to me, I'm bitching about it now. Why can't we have it at all?
I do kind of feel like
the bitching will exist no matter what.
Well, if we were going to implement it, I would be down for 2. No more than that.
Joe, if you wrote a manga, would you just open it up for fan suggestions and you would let them decide everything that happens?
Not everything that happens.
People don't know what's good for them, and they don't know what they really want. You have to give it to them.
I mean,
you have to make them take it. It's coming and they can't stop it. You have to make them take it, even if it's up their ass.
You've been really into anal this episode.
Someone played Emmy's on the
That's my shorthand for like things shouldn't go up there. So no, not really.
Spnanon, you've been really into anal this episode. Anything you want to talk about?
Lemons.
I need a minute.
I guess I'm just a little shit-faced.
Aw.
I'm glad my life has gone to that point, to the point where that's a sentence I can say. Oh, okay.
All right. What were we on?
What
Sandy.
franchise not represented in SPNatI that shouldn't be?
As Nmasp, he really wants Girls Frontline, but really, have we fully tapped the limitless depths of Fire Emblem yet? I think not.
There are Fire Emblem games that we have no characters from.
Exactly. So we need more Fire Emblem. As a Mantis answer, I would say I would love to see some more characters from like Haruhi Suzumiya, or Panty and Stocking.
I agree with you.
Panty and Stocking would be fucking awesome.
As a combined character?
No.
Ooh, no.
You'd be limited by that.
I still really want to see Pop Team Epic as a team character.
Now that would be great.
You could make them 1-to-1 now. Like,
I think Yuri already has them 1-to-1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, she's got models.
She has.
I know. She asked me to make it like a JoJo-esque pose where one of them is the stand. Yuri and I are working on stocking eventually.
Ooh. Sounds like we need to get Panty into the game.
Napsu said she'd do it. And Napsu said she'd do it, and I'm gonna sell out Nmasp right now. Oh god, I hope this isn't like actually mad at me, but like I hope this doesn't cause an actual issue, but like when Napsu mentioned writing Penny, if Yuri and I were stalking, first thing Nmasp did was he went into the Akko dev chat and said, please don't do it.
Please don't. He's scared because Panty would be Panty or Stocking has the potential to be one of the more popular characters in the game, honestly.
Yuri and I are gonna do it eventually. We're probably gonna do 2B first, though.
Nice.
And then another game on Rocket Character.
So like a year and a half from now to 2 years.
Well, I did say I was working with Yuri.
Yeah, you are Speed, but
and she's Yuri. Together, we balance each other out to an almost fully functioning human.
Yeah, together you're just...
I've been scratching my head trying to think of some franchise with a bunch of characters that needs to be in the game, and I can't really think of anything. I can think of a few characters on their own that would be fun. I think Aloy would be fun from Horizon Zero Dawn. I'm surprised there are no Frozen characters in the game. Or, honestly, there's not very many Disney characters.
Which sister?
Maybe. I like the red-haired one. I can't remember her name.
You did the right thing. You did the right thing.
Elsa is a shit character.
Damn.
Anyway, we're not going to go down that road.
But Elsa can make ice shit, which would be interesting.
Woo!
You just got to
So
let
can
it
the
go,
Ice
dude.
King. Let's just put the Ice King in the game.
Also, that Adina Menzel voice is really nice.
Let It Go is a bop. That might be the most boomer thing I've ever said.
That might be.
I've seen Adina Menzel in form in person, and damn, can she belt one out?
Excuse me.
We have, 2 Disney characters in the game? There's Mulan, who was just finally, made good. And, Jasmine.
She was solid before, but now she's good, yeah.
Wait, is Jasmine still online?
Jasmine
No.
is not online.
Okay, what about Go-Go?
No.
Who?
He is not online either.
Go from Big Hero 6. Remember Big Hero 6?
Wait, she's offline?
She's offline.
Huh.
Frozen's getting a sequel. I don't know about Big Hero 6. Will they have to
Big
call
Hero.
it Big Hero 7?
That was his mistake!
Or would they do a Final Fantasy and make it Big Hero 6 too?
6.8.
HD remix.
Oh shit.
Final chapter prologue.
Big Hero 6
Featuring
episode
Dante
2.
from the Devil May Cry series.
Ooh.
It was
HD.
in Kingdom Hearts 3. And Spnanon.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
I think Go-Go is another character that would count as in the zone.
What?
There was a
She
zone
would.
flash with her.
Ah. Alright.
She's doing like squats on or like exercises on Baymax's dick.
That's a brand new sentence.
I don't think it is a brand new sentence though, because it's a Zone cartoon. So, like, you know,
Somebody's seen it and said it.
yeah.
Yeah, but
somebody-
out loud, how many people talk about it? I think it's like 5 people.
I'm sure there's like some university or like community college like hentai club that gets together and talks about this shit.
100%. Do you think those hentai clubs talk about us?
I hope so.
I hope so.
You
too.
have to wonder. You walk around a college campus and like you pass
How
by.
many-
Like, how many people have played my characters?
Nmasp has given out the stats, and he said that the odds are that if you attend college, there's at least one person in that school.
Just one? There's
At
a lot of
least-
nerds at college.
At least one.
I feel like that would be higher than the general population, because that's like the target audience.
Spnanon. That's
Yes.
the question. We're entering
the
hour
question?
4.
Franchise not represented by SPNatI. I mean, I talked about some cute Final Fantasy girls in there
Yeah, but
already.
we've had Tifa before.
Yeah, but does that really count?
I see your point, but I'm going to disagree with you on a technical standpoint.
One Punch Man obviously has some cute girls. I hope to add the first. That way I won't be a hypocrite if somebody adds another one. I've mentioned a few times that Mega Man would be a great place for cute girls. You know, it's got like Tron Bond, like I mentioned earlier, with all their Serb bots and stuff. But a lot of
Consider
characters like just like some of the navigators like Alia, just them being Reploids and like robots and not people would open up a lot of really interesting conversations about, well, you don't look like a robot, or like you kind of do, but robots can't have feelings. It's like, well, yes, I do. It's like, do Reploids fuck? Because it's like, how do they make babies? How do they have children? You just have to build them. Is Reploid sex like hunkering down in the tool shed and building their kid,
I'd hope so.
heading into the factory for the night? Like,
Oh, sounds romantic.
they never really talked about the ethics of like just mass producing like basically human intelligence. Like, when do you stop making Reploids? It's like, we got enough fucking people with hopes and dreams running around. They're not even like, they don't even go through a period of like puberty. They come out fully just human beings with
They
with
touch
hopes and
on
dreams.
that. They touch on that in the Mega Man Archie comics,
Oh, I'm sure they do.
and it's like
Not in
and,
the
like,
games.
You basically understand where Proto Man is coming from when he's talking about how fucked up it is that he was just built for no reason, just to be.
Why did you post Iron Man?
Some days you gotta post Iron Man, dude.
Read the
That's
top right.
not the same thing as a Reploid. That's just the suit he's wearing.
Heroes aren't born, they're built.
Okay.
Okay. They
Do you have
are.
any more?
Well, that's my
Spnanon?
answer. Just, I want to fuck a robot chick.
Understandable.
2D.
I want to see, does she like squirt oil?
Just make 2B.
All right,
Be the hero that people want to see in the world.
Nah.
Yuri and I.
enough.
If and when I make Fubuki, that's gonna be it.
Understandable.
Didn't you say that about Ryuko?
Yeah, but this time for real.
but I kind of got bored with Ryuko.
Yeah. You just the issue of every Ryuko line can be substituted into a Revy line.
Kind of. It's almost it's also because she just does really well without me giving her a ton of lines, so it's like, why bother?
I get that. Character or franchises that I'm surprised aren't in SPNatI yet. Like, we've never had a Yu-Gi-Oh character in the main game. We've had Dark Magician Girl on and off testing, more times than Monster Reborn has been on and off the ban list.
If we get Taya Gardner in the game, can she like draw like friendship symbols on everyone's hands?
I hope so.
You can really tap into that body writing fetish that I'm sure exists somewhere. All right, I was just gonna sink into silence then. We haven't had a Digimon character, and I know that Bagel has some really impressive models.
I think we need to get Renamon into the game.
Oh dear.
I'm kidding.
Coward.
I saw Renamon like on like Rule 34 sites so much, and I never really bothered to look into like what the fuck is that weird yellow furry thing that I see all the time. I keep thinking it's like an Anthro Pikachu, and it's not.
Not wrong.
No, it's just this fucking fox or whatever that people want to fuck.
Yep.
Who?
Fuck the fox.
Renamon from fucking Digimon.
What does the fox say?
Something.
The fox says uwu.
Oh, it's also super weird that like we have no Steins Gate characters in here. It's like the second most popular anime, or the second highest rated anime on my anime list, which I know is not anything quantifiable. But Steins Gate's super popular and well liked.
It's very quantifiable. You just quantified it. It has a rating.
Well, it's not anything
you know what
like
quantifiable means?
No,
Damn.
probably not. I guess.
You could say it's not very reliable.
Okay, yeah,
It's not a good measure of quality.
That's what I meant. Like,
Come on,
I
Joe,
don't know
get it
how,
together.
I don't know how much it sells, but it feels like it's really loved and everybody praises it, and we just don't have a character from it. And there's a lot of good choices. And if in another world line, I would have written Okabe Rentaro. There's also Makase Kurisu for your stubborn tsundere secretly likes to lurk on 4chan threads, enjoys pretending to be a mad scientist but will never admit it, kind of waifu. There's some fucking strong...
Like some scientist chunies?
Yeah, basically. But she's like a tsundere about it. Like, there's a scene in one of the anime where the main character like starts to say it's like lurk, and she says more, just like telling people to lurk more. Like, she's adorable. Not to say cute. And there's like a shitload of characters in that are awesome, and as long as you're not making Daru, then like any of them work. We don't have a single one.
Someday, maybe.
I hope.
Probably not for me. I've not even seen the show.
You're missing out. I fucking love Steins Gate. I could go for hours. I'm
quick
wearing a lab coat right now!
Give me the quick rundown.
Somebody who... basically, there's a Chunibyo scientist. And he's talking about how there's an evil organization out that's trying to rule the world, and they're going to one day find him and kidnap him because he's a genius. And then he accidentally invents time travel because he runs into this smart girl from a university, and like they talk, and she calls him a dumbass, but then she's like, oh wait, this guy's a dumbass, but like he's actually kind of, I'm interested in hearing at least what he's got to say. So they go to this lab, which is a really shitty apartment, and like the thing about him is he's this chuny, but he's actually a decent inventor and kind of smart. And he's got this friend who's actually a really skilled hacker, and he hacks into CERN, and they accidentally invent time travel. And but he's the only one who remembers the other timelines, and it very quickly spins out of control. It's so fucking good. I could talk about Steins Gate for hours on end. It's just like, oh god. If you like mysteries or time travel or suspense or just decent writing, good writing in general, fucking watch Steins Gate. It's great. And if somebody makes Makase for SPNatI. I'll take a bullet for them. Moving on, though. How do Mantis and Corky plan to bait their Napsu equivalents into outwriting them in the game? Much like how Napsu has for Nmasp, this is also Napsu.
Well, Nmasp probably wanted to be way meaner with his response here, but I will read it in the most dull voice possible. Nmasp says, all I'll say is that I've had more characters on the front page, and SC only beats Say for one resort. Ooh-woo.
Ooh.
Ooh-woo. Napsu is also the type of person who's probably better at psychological warfare than anyone. Look how much fear she strikes into Joe. This is the type of person who knows exactly who plays Warhammer 40k and shows up with anime-fied Sisters of Battle. Damn.
Napsu doesn't just strike fear into me.
What else?
She commands the highest of respect.
Mm.
Like, I appreciate people who can plan and use others for their own gain, and then choose to use that intelligence to shitpost and do nothing.
She is really, really fucking good at creating characters and putting some really interesting spins on those characters that she creates. But in terms of the Mantis, my answer to that question is that is never going to happen. I've told my significant other about this game, and she thinks it's... I know, right? She thinks it's impressive and kind of cool and pretty weird. But then I told her the sort of amount of work that goes into character, and she was basically, nope, not doing that. I am already getting a headache thinking about that. So she's never going to do it.
Doesn't sound like a keeper.
No, she's great. She's great. She does other things. She just does not have the patience to sit through all of the stuff that we do. Also, she does have some vision loss problems, so the CE would probably not be great to work through for her. But there is a potential I could convince some of my other friends to make characters. Because I told them about this game too, and they thought it was pretty cool. So, there's a potential there. But, maybe someday in the far future for that one.
So was there a character that she wanted to make?
My girlfriend? Oh, no. No. The second I showed her this game, and then I told her sort of the process that I go through to make characters for this game, she just was...
Oh, you don't start off with that. You have to get her excited about it first. You don't tell a man like here, lift rocks all day and put them in wheelbarrows, and then you tell him, oh, maybe you'll get a blowjob at the end.
Oh.
You say you go up to him and be like, hey, you want a blowjob? Well, lift these rocks first. Now he's kind of thinking about it.
Yeah, but you also got to think, I've got to sell the fact that I've worked on a porn game basically, and justifying that with the amount of work that I put into it is at least a pretty good justification for it,
So, honey, you wanted to know why I'm ignoring you.
Baby, I'll come pick you up later, but I'm on a podcast right now, all right?
Latte just does things for me that you don't.
Exactly.
I as a man have needs, and I really need you to wear these glasses.
Yes.
Recite this poetry, or recite this fan fiction for me.
Please, it's the only way I come.
I need you to sit on my face and read bad fan fiction.
Okay, that actually wouldn't be bad though.
And wear this witch's hat from Party City.
Absolutely.
Okay, well that's probably low quality costume. Honestly.
Wear these straps as well.
Oh, I'm sorry, Johan or Joe. Where do I go for the expensive, top class cosplay?
Where do I go for that?
I mean, not Party City, literally anywhere
I know.
else.
I just fucking threw out a store.
I know. Corky, how do you answer this?
I haven't told my significant other about this game at all, and I don't think I will, but who knows? She loves drawing, so you never fucking know.
Hey man, can't keep secrets.
Yep. Gotta power move it. Tell her what you're into.
You gotta just kind of like be jerking off to it when she walks in.
Flat
Just
out.
say, hey baby, come around, come join me.
Sup.
You should ask her.
Jerk
you
me
should,
off
like,
while I deal the cards.
You should like suggest the Kato Shoujo table, out letting her know that you wrote at me. And like, hey, what do you think? And then, if she insults your writing, it could be super awkward.
That's definitely no.
Who's
If
your
I
favorite
ever
Why is she
character?
smoking weed in the epilogue? This is fucking stupid.
If I showed anyone the game, I would have them like play with Emmy first, and then tell them that I made, and just see what their reaction was. It'd be way more fun. That's definitely the way I would do it.
Oh, I led with I made character for game, and I told him what character it was. But
Just-
you know.
Hey baby, you'd be really sexier to me if you just didn't have legs. Oh no! That way you couldn't run away.
Oh God!
She has prosthetics.
Fastest thing on their legs.
Exactly.
5 more questions left. We're in the end game now. And then I get a rant about Xenoblade 2 for 4 more minutes.
Well,
I need to.
Well,
I need to deal with this anger.
guys,
It is unhealthy for me to keep it inside.
I gotta go pick up my girlfriend at about midnight. So, like, you know,
What time is it?
It's 11:15.
Then let's hurry. What advice would you give the other Nmasp clones for you how to improve their content? I guess this was just for Nmasp.
Yeah. Well,
And he fucking left before we could do it.
Nmasp gave some pretty good answers here, though. For Corky, good job. You're doing the right things. Don't respond to generic lines. It makes stuff hard to reply to.
Yes.
That's
I do
really
that all
good
the
advice.
time.
It's bad.
Uh-oh.
Someone brought it up with me earlier, so I haven't done it recently.
Yeah.
So there's the positive. It is good advice. It's a bad habit to get into.
And I agree with this one. Details are lost. Power through and go faster. He's not wrong.
Gotta go fast.
Yeah.
Nmasp was probably like one of the smartest people
Yeah.
I've ever spoken to.
I also have a bad tendency to go probably way too detailed with my character targeting, and that's purely the reason why Croy and Latte have taken so long, because I've gone probably way too in depth with their targeting than I need to. But, you know.
Do you think players generally prefer more serious characters over characters who are more over the top and comedic in tone? If so, do you think characters over the top and comedic face an uphill battle?
Oh, someone else bitched about the Emmy epilogue now.
Oh,
Ooh, I can't wait.
Setting a condition to unlock an ending is beyond annoying and repetitive. It's hard enough to unlock the endings as
No,
is.
it's not. Get good.
What did I just fucking tell you at the beginning of this podcast? They're horny and they're annoyed and they're bald.
conditional
Bald?
endings should be outright banned by the people in charge of SPNatI.
I'm in
Damn.
charge of Cincinnati.
Damn, we're going straight to bans now.
I like how all of
sorry,
these
Nmasp
are
is,
just Emmy and one other character. Like, these people really want to see Emmy as a vlog.
Sorry, Nmasp, but maybe he should have been here since he's the one in charge of Spnanon.
Yes.
He could ban it for you.
Nmasp was here.
I just want Sonichu and Spnanon for April Fools, and I want all of his sprites to be just badly cut out snipping tool screenshots from the Sonichu comics.
I'm sorry, you can't have it. I've banned it.
There's plenty of like pornographic scenes in the Sonichu comics, so it'd fit right in.
I hate that. I hate that sentence you've said.
I hate that sentence you just said.
Nmasp.
Keep in mind that Chris Chan maintains that Sonichu is like a kid's comic,
Oof.
and they just fuck and kill all the time.
I mean, that's what the Bible is, and we license that as family friendly.
I don't think anybody
Am I
ever said that
wrong?
was family friendly.
Am I wrong?
It's called God fearing, not God loving.
As Nmasp, I think comedic characters do a lot better than serious ones. SPNatI is bad porn, but it's great comedy. Yeah, that's pretty fair. I
Hey man, I mean, if you like being told how to jerk off, it's pretty good porn.
Yeah, exactly. I do like the characters that are like super over the top. Like that's not even just generally comedic. That's just the more over the top bombastic characters like Miko and Innie are some of my favorite characters in the game, and I wouldn't call them really straight up comedic. They're just so bombastic and interesting and over the top, and they're just
Cartoony.
great to play with. Exactly. Like
Almost like a fictional character.
like exactly like serious, over the top. A sexy character is a sexy character, regardless of if they're humorous or not. I think you can make an interesting, fun, entertaining, sexy character from a serious game, from a serious franchise as well, and have them play serious, and you can have them play silly. It's really just entirely up to you, honestly.
One sec, I'm going to turn on my lights. It's been pretty dark in here. Corky, how about you answer?
Play with Emmy, and I think you'll have a pretty good idea of if I have a preference towards serious versus comedic. I don't want to say I'm not interested in stories that have zero comedy, but if a story has zero comedy, I'm definitely going to be less interested in it. I think comedy has a lot to offer. It's how I deal with stressful situations, so it's just something that's part of my personality. It's something I value. So comedy it's kind of what keeps the world going, I think, because if you want to be funny, you have to have an understanding of how shit works.
All right. Spnanon, what about you?
What was that last thing you said, Corky?
I said if you want to be funny, you have to have some kind of understanding how things work.
Mm-hmm. I always figured like the secret to comedy is just kind of like saying what everybody else is thinking. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like you can't make fun of something if you don't understand some of the deeper things about it. You know, a lot of comedy is kind of like how Spin said. It's drawing upon something that everyone knows, but they haven't necessarily like said out loud or put a lot of thought to, or it's just something absurd and crazy. But like again, you can't really draw something that's absurd without really understanding the rules that you're breaking to make something absurd.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I'm not gonna speak an essay about comedy because that kind of ruins it anyway. But
that's comedy.
you know what? Y'all know my opinion on this, so I'm gonna shut up.
God, it's been 4.5 fucking hours.
Yep, we're close.
Who decided that we were gonna have a 5-person podcast?
We
And
are
that
3
so
of them were gonna
close.
sound the same.
Somebody roguish and devilishly handsome.
Jesus,
It was a mouse.
people wanted these episodes to be shorter.
Nope, never. Always long.
I mean, I don't really care, but
Well, I will be moving a lot of the non-SPNatI stuff to the end, so they can tune out whenever they want, really.
yeah. So,
Well, I'm gonna get my rent.
This
I'm
question
gonna
is
get it.
weird to me. I feel like it should be stating the opposite. Like, I feel like over the top, like really upbeat and outgoing characters are like succeed way more easily.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do.
I don't know why people. Maybe they mean like joke characters versus like more
maybe-
serious, like actual sexual characters.
Or maybe
I
just
don't really get it.
like from the source. If the
Like,
source
yes,
is
you
more serious.
need like a sexual element to your character, obviously. If you're just going straight for jokes, then it kind of gets old.
Yeah.
Because again, remember your medium, remember your audience.
I mean, Q is still really unpopular.
Well, she's pretty sexual though,
Yeah, so
and she's wingmanning the player.
you can spin the funny into sexy. I'd rather have a character that's more lighthearted than serious, because I feel like a serious character I'd rather have a character that overreacts to everything than a character that underreacts to everything.
I mean, obviously, I personally really like serious characters. Maya's like that, and Fubuki would be like that too. I like that because I consider myself kind of like level-headed, or most of the time. So being able to kind of use my natural tone there and really assess things from like a really neutral, like kind of analytical position is something I enjoy because it lets me like kind of think about the character's source and kind of make an interesting conversation out of that. It's not fun being the straight man. Like Maya doesn't get to be funny a lot because she'll always like shoot down stuff or like be really matter of fact with her explanations instead of like firing back.
I'll make the argument that actually has some comedic value, like Tien in Dragon Ball Z Abridged being the only serious character.
Oh yeah, you have to have a straight man if you want to have a funny character.
That's like there's like a Japanese term for it. I think it's like
Boke and Suki or something.
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Boke and Sukomi.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It's like
a straight man can still be funny, and she's not like Maya's not always like funny in that way, where she's not really facilitating the other character's goofiness. She's kind of like shooting it down. Like you don't shoot people down when you're improvising. Like you roll with whatever they're doing, and a lot of times she just doesn't do that.
I'd say that works though. It makes a lot of it, because otherwise, I don't know. I don't actually know where I was going with that.
I don't think a character always needs to be funny. I think that definitely improves their appeal. I don't expect like a character like Maya to appeal to everybody. I personally find it really appealing to have like a really like sensible, like mature, kind of level-headed woman, and her still warming up to you in that way. But I'm not gonna. I wouldn't say that like that's more generally appealing. So that's kind of weird to me. This question. I think over-the-top characters and like characters that are really bombastic have a much easier time standing out.
They're also, at least for me, more fun to write.
Like with a more serious character, you have to make them sexual in nature, and luckily Maya has the whole not knowing men thing to buoy her a little bit there. But on the whole, I would say comedic is much more accessible.
Like look at our 5 first characters. Like it's Akko and Pit are like as far from serious as you can possibly be.
Yep.
And is Ryuka still in the top 5?
Yeah. I think
Kill a Kill is bombastic incarnate.
And Natsuki is just funny.
Yeah.
Like,
God, yeah.
Like the facial expressions she make are very anime.
Yeah.
And then May is their Kill. So you can see.
I love her.
Yeah. Shit, man. Good on you.
I want to put my hand on her butt.
Fair.
And my finger in her butt. Speaking of being into anal.
Yeah, I was about to say.
You're really into anal this episode.
Real anal this episode.
I mean, a finger is one thing. Like a finger, you can wash your hands pretty easily.
You can.
You're not gonna get a disease from sticking your finger in there. There's levels here.
If I wasn't gonna name this episode
Also,
One Hands, 2 Brain Cells, I would have named it Spnanon's butt stuff.
Also, I wanna kiss her on the cheek.
Aww.
Would you ever dress up as a character you made for Halloween? If hypothetically you had the time and resources to make the cosplay, I feel like this is Napsu because she likes cosplay.
This is definitely Napsu because Nmasp answer was I've cosplayed as 2B and Napsu as being 9S.
I feel like this is a bit of like this is an ill-conceived question because most of us are men who have written women.
Dude, I've dressed as a woman before.
I've been to an anime convention
for cosplay, or just like in your daily life, you've dressed as a woman.
Halloween.
I was in the 7th grade, and we needed to do a video in my theater class. I sang the part of Rick Astley's Never Gonna Give You, where it's that woman doing the background track.
Nice.
I got $5 for putting on fake breasts.
Nice. Dude, fuck it. I'd go as Croy. Fuck it. I could pull off Croy. That wouldn't be so hard.
I'd
But
pull
also,
off Craw's panties.
It's the same.
if they were on Mantis.
No.
Oh.
I went to an anime convention recently, and like, there were more guys cosplaying girls than there were guys cosplaying guys.
I wouldn't doubt it. Corky, would you ever dress up as Emmy?
Be a little difficult. I have too many legs.
Oh,
You
fair.
can solve that, really. That's an option.
You could just chop off your legs.
The
Why
problem
did I
is,
think of that?
the problem is after that, you can never not cosplay Emmy.
I do actually like doing Halloween costumes. It's always fun to go thrifting and try to make it work. My best one is probably Marty McFly.
Oh, nice.
What about you, Spnanon?
I wore a Green Man suit once. So
Nice.
that's kind of like cosplaying Maya.
You just change it blue.
It was a bodysuit.
Huh.
When are we gonna get Spnanon and Senketsu?
But no, I have not dressed up as a woman. I really haven't dressed up for Halloween at all. I don't have many options for Halloween anymore. I can be TN.
You can be Piccolo.
Could be Pickle. That's a lot of green paint.
No, not really. You just gotta cover up your face and like arms.
Yeah.
You don't even have to cover your entire head if
Who
you wear the
am I
turban.
dressing up for? Who am I trying to please?
You.
Me.
Do it for yourself, man. I've cosplayed Kamina before.
How'd it go?
Nice.
Fuck it, why not? I bet I looked good in a skirt.
But no, I have not dressed up. Unless you count Green Man.
I would cosplay any of the characters I've written because I like the designs.
I'm not sure I could fill up Jura's dress. Might be missing a few spaces.
Yeah, that's very fair.
I don't have man tits.
Yeah, so I'd cosplay Kamina, cosplay Hanako, Rinka, or Shiaki if I had the resources in time.
Nice.
I cosplay Dante too, especially if it meant that somebody just gave me a really cool sword. 2 more questions!
Woo!
What is your
Oh,
Spnanon?
we won't have the 5-hour podcast?
We will. I'm gonna rant about Xenoblade 2, but if you'll allow
Christ.
me. What is your favorite, or what is your Spnanon unpopular opinion? Look, man, I gotta get it out. Killing me since it came out. What is your Spnanon unpopular opinion? Position related to the game, its development, or characters that you think is not shared by most.
Nmasp just says Bodak Hydra.
What the fuck does that mean?
I think he's trying to. I think that's the code word. I think that might be the kill words. I think he's trying to activate me and Corky.
Execute Order 66.
Yeah, something along those lines. Thankfully, it's not him saying it, so we can't be activated.
So, Bodak is a creature from D&D. It is an undead type, chaotic evil.
Is that like Bodak Horseman?
This is a Bodak.
Okay.
It comes from the infinite layers of good.
Okay.
Why has Nmasp been to a bunch of weird shit? Is it because he's old?
He was born on a leap year. 28 at the latest. 32 maybe, if you're bad pushing. Oh wait, oh wow, there's some stuff on the Wikipedia. I'm cracking the code. Dungeons & Dragons 3.0 edition. The Bodak was detailed in Dragon 307, May 2003, which introduced the Bodak template with a 5-headed Hydra. Bodak is a sample creature. I figured it out! I've got no idea what that means, though!
Yep. I think we're just searching in the wrong direction. Or in the right direction. I don't know. My SPNatI unpopular opinion is it's fine to make characters from the same sources even if they are already represented in SPNatI and even if they are already have a ton of characters in it.
I agree with that.
Make your fire emblems. Do it.
No.
Do it.
Spnanon.
Don't let other people in the community say
Don't
you
let
shouldn't
the dreams
do
be
it.
dreams.
No.
Make the characters that you want to make.
I will agree with that. However, you should not want to make more Fire Emblem.
Why not?
Spnanon, can you really tell me that Tharja, Rinka, and Laura Shell, if they weren't attached to the Fire Emblem name, would it be different? Because they're all completely different people.
They're all kind of fantasy characters.
That's a super huge genre, Spnanon. I agree that we need more sci-fi stuff.
You have a barbarian warrior, a mage, and then a healer. It's not that weird.
I can't believe the person who wrote May
Like a white
more
mage.
sci-fi characters.
You have a black mage and a white mage right there.
But you're writing off an entire, there are really only 3 possible schools. You're mostly realistic.
Joe, if I were not a holy man, I would beat you senseless.
I never took you for a man of God. If there's 3 possible schools of any story, you can be sci-fi, fantasy, or semi-realistic. Broken down, it's either going to be
science fantasy.
Yeah, sure, that too. Broken down, it's going to be one of those 4 things. Grouping them all as fantasy, that's taken away one of the 4 things, and that thing is super popular.
I think Spnanon was just burned by the Ruby characters.
I think so too. I think that's a lot of people.
That's probably what happened. Was a lot of people saw the Ruby characters grow to 6 characters super quickly, and all
none of them were very good.
You know what's different between all the Fire or different franchises or a bunch of Fire Emblem characters is that if you throw a bunch of different franchises in there, you would get more players because they're fans of stuff. It doesn't matter if they could be different or if they could be from different franchises. They still are from the same franchise. So you only get fans of that franchise.
And you
that's
are
my
right.
Point.
And that's fair.
Point there.
And that's fair. But at the same time, I don't think we should be saying to new creators,
not make content.
Don't make Fire Emblem.
When someone says I want to make a Fire Emblem character, do I immediately launch into a tirade about another Fire Emblem character? Fuck off.
You don't.
Do I ever do that? Do I ever bitch at them?
I agree. You don't. I think
do I ever shoot them down?
I think it's a general. Well, it's tough to say. I think it's because. Well, no, you're right. You're right. Actually, yeah, that's fair.
I'm allowed to bitch about it. I'm not getting in anyone's face and telling them to leave and to not contribute. I only bitch about it when they're already established and they can take it. Speaking of anal, you got to warm them up first. You got to prep them. You got to go in slow.
God. So if I were to come on here and say right now I'm going to make another Little Witch Academia character, you would probably say to me stop.
I'd just be like, why?
And I'd be like,
don't you like any other shows?
Please make Amanda O'Neil.
And I would be like, I have to do it for Joe. He'll suck my dick.
I'll do it. Corky, what's your natty?
Let's let that one just marinate.
A little bit longer? A little bit longer.
There's a good reason, all right? I have to now.
The cause is just. Corky, what's your SPNatI unpopular opinion?
I've already talked about some of them last podcast, so I'm going to go with something a little bit more weird and specific. I've noticed, this is really stupid, so just humor me. I've noticed a lot of characters like to pinch their nipples when they're forfeiting, and I think that's weird and dumb. Nobody does that.
Oh yeah. Do you like giving yourself purple nurples when you're masturbating?
What?
Yeah.
I mean, nobody pinches their nipples when masturbating.
In SPNatI, they do.
I don't know. I don't see
People
that in
do that.
I don't see that in dojins either. I don't know where they're getting this idea.
People do that.
Who?
Really?
I've never
Are
seen
they just
it.
into like the hentai where like you have like big nipple clamps and you see like people just like tugging on breasts?
I don't want to throw
And then
her
like
under
the
the
girl
bus, but
screaming
my
in pain.
girlfriend
Why are so many
does.
people? Why are so many people into shit where the girl is like in pain and crying?
It's not even.
fuck is
It's not
wrong
like
with
just one or two characters do it. I swear, like half of the female characters in Spnanon.
Mantis
Like, why not-
said something about throwing your girlfriend under the bus.
Why
I
isn't
don't
it?
want to
Why
throw
isn't it
my
just, like-
girlfriend under the bus, but my girlfriend pinches her nipple. Like,
Is your
Maybe
girlfriend a
it's-
freak? Like, should you be like hooking her nipples up to a car battery?
that's there. You are making wild jumps here.
Speaking of jumps, here's some jumper cables. Get to it.
God damn it, I was well played.
Yeah, why don't they just like? I don't have my characters do that. I have them like cup their breast and kind of massage it a
Yeah,
little
because
bit.
that's
I feel like
what
that's a lot more
people
natural.
do. Yeah.
Well,
I feel like it's something that people just like. Someone saw someone do it, so they did it, and then other people saw them do it, so they're like, "Oh, I guess
Yeah.
I should." I don't know.
no,
It's
it is
weird.
a real thing, and I'm going to stick by that.
Also,
My-
it's a thing
my
where
ex
they
was
do
into
this
it.
thing where they like kind of windmill their arms around so their elbows are way out, so they're like touching the same breast that's like that is their arm, like the right arm touches the right breast, instead of just doing the really easy natural thing of reaching across to the other one. You know what I'm talking about, right?
I
Yeah.
do know what you're talking about on that one.
I'm
Do
gonna see if
do
I can. If anyone
Oh,
knows a
do I do
pose
that?
where like that, where someone does that, just call them out.
I can't edit that in.
Oh, that's yes, you can. Just censor it.
Oh yeah, that's true. Corky, do you
Okay,
have
thank
more to
God I
say?
don't do that.
You want another unpopular opinion?
I mean, do you have one?
Well, I mean, I
Oh yeah,
talk about
Mythra does it. Sorry, Arrow. There it is. Why would you do that? Just reach across to the other one.
Yeah, or even just put the elbow down and still. I don't know.
All right, I got scared that I did that with Latte. I didn't. Good.
I might have done it with Emmy, but it's because she has like image imports on her chest, and I don't want to
It's
deal
because
with.
she has no legs.
Right, I have an excuse.
Good excuse.
Corky, do you have another one? Or-
Yeah, I've talked about this before. Real quick, I don't like it when people want creators to change their character's sexuality just for shits and giggles when there's there's absolutely nothing in their source to indicate that it is that way. Like
We've had
I
this.
wish Nmasp was here because he would hard agree with you.
Yeah. Between that and the Bakuga stuff, that's when I realized, oh shit, there's another Nmasp. They're multiplying. He's got. Why does he need 2 backups?
Hello. We need 2 backups.
You two are like his backup dancers.
Hello. This one's a little old.
I'm Grandpa in Math. Back in my day, we didn't have a character editor.
We didn't, and it was terrible.
Why do you keep doing an old man voice?
Why not, dude?
Old people are the greatest. They're full of wisdom
Are-
and experience.
Isn't
That's
guy
a
like your
reference to
go-to for
something.
like this is my voice for like I disagree with this person or
So whatever you just said was a reference to something.
you just hate all old people?
Oh yeah, there we go. Thank you, SpongeBob. Should have known. Like I'm good at like 5 things, and one of them is SpongeBob quotes. And if I can't even get that right, why am I?
I can only hear the sound of my laughter.
Spnanon, what are your Maddie?
Well, I kind of launched into a tirade about it, but I don't like franchise bloat,
Yeah.
even though it's a common thing now.
I don't even think that's an unpopular opinion. It doesn't count.
Yeah,
I don't- among
mine's
devs?
the unpopular opinion.
Among devs, that people seem fine with it. They're always collabing to like add more franchise mates, and I am not. I've kind of always like done my own thing in terms of like projects.
I'm fucking working on 2 more Danganronpa with 2 characters in the background.
I mean, like, would you dispute that? I feel like I've always like kind of done like other franchises that like haven't been really dipped into.
Yeah, I think you've been the first on pretty much every franchise you've developed for.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I adopted Revi at Nmasp's suggestion, actually. He said I'd write some spicy lines for her.
You fucking killed it with Revi.
I learned to love her.
Yeah.
At first, I thought she was just like a total bitch, like she was the villain of Black Lagoon or something, and she just like tore into everybody. And then I watched it, it's like, oh, she's like the main girl, and she's really cute.
And best girl.
And I started to like actually see that she was like kind of sympathetic. So my approach like completely changed. But I still wanted to just tear into people.
Oh yeah, you have to. It's Revi. Like 5 fucks a minute.
There's something I wanted to mention earlier, but never got to.
Unpopular opinions.
Oh,
Hey,
what
Corky?
was that?
I think it's funny that Maya has more lines towards Jura than most characters do total.
How many lines does Maya have towards Jura?
It's over like 2,500.
Jesus fucking
no,
Christ.
that's Jura to Maya. Maya to Jura has like 3,000.
My fucking... I don't even have 3,000 lines across. I barely have 3,000 across 2 characters.
That's what I'm saying.
Remember that a lot of that...
Spnanon is Jiren.
A lot of that is... No, I have a personality.
Fair.
A lot of it is like people targeting both of them. So I end up having to include Jura in on the line, like the response. Not necessarily like lines to Jura specifically.
I don't bring that necessarily.
I'm trying to think if I have any really like unpopular opinions. I don't know. It seems like people agree with me a lot. Like people like listen to the podcast and they post in the channel like, "Oh yeah, agree with Spnanon." I don't feel like I'm too alone in that regard with a lot of my opinions. I don't know. Would any of you disagree that this is like kind of a jerk off game, and I think people expect it to like deliver on other fronts a little too much, where like they expect the gratification to be all in the epilogue, and it's like even if you lose, you're still getting like what the game is meant to deliver, which is you jerk off and a bunch of girls talk about it.
I don't feel like many people... I feel like just because that only happens if you lose and you can't unlock the epilogue, people are like mentally turned off by that.
Yeah.
Because it's like, I'm doing it wrong.
Dude,
I'm doing it different, I'm doing it wrong.
Yeah,
Is it possible to unlock an epilogue if you still lose the game?
I don't think so. People seem really convinced that like you have to win this game to get anything out of it. They're super obsessed with like winning every time, and it's like it's just poker, dude.
Power is everything.
They always think that like it's the characters cheating, or there's some kind of or there's some kind of like difficulty levels, which there kind of are. But like, dude, it's just luck.
Yeah.
It's just luck. It's just luck.
Amen.
It's hard. It's really hard for people to accept. One of the things you learn about like probability and like RNG is that people are very naturally bad at it. Like there's so many fallacies related to like randomness and like gambling and stuff. If you look it up, because we inherently want there to be a pattern, and there just isn't. We always want there to be an explanation, and it's just fucking random, dude.
What's interesting about that is even random doesn't look random to us. Like Apple, for example, had to rewrite their
iTunes shuffle.
Yeah,
Yep.
because sometimes, like by random chance, you get the same artist twice in a row, but people would get that and be like, "Wow, this doesn't feel random." So they had to add extra logic to make it feel more random.
Yeah, the idea of random to people is like perfectly mixed up and spread out, and that's not really that random.
Well, random doesn't exist. Like, it's just because when you toss a coin into the air, it's not random. It's already decided what coin's going to land on, like wind and how hard you toss the coin, where you are, and the weather, and a billion other factors.
Functionally speaking, if you have no idea how to if you can't calculate that on the fly, then yes, functionally it is random.
Functionally, yes, but
If you're talking about just like is the entire universe deterministic? Quantum mechanics would disagree. There's inherent like just a probabilistic nature to basic things like basic physics.
That might just be because we don't understand it yet.
Maybe, but that's our current understanding is that there is no fate. It's a chance. It's not all set in stone what's going to happen.
until you make it.
So, Joe, what's your unpopular opinion?
This might be a
Hope
bit of
this
a
didn't get too meta.
spicy take, but I'm actually like, so for example, let's say I just left Kira online and never took him off and just tanked the Team JoJo. That's super lame that Black's good characters would get like held back by me, like just tactically C4ing Team JoJo. Wow, that metaphor works a lot better with Kira.
Yeah, sorry, go on.
Go on, no.
Well, I am not Nmasp, but by the sounds of it, I really hope they do. I hope they change that for next resort.
I've heard they're thinking of things, and that's good. I'm not going to pretend like I'm smart enough to know how to go around doing that. I'm not. I'm just completely biased because it's finally affecting me.
Yeah. And
like,
honestly, it is something that should be changed.
Yeah, especially now that we don't have culling. Like, I don't have the time or love to pick up Kyoko to stop her holding back Team Danganronpa. But moreover than that, I shouldn't have to. I shouldn't have to pick up somebody else's slack to make my own stuff not anchored down. Because if I'm gonna spend effort picking up Kyoko so that Chiaki and Hiru and eventually, hopefully by then, Chihiro are gonna be doing better, that's time that could be spent doing like lines for characters I want to, not characters I need to, in order to make it so my own characters that I do like are not literally anchored down.
What if there was a new rule where like having another franchise mate could help your character, but it couldn't bring them down. It can only bring them up.
I don't know about that. I feel like there's some math that would make it
like they would just take the best score out of any of the franchise mates.
Oh, Latte would be front page now. Sweet.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
Yeah, well, exactly.
Like this is my point. I'm not gonna pretend like I have a smart solution to this, but I'm only upset because it affects me. I'm not gonna pretend like I'm thinking of the greater good. This is absolutely me being selfish right now.
Well,
I really like the franchise grouping because it's kind of a soft sort of push towards not having franchise bloat because you ride together, you die together. And you got to think, well, I don't want this character's success tied down
but
to anybody else, so I'm not going to bloat a franchise.
But it's also not an option sometimes, Spnanon. Like, this.
I would say the only problem with it is if someone makes a really shitty character and then adds them second and basically sabotages you.
Yeah, and that like.
But how often does that happen? That somebody makes a character that they don't believe in at all just to shit on you?
It could happen.
Anything could happen. Has it happened?
Like
what I'd like to see from this rule is that you are affected by the franchise mates that came before you, but not the ones that came after.
I still don't like that.
Yeah, because then like, what if
you make the decision to tie yourself to a franchise that already exists, then you have to deal with that.
I does that even
that's
work?
bad.
How would that even work? Like, actually, though. Like,
what if you're stuck with Leafy as your only franchise mate, but there's a really good character you want to do?
But like, no. But
you made the decision to contribute to that franchise. You have to deal with whoever else.
No, but Spnanon, actually, how would that work though? Like,
one person can make a bad character, and then basically the entire franchise is dead.
You know, you would not be affected by the characters that came after.
Right, but what if the first one was bad?
Oh, wait, I'm curious as to exactly what you mean by that. Like, they'd still be grouped as a team, right? So in the end, they'd all be affected.
Like, I postulated right when we were thinking about this, if a character is not being updated within a year, then their numbers don't count towards the franchise ranking. A year is a long enough time for a character to not get any updates.
I like that idea. The abandonment idea.
Exactly. Like, it means that abandoned characters aren't going to affect you, but if it's if for some reason you're in a grouping with somebody that is still developing and is still trying to improve that character, you are still going to be tied to the numbers of that character.
I still don't like that.
Maybe get like one resort where you're not part of your franchise, so you have your own chance to like kind of stand out a little bit.
I still think it punishes people for
you should be
something
punished.
they have no control over.
You should be punished. God damn it!
Why?
Make some other fucking franchises.
See,
even if it's just a second character,
you should be punished.
Like Spnanon.
That's the price you pay, god damn it.
So what you're saying is that I should make Adita and I should make her mediocre as possible.
Yeah.
No, because you're being
absolutely,
a sabotaging fucking prick.
But what if somebody did want to make Dita though, and they're just not as good as you?
Well, then I'd have to deal with that. Unfortunately, that's kind of why I guess the math doesn't really work out, but
yeah, that's my point. I'm not saying
I wish you weren't affected by the characters that came after.
I'm not saying there's a clean...
Because that wasn't your decision.
I'm not saying there's a clean and perfect solution to that. I'm just upset because it affects me.
I just don't like the idea of, like, if somebody made a Star Wars character and it was bad, then nobody would want to make a Star Wars character that was good. So then Star Wars is just... There's no point anymore.
Start a new save.
Well, like, this is another problem. Like, culling used to deal with this.
Yep.
And now we don't cull anymore. We should start culling again. Or at least wait until we get like 150 characters and start axing them again. That way you get like characters that are unpopular and they die.
Alright. Last question. What's your favorite kind of cactus? Corky, how about you?
Mine is the grizzly bear prickly bear.
CorkyTheCactus.
Well, that was my answer. My answer is the CorkyTheCactus.
Oh, that's cute. I'm going to show you a picture of this awesome guy. It's native to Southwest America, and it's got this awesome bright pink flower on it. It doesn't look like a grizzly bear, so I'm convinced that whoever identified it just thought or knew that grizzly bear, prickly bear would sound awesome, and they had
been in the desert for a while. They didn't really remember what a grizzly bear looked like.
Probable.
What about you, Mantis?
Oh, Corky cactuses.
That's not a real thing.
Well, I do not have, I don't know, the big ones. I am literally putting my pants on because I've kind of got to go pick up my girlfriend right now.
Good, you're going to escape before I get a rant about Xenoblade too.
Oh,
yep.
Christ.
Yeah, I have an excuse to get out, guys.
This has now gone on for 5 hours.
Yep.
This is a 5-hour podcast.
I'm a fan of
when I was
Queen of
Why
the
the
Night.
fuck did we have 5 people?
I'm a fan of the Queen of the Night because of the name and the fact that it looks nothing like a fucking cactus.
It really doesn't. The flowers do, but it has leaves.
Yeah.
I could have been writing lines for 5 hours.
Well, you'll probably write lines for 5 more.
Thanks for being on, Mantis.
No
Anyway.
problem.
It's too bad, because Maya, she really needs more lines, dude. I mean,
She really does.
what the hell are you doing, dude? You're neglecting her.
So I'm
I know,
going
I'm
to.
sorry.
I'm just gonna.
I need to touch her on her butt more.
I'm gonna let. This is gonna be therapy for me for a bit. Okay.
All right.
I'm gonna poke her
Peace
in the
out,
belly.
guys. Have a
Later,
good one.
Mantis.
Hey, you didn't let me. You didn't wait before you go.
What's up?
Here's my cactus.
Oh,
What the fuck? Does
it
Tatsumaki
looks
not work here?
great.
We don't
Where the
have
fuck is
Tatsumaki here.
Tatsumaki's dead?
We don't have her here.
Rip.
We've
thought we
never
did.
had. No, never. Do you want
Maybe
me to
I'm
get her?
thinking of another server.
All right, let me Saguaro cactus here. Oh, humor.
The Saguaro cactus.
Saguaro cactus.
Saguaro.
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 It's Spanish.
There you go. Saguaro cactus. Look at that bad boy. That's
Oh,
a
it's-
fucking cactus.
That is a cactus. That's my favorite cactus.
40
That's my brother!
Anyway, thank you for listening. You can tune out now if you don't care about me rambling about Xenoblade 2 for like half an extra hour.
I don't care.
All right, peace out, guys. Have a good
Later.
See ya.
one. Later.
So, Xenoblade 2's protagonist Rex is the worst fucking thing to happen to video games since microtransactions. I hate him. I hate everything about him. I hate his
That's the
design. I hate his voice actor in English. He cannot scream for the life of him. That's not a problem with the character. That's a problem with Nintendo just not knowing how to cast a voice actor. I'm sure the dude is fine. He cannot be angry. He is completely fine in any other scenario, but he is not able to emote anger, which is not okay because Xenoblade Original, one of the fucking best scenes in that game is the beginning when Adam Howell, the voice of Shulk, fucking lets you feel his killing intent. When the first game, first Xenoblade 1, that game starts off and it gives you a reason to go on your quest. How does Xenoblade 1 start? Okay, there's a war, there's some robots, there's a battle, and then it's a short little thing, and then it flashes forward to the future. You're now playing as Shulk, and the robots come and they kill your best fucking friend. And it's immediately personal. You have a reason to go out and do what you're doing. And you've got the methods to do it. There's a sword, there's a mystery behind the sword. You know what you gotta do. When Shulk's friend gets killed, the raw emotion in his voice is fucking amazing. It is unbelievable. It's one of my favorite games. It might be my favorite scene. My favorite voice acting moment in gaming history. Just, it's so raw how much hatred is behind that voice. I could gush about it for hours. That one scene alone. And then you get to Xenoblade 2, and he can't. He can't even do it a little bit. Not even a little bit. He is unable to get angry or scream or emote in a way that makes you feel like he is serious about this fight. And that's just his voice. His design is trash. I hate his dumb Shota protagonist design. Like, he's a dumb kid. He's a dumb kid, man. Doing it, like, fucking... I hate it. It's boring. He gets a power-up later on that's slightly better, but it's dumb. And I mentioned that Shulk having this immediate personal desire to go and do the quest. Rex just fucking gets, like, hired by some dudes, and they're like, okay, now we're going to betray you and kill you, because we gotta tie up loose ends. And those guys don't kill, like, those guys kill a couple more people, but they didn't have to do that. Their plan is dumb. Their motives are dumb. Everything about them is dumb. I hate them so fucking much. So Rex kind of just gets sent to this Garden of Eden, and he meets a waifu there, and she's like, yo, my tits and I'll be your sword. And he's like, dope. Except he doesn't say that. He's just like, what? He gets embarrassed. And but then he touches her tits and she becomes a sword, and he wakes up and I'm not kidding, he cuts a hole through the floor and jumps out, and this scene that's pretty well animated otherwise, but the voice actor is literally completely unenthusiastic enthusiastic about it, and it kills it. It kills it super hard. So then they fight, it's dumb, and she's like, hey, how about you and I go to Elysium? You've got no reason to help me, you've never met me. Want to do it? And he's like, sure, why not? I've got nothing else to do, because I'm a one-dimensional character that will move where the plot wants me to. Which is a fucking stark contrast from Shulk, whose motives are completely personal. You've got a reason to understand why he's doing what he's doing. He feels like an actual fucking person would. Feels like his motives make sense. And I know that Yotter said that Rex wasn't boring and that he had a personality, because there's a part in the game where where they're like, oh, what are you going to do with the main villain? And Rex is like, oh, I don't know, punch him, and then maybe I'll have a drink with him. That's not a fucking personality. That's just like, you're trying. That's a piece of paper pretending to be two-dimensional. The only time Rex shows any sort
Paper
of
is two-dimensional.
Huh? Yeah,
Paper
you know
is
what
two-dimensional.
I mean. You know what I mean. The only time Rex... Sure. The only time Rex shows any sort of doubt or any emotion is like, there's a scene where he loses his wife. Like, she gets kidnapped. And he's all sad and stuff. And then this robot girl says, you're a little bitch. And he's like, okay, I'm better now. Go save her. And it's super short, and it's not there at all. Just a contrast to Shulk, because Shulk's morals and ideals get challenged all the time. He starts off like, I'm going to kill every single Mechon. They killed my childhood friend. And then he learns that there are people inside of the Mechon. I should mention now that it's a bit late, but these are going to be super huge spoilers for Xenoblade 1 and 2. So, night, Corky.
I think Corky's dead.
Good night.
I'm going to keep rambling, even if it's just me.
Oh, go on. Have fun.
So, Shulk decides that he's going to kill every single Mechon. But then he finds out that there are people inside of the Mechon. And immediately his ideals are challenged. Try to keep killing them if they were once alive. And they're no longer in control. Kill them. Fucking finds out that his childhood friend that was murdered at the beginning, her corpse got put inside of one. And she's been inside one too. And he's immediately like, okay, I see now. And then he gets to an island of Mechon, and he finds out that they're just people, and they don't like the killing either. The dude above them is responsible for it all, and they don't want to fight either. And this challenges his beliefs, and he's like, okay, I understand now, maybe we can try and talk this out. And there's a fucking amazing scene where they get to the top and they fight, and Shulk is about to do the killing blow, and there's a voice in the back of his head saying, strike him down, kill him now. And Shulk puts down his sword, and he's like, and the villain's like, I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna try and kill every single person that you love. And Shulk's like, I know, and I'll stop you as many times as it takes. His quest is a journey from blinded by anger to wanting to find the truth, to trying to recover his friend, to trying to find a peaceful answer. And it makes sense, and it feels natural. It flows, and it feels good to watch him grow. And from the beginning, Rex is like, I'll just do what you need me to, Pyra. And Shulk's powers are natural. Feel like an evolution. He starts out, and his sword can't cut through humans. And then he gets it upgraded, and it cut through humans. That's his power-up. You know what Rex's power-up moment is? There's a part I mentioned earlier. He's fighting against that guy who has complete control over all supplementary particles. He's literally moving around faster than light. He can freeze things instantly by making them sub-zero. Rex's power is that he can be faster than the speed of light and avoid getting touched at all because he loves his waifu that much. Fucking infuriates me. I hate it. I hate it so much. Ugh. he's not even a character. He is a Shulk is a player character. Rex is an NPC that you control. Ugh. And women throw themselves all over his stupid protagonist harem anime dick. There's a scene that I will mock until I fucking end up in my grave. There's a cat girl who's objectively better in every way than the two canonical love interests that he ends up. Because he ends up with more than one. There's and Mythra. And so there's this cat girl that text posts all the time. And she confesses his love to him. And you know what? You know how he responds? I love you and all of you guys. Like, there's dumb protagonist density, and then there's fucking, like, girl confessing to you, and you say, I love you, and to everyone here, too! Oh my god, it's dumb! It's dumb, and I hate it! I hate it so much! And it's so bad! It wouldn't even be this bad if this was just a normal game. Like, okay, I suddenly understand what you mean by saying another fucking Fire Emblem character. Because, like, I'm making the argument, like, oh, just look at the Fire Emblem characters as their own thing. If I was able to look at Xenoblade 2 as its own thing, it would be fine. Because it has some good shit, like, the work is good, Z is amazing, and Morab is amazing. But I am unable to separate Xenoblade 2 from Xenoblade Original and Xenoblade X. Because Xenoblade 1 is a work of art. That game is fucking capiche. That game is an A1, like... That game is, like... everything. It's good. It's art. It's art. Like, I always try and make the argument that video games should be a form of art, much like movies and books. Xenoblade would be one of the recommendations I make for that argument alongside Metal Gear Solid. And then Xenoblade X, that is a completely different game. You're not going to get a traditional story out of it. You got to play the side quest. People say that Xenoblade X's story is weak, and it's like, anybody who says that is just rushing through the game, not, like, trying to get into any of the world building. Xenoblade X is not a game that you play for the main story. It's a game you play for the side quests, all of which are fucking amazing. And the actual game itself. Xenoblade X is my favorite world design of any game. It's god tier. And it's got fucking Hiroyuki on the soundtrack. It's amazing. And it's got really fun gameplay, and it's super customizable, and you can fly around in mechs, and it is just good. Just good. And there's so much you can do in that game. And then Xenoblade 2 is just an okay RPG. Like, it's not even a bad game. The gameplay itself is fine. Like, a complete downgrade in terms of everything else. Like, literally simplified every other mechanic and taken away so many features. If you pretend like it's a better game than the first two, then you're just delusional. And Pyra and Mythra being your waifu is just making you think that the game is better than it is, and it's not. And you need to grow up and face reality. Ugh! It is frustrating being a Xenoblade fan. And I know that every time there might be one Xenoblade X a week, a couple of Xenoblade original posts, maybe some actual content about Xenoblade 2, but it's just mostly Pyra's thighs and Mythra's tits, and it makes me angry. Angry that a work of art and my favorite game of all time have been brought down to this level of horny internet people masturbating the thighs when the first two games were that good. They were great. The first one is arguably one of the best stories told in games with the best. The second one, my favorite gameplay and world design of any game ever. I could play Xenoblade X endlessly. And Xenoblade 2 is just okay. It's your normal RPG. There's nothing special or unique about that game. Which is a sin. Because the first two were so good. That's all I've got to say about that. Thanks for listening to me ramble, Spnanon.
Oh, are you done?
Yeah, I'm done. I feel a lot
It's alright,
better
I was just replying to some comments while I just let you go.
I needed just to do that. I needed to get that out of my system.
Alright, well, now the world's gonna hear it.
I expect to get some hate for this.
I don't hate you.
Oh, thank you.
I don't love you. But I don't hate you.
I treasure our friendship.
Oh, well, isn't that sweet?
Good night, everybody.
And a lot of people just saying, "Can you add Tatsumaki instead?" Which pisses me off because she's clearly worse. I mean, come on. I can see why she's more popular because Tatsumaki showed up in the season that was really good, and Fubuki showed up in the season that was really shitty.
I mean, you're allowed to have shit taste, Spnanon. We've already established this.
Just read the manga.
Read the webcomic.
Well, in the webcomic, everyone's ugly because one can't draw. But
That's how the author intended it, Spnanon.
No, because he started drawing better later. So he clearly just didn't know how to draw. That's like super inspiring though. Like, hey, you can as long as you got a good story and a good premise, you can be like a completely shit artist, and the most talented artist in the manga industry will still scoop it up and be like, hey, you want to make shitloads of money? So always follow your dreams, man.
Alrighty.
Especially if your dream is to do 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups.
That's literally my favorite part of the show.
10 kilometers.
Just that one joke.
It's pretty good. And then the sad part is that like the one guy who really wants to know how to be stronger like that, it won't work on him because he's a cyborg. So he can't strength train.
There was a guy who actually did the One Punch Man routine for like 3 months.
And
it actually
destroyed his body because he didn't get a rest day.
It gave him better results than you would expect. But naturally, when you run that many miles every day, you're not going to gain a whole lot of muscle.
That like doing a 10K every day is you're gonna lose a lot more weight than you're gonna gain in mass.
Yeah.
But man, what you gain is gonna be fucking good.
It's literally the whole premise of it is that he just never ever took a rest day. So instead of having like muscle fever and degeneration by never letting his muscles grow, he just got superpowers instead.
Oh. That's how it works.
Yeah. So if you just kill yourself enough, you'll wrap back around to being unkillable.
Sans do it.
It's like dividing by 0.
I mean, that's the whole spirit of the show. It's all about just taking logic and flipping it upside down. And instead of like wasting time trying to think of a good reason, it's like, let's come up with the dumbest reason and just run with it.
That's the genre of shonen in its entirety. Anyway.
I just...
You have a Chris Chan dick where it's back 45 degrees.
Anyway, I think that's like about...
I don't even have a penis anymore.
Yes,
I think that's like
he
the
tried
least
to grow a
interesting thing
vagina
she could say.
with binaural beats, but it didn't quite work. He just got an infected abscess.
Oh god, that's why.
What?
Oh.
That's the unclit.
Let's not.
You want to talk about Chris Chan lore?
No, I don't.
No.
I really don't.
Let's
We
talk
only
about
have
Spnanon.
so much time in the day.
We only have 3.5 hours, and we're an hour
Right.
in.
Yeah, we've been here for about 40 or 50 minutes.
I'm sorry, Mantis. I thought Nmasp was shouting at me just then.
Yeah, that's fair.
Mordecai?
Morag.
Mordecai Digby!
Pops for SPNatI when? Oh no, never.
Moriarty?
Drop a picture of Morag.
You two are fired!
So there's actually
Corky, keep doing voices, and I have no idea what the voices are.
we actually
You've never seen the regular show?
Regular? No. I know it's the one with the bird and the raccoon.
Yeah.
So we
I
started
lump
watching.
that in my mind in like the same space as like Adventure Time.
They're very different shows.
Are they?
Oh
Yeah, but they were in like the same block, so it's kind of understandable why you'd conflate the two.
Every episode of regular show is the exact same, but they're all really fun. It's always like
That's
them
what,
doing
well, it's a
something
regular show. That means
regular
it,
show is
Yeah.
fantastic.
they all do
episode
something.
that
They
had,
always
like,
do something.
is delivered in regular periods.
Remember that episode of regular show when there was like they had a montage set to Dragon Force music?
Oh,
Remember that regular show
Mississippi
episode
Queen.
when they did something like very menial, and then basically something
It
opened up in
spiraled
another
way out of
dimension?
control.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
It's like that.
How am I supposed to
it's
swing a
like that
sword if
dog-
it's got
like that
boobs
dog
on it?
legendary in
You
Pokemon
have
Sword.
a-
It's just a fucking dog with its sword in her mouth.
You have no idea how frustrating
It's
it
just
is-
Mythra. She wields a sword between her tits.
it's been for me.
Oh,
Wait, does she actually do that?
No.
unfortunately not.
I was about to say. You could have fooled me. I know nothing
Can we
about
talk
this.
about that fucking Pokemon and how it's just a dog with a sword in its mouth?
Yeah, it's Sylph.
How long was the
So-
fucking design meeting on that thing?
I don't know. They
What,
played
was it
Dark Souls.
playing
One of the
fetch with
guys
it?
played Dark Souls.
They spent so long designing that Pokemon, they can't even put all the Pokemon in the game. That's why.
The other dog had a
it's so
shield
hard.
for a face. Give the fucking dog a sword for a face.
Swordface.
They should have made it look like a
It's got
swordfish.
a fucking snout.
Can you imagine a swordfish dog? That'd actually be kind of cool.
I definitely came back to this conversation at a really interesting point.
Swordfish dogs.
I'm not the kind of guy to bitch about the ice cream Pokemon or
I
whatever.
love the ice cream Pokemon.
But this is a fucking dog with a sword in its mouth. There is no design here.
Yeah, Nmasp, you came back to us completely derailing Joe.
Yeah.
Oh,
This is all getting moved to the end.
Completely
Okay,
fuck
derailing
you.
speaking
Joe.
of moving, could we maybe?
For the two people that are still listening,
Oh, this is getting moved to the end. Don't worry.
Everyone's still listening. Who the fuck doesn't like Pokemon?
Me.
So
Shut up, Gramps.
Mythra is like
Look at those
even in her source in the there's a DLC prologue that fixes a lot of the terrible parts of the story. I'm sorry, it hurts to talk about Xenoblade 2.
No, I feel you, dude. Go
Because
vent out.
Xenoblade X is my favorite game, and Xenoblade 1 is a piece of art, really. It's not even... Xenoblade 2 isn't even that bad, it's just okay. But, my expectations were... It should have been better.
that's always the worst. It's honestly worse than watching a bad show. If it's something that you like and it's something that's been good, and then it just shits on it. Just watch
Little
Game of Thrones
Witch
season 8.
Academia.
So, where was I? Right. She should be meaner.
So,
It's a domestic partnership.
anyway,
No
Cohabitation.
breathing.
the government shouldn't be involved. It doesn't matter what it is, the government shouldn't be involved. So, anyway,
He
mean
says,
character.
acting as the government for this game.
Yeah.
Hey,
Way to go,
hey,
government.
you
The
know,
best system of government is the one that puts me in charge.
hey, look at all the
That's his political
things.
belief.
Look at all the things I've done to make the rules non-intrusive. If it,
Hail Nmasp. Hail Nmasp.
I'm good at governing because I do nothing at all. So that's the best way to do it.
You're just the Manchurian candidate.
The Nmasp candidate.
Mm-hmm.
The whole reason that George Martin even wrote Game of Thrones is he was a huge fan of the Lord of the Rings, and my lack of knowledge of Lord of the Rings is vast. So excuse me here, but
I can probably correct you a bit.
You probably can, and please do. But George Martin was a huge fan of Lord of the Rings, but the one thing that bugged him is at the end of the trilogy or the books or whatever, however way you digest the story. He asked himself, what happened to, I think it was the orcs or something? What happens to them after Sauron is gone? What do they do? It never explores that idea. There's so many groups of people that whose lives would change, by the events of the story, and you never see it.
Orcs aren't really people. They're just like...
But shouldn't they be? Like, how interesting is a villain?
So, okay,
they're
the
not
last
very
ring bearer,
believable, I'll
the
agree,
last ring
because
bearer,
they
guys.
are way too quick to like eat each other.
Go
and kill each other.
Right.
go read the last ring bearer. It is an excellent take on this concept.
Right.
It is a little bit like, how could they possibly have a society when they're this dysfunctional around each other?
Exactly.
Because they
How
have an
interesting.
evil flaming god looking down on them.
Yeah,
What's more
they're
interesting?
literally, I don't think orcs are like their own species. They're corrupted elves, I think, was the idea. So they are like inherently evil and bad.
Right.
And like,
but that's not interesting though. Like, what is more interesting?
Tolkien was always like trying to reconcile that with like the idea of a loving sort of Christian like God. Who, like, how can you have these people who are like just like inherently evil with something like that?
But that doesn't exist in real life. Like, there is no person that is just evil for
spicy
the
hot
sake of
takes,
being
Corky. God doesn't exist.
evil. I'm not gonna go there, but I will tell you that there is no such thing as a person who is evil for the sake of being evil. It's not interesting. Like, would you rather like read or watch a story about an evil guy who actually has legitimate reasons for what they're doing, or somebody who's just evil just because the story needs an evil person? Look at Thanos.
I don't think a villain is inherently better than another villain just because they're sympathetic.
I definitely do. I think
Thanos
is more
of a fallacy of storytelling.
Look at the difference between Thor 2.
They don't.
If they are interesting
elves.
in how much of a dick they are, like Frieza is a fucking great villain, and he's just evil. He's just an evil son of a bitch.
Okay,
he's fucking awesome to watch.
I think that a villain doesn't need to be sympathetic, but they need to believe in their own action.
They need to have a good motivation. So Thor 2 has a villain who's scary, but he's just this elf guy, and he's just being evil for the sake of it. Whereas Thanos, he's evil, he's mad, he's insane, but he has good reasons for why he's doing shit. And that's why he's so interesting in the latest Avengers movies. So
the best villains are the ones that, if their methods changed, they'd be the hero.
I disagree. A villain should be a villain. All the villain needs to do is to challenge the hero in a very specific way.
That's just an antagonist, though.
Yeah, well, a hero. You can have a villain protagonist. But in my
opinion,
think
it's interesting. I want to.
Yeah, I agree.
I want to be conflicted.
You lose on those juicy parallels.
Daredevil's best antagonist is the Punisher because he's not a villain. He's just a hero that disagrees with him on a lot of things.
I think there's this obsession in Western media lately about like deconstructing tropes or like how you can't just enjoy things for what they are.
You can enjoy it by all means. I just enjoy a more complicated
everything
character
has to have like moral ambiguity.
It doesn't have to be ambiguous. Thanos is evil. There's not much ambiguity there. It's just like he's not just he has reasons for what he's doing. It's
okay to have those things, but it doesn't automatically make your story like smart.
I'm not saying it makes it smart, but I think it makes it better.
I wouldn't say that either.
I would much rather read a story or watch a story that has an actual character arc on the villain side.
Yeah, my two favorite villains are Funny Valentine and Nox the Clockmaker. And I think it's a pretty, their motives are all arguably more just and noble than the heroes. And it makes sense, and you almost and you're like, I can understand why this person does that, as opposed to a villain that is like the Joker, where it's just like, why is he doing it? Because funny, man, clown hurt people. It's boring! It's boring when they have nothing to sympathize with.
See, I don't know, people have this idea now that villains are the ones that are supposed to be super compelling. I want a compelling hero. I'm supposed to identify with the protagonist.
Yeah, why not both? This is a good answer.
A villain?
I want the hero to be interesting.
You said a villain should challenge the hero. They shouldn't just challenge them in a fight. They should challenge them morally.
That's what the fucking Joker does with Batman. Because Batman doesn't want to kill him.
Yeah, I don't think the Joker is an example of a bad, uninteresting villain. But
Well,
I definitely
challenges
see what Joe's
Batman's
talking
beliefs
about.
in an interesting way. That doesn't mean
Yeah.
he doesn't have to be sympathetic to do that.
I guess.
I think a better example would
Welcome to the Narrative and Literary Analysis Podcast.
Oh my goodness.
This is our fucking book club.
This huge
But
tangent that I went on.
Batman's ideals are challenged by any villain because he doesn't kill. Mr. Freeze is so much more interesting than the Joker because his motives are like actually existent.
What,
I
he
hate
wants
the
to save
Joker.
his wife or whatever?
Yeah. I hate the Joker.
So a villain has to have a loved one that they're saving, and they're automatically.
They should have something that they're fighting for.
You know, some people really are just evil pricks.
And they're boring. And they're boring for it.
But if they're an evil prick, you need to explain why
they're an evil prick. Then yes,
they need to have a reason. Like even if it's you had shitty parents, it's better than nothing.
Corky, that's my favorite comic book panel.
This is the greatest villain that ever was.
Wait, what is this?
It's my favorite comic book panel ever. I'm editing that in.
Oh, this is a good one. I remember like we shared this with respect to like Ruka or something like that like a while back.
My philosophy is that if you're not gonna get like serious with character arcs or getting analytical or getting all like meticulous with this shit, just run into absurdity. That's what this does. It's if you're not gonna like do it right, do it funny, do it entertaining, and that's what this does. That's why I love it. But anyway,
What the fuck did we get here?
I think there's like this obsession.
Whoa.
This huge tangent.
Yeah.
There's like this obsession with villains now.
I believe the next question is
I want to see a
like
good hero.
I believe the editor. There's like an editor question next.
Let me
I
wrap
thought we
this
were on
up real quick.
epilogues.
I don't
Are we
even.
not done? Did we not cover the topic?
I went on a huge
even-
tangent and we got out of hand.
Oh man, only 4 people. This is so much nicer.
Hello.
Wow.
I am
fucking hate that
Nmasp.
Nmasp guy.
Oh,
Oh,
rude.
Fucking mods, man.
I am him.
They just bar all this shit from the game.
I know, right?
Can't even have pubic hair on your characters. It's
I was
illegal.
gonna make Hiso, but it was banned.
Yeah. Well, he had a heart attack before he could get here.
I really do love a lot of the new characters.
I can't believe he banned 2B after
I know, right?
abandoning 9S. Like what a petty move, but there's nothing we can do.
Nothing we can do.
I agree with Nmasp in
You
that
don't know
large
that
show.
actually banned Sonichu?
Yeah, that one's true.
Actually.
That one is actually true.
I mean, he could take off his shoes. How's he supposed to zap to the extreme? Dude, Corky, can that lion fucking talk?
Yeah, it's Narnia.
Holy shit, man.
You've never heard of Narnia?
That's fucking wild.
Oh my god.
I think he's pretending.
That fucking lion, man. He's talking. How can a lion talk?
I'm just
He
as
doesn't have
bewildered
lips.
as you. You're. That's what's so funny. I'm just as shocked as you are that a lion can talk. I am surprised that you haven't heard of Narnia.
I've heard of Narnia.
He's playing a joke. He's playing a
Oh,
stoner.
okay. Well, now I feel stupid.
Can you?
He's playing a stoner man.
So you're a Narnia guy? You're not a Lord of the Rings guy?
I've never even seen
No,
Narnia,
don't.
and I know this.
Okay.
I was gonna say, like, Narnia, that's like really fantasy. Why would you be into that if you're into like Game of Thrones?
Next question is, now that September is in full swing,
That's like more Christian than Lord of the Rings is. I would get it, Corky. I would get your Green Man reference.
You would not.
Yes, I would.
A girl was walking to school with her BF, and they were crossing the road before Green Man came on in.
All right, I didn't get it.
I told you.
Well then.
All right.
Good job.